search radius. Like, for example, if he broke his leg and he couldn't move further than, where he had broken his leg, or if he had injured himself and he had been forced to crawl somewhere, he likely would have been found by now. I mean, he definitely would have been, with how deep they have searched this area and how large the search radius is. Now, skeptics also claim that yes, Brandon may have slipped and lost his phone, but if he survived that moment, he almost certainly continued walking. It's not like he would have, lost his phone and then said, oh shit, well, I'm just gonna lay down here and die. He would have kept walking. I also don't believe this theory because I think it's once again too simple. And if he would have laid down and died somewhere, they would have found him by now. They would have found his phone, they would have found Brandon, they would have found his clothing, they would have found some sort of remains. But we have to move on to theory number 3. So theory number 3 states that Brandon may have gotten wet from falling into the river, from walking through wet grass, or sweating, which led to hypothermia over time and then subsequent death. Now, people who believe in this theory state that there's no guarantee that Brandon stopped moving once his phone cut out. Phones, as we all know, are fragile and can be easily dropped or damaged. And despite extensive searches within the estimated range, Brandon has not been found, which has led many people to believe that he's, in fact, nowhere in the immediate area. According to Robert Coaster in Lost Person Behavior, studies show that in many missing person cases, searches often fail to check beyond the statistical median range. In this case, the median distance is 1.3 miles, which has already been searched very thoroughly. And this means that there's still a 50% chance that Brandon is located somewhere beyond that distance. But critics who don't believe in this theory state that, once again, Brandon was walking on foot that evening. So even if he had succumbed to hypothermia, his body would have been located by now, somewhere in the area. And also, they have thoroughly searched every parcel of land, well, almost every, we're going to talk about that in a second, in that area. 120 plus square mile radius of search area, and still no trace of Brandon. So I think if he had just laid down and died somewhere, he definitely would have been found by now. But we need to move on. So, theory number 4, and this is a pretty popular theory, states that while walking, Brandon may have fallen into an old well, an outdated cistern, or an underground storage tank, was thus trapped, and was unable to escape. This theory claims that Brandon was trapped down there, he died down there, and that's where his body remains to this day. People who believe in this theory claim that this would explain why his body has never been found. He fell into some deep sort of hole, a hole that is well hidden within the Minnesotan terrain, and he's been trapped there ever since. In addition, they claim that that's why Brandon's father heard the sound of a shoe sliding or slipping before the call dropped. However, skeptics state that most residential wells in the area are too small. On average, they're only around 4 to 6 inches in diameter, so half a foot. I want you to imagine how small half a foot is. I think that's about 6 inches. 6, way too small for a person to fall into. And larger wells for municipal or commercial use are extremely rare in that rural region and are typically enclosed within buildings and surrounded by fences / security measures and typically lighting. The only kind of well large enough for an adult to fall into would be a hand-dug stone or wood-lined well, which would likely be over a century old and would probably have collapsed by now. Finding an intact well in that part of Minnesota would be incredibly rare, especially with the weather conditions, the constant freezing and thawing and flooding, and all the weather that, has existed over the last century in Minnesota, and it's just unlikely. In addition, Minnesota law has required abandoned wells and cisterns to be sealed for years. Yes, that's an actual law in Minnesota, stating that if you have an abandoned well on your property, by law, you have to go out there and seal that and make sure that it's not a hazard, or you can face huge fines. A law which also reduced the likelihood of such a hazard existing in the search area. Now, while old cisterns are more common than old wells, they're often covered with rotting wooden lids that can give way. But despite thorough searches of the few remaining abandoned farmsteads in that area, including the abandoned farm that Brandon's son was tracked to, no such hazards, not even one abandoned well or cistern, have been found. You see, many old farm sites in the region have been completely removed to make room for agricultural use, making it completely unlikely that Brandon encountered such a structure. And I think that that's crazy. It totally makes sense, and I totally understand why some people would believe in that theory, but to me it just doesn't make sense. The statistical likelihood that you would be walking through a field and just happen to step on an old well that's never crumbled, it's never been sealed off, it's completely unmarked, and it's just sitting there out in the open waiting for somebody to walk into it like a death trap. I just don't think that that's very likely. especially with how farmers, pay attention to their land and they love their land, and that's a rural agricultural, farming area. These farmers that live in that area who, wanted to help solve this case, if they had an old abandoned well on their property, I'm almost going to guarantee you that they would have known where it was on their land, and they would have led investigators to it. It just doesn't make sense to me that on some farmer's property somewhere off in the deep, I mean, there's not even really deep woods in that area, but, somewhere there's a huge hole in the ground that nobody has ever looked into, in the search for Brandon. That does not make sense to me personally, but I understand why some people would believe that's the case. Now, theory number 5 states that Brandon may have been picked up by someone and taken out of the search area. Did somebody say just feet? And that he may have been harmed by whoever picked him up. In this scenario, some phantom kidnapper happened to be at the right place at the right time and decided that on that evening they were going to abduct and kill Brandon Swanson. Now, the proponents of this theory don't really have evidence. It's more circumstantial. The fact that Brandon yelled, "Oh shit," and the lack of any evidence relating to Brandon being found has led some to believe that he may have been physically taken and transported out of the area by an individual or group of persons with nefarious intentions. However, skeptics state that the chance of encountering a violent individual in such a rural area, especially in the middle of the night on a weekday, is quite low. While nothing in this world is truly impossible, it just seems unlikely to me that Brandon would have come across someone who was ready to abduct and murder a random person at that very moment. Some people also believe that Brandon may have been abducted by sex traffickers, but the skeptics kind of state the same things about that theory. There's no real evidence and no real reason to believe that that would be the case. Theory number 6 states that on that evening, Brandon may have hitched a ride from someone and started a new life elsewhere. Evidence for this theory doesn't really exist. It's just a thought or a concept. There's been no trace of Brandon ever found or recovered anywhere on Earth. If he had really escaped the area and started a new life, I believe that someone would have seen him or reported seeing him by now. In addition, at the time of his vanishing, he had his whole life ahead of him. He had a loving family and good friends, and also skeptics state that Brandon didn't appear to have any financial resources, means of support, or a prior intent to disappear voluntarily. He didn't have the money to disappear, he had no reason to disappear, so I don't know why he would make himself disappear. Now, one of the most popular modern theories, theory number 7, is that Brandon may have accidentally been run over by a farm vehicle the next morning after laying down in a field due to exhaustion or hypothermia. This is a theory that I've heard and seen discussed many, many times online about this case. So the theory basically states that Brandon indeed was suffering from, hypothermia or some form of exhaustion. Maybe he got out of the river and he was soaking wet and, it dropped to almost freezing temperatures. So maybe he lied down in a field. So maybe on that evening he went to lay down in a field, he wanted to take a nap, and he either fell into a really heavy slumber or he died. Then this theory states that after that, in the morning, a farmer who got up early at the crack of dawn to go work the fields was operating his farm equipment, and he accidentally ran over Brandon's body as he was laying in the field. People who believe this theory also believe that after having run over and mutilated Brandon's body, the farmer may have chosen to cover up the accident rather than report it. Interestingly, I will say this, there is some compelling evidence for this theory. This kind of ties into what we talked about before. Like I said, about Brandon laying down and the hypothermia that people believe he may have experienced. But this theory posits that shortly afterwards, that farmer that was working on their field after Brandon laid down ran him over with a large piece of equipment. Imagine like a combine or something like that. And interestingly, one of those scent dogs actually led investigators to a nearby farm when they were searching for Brandon. And Brandon's scent was reportedly detected on a piece of farm equipment there. And interestingly enough, the owner of that farm property was hesitant to allow a full search of his land. To this day, actually, the farmer has never allowed investigators to thoroughly search his property. This is a real fact of the case that has always stuck out to me as being a bit odd. You see, if Brandon had indeed collapsed or lied down to go to sleep in a field and was accidentally run over, the farmer may have feared incoming legal repercussions. I mean, he possibly could have been facing a murder charge for brutally butchering a young man in his field. And according to this theory, like I said, the farmer may have disposed of Brandon's remains secretly. Feeding remains to livestock, in fact, would be a possible and viable method of covering up evidence. On Murder in America, we've talked about murderous farmers that have fed corpses to pigs, so it's not too far-fetched. And the fact that the guy won't allow a search of his property is just bizarre. However, skeptics claim that no direct evidence has been found to support this theory. No DNA, no body, nothing. They also state that even if Brandon had been in a field, it's unclear why he would not have been found before morning and why he wouldn't have been awoken by the roaring sounds of farming equipment. There's also no direct evidence, and that's all pretty circumstantial stuff. Maybe the dog was confused. Maybe the farmer just doesn't want agents tearing up his land. I don't blame him for that. But it is odd, everybody else in that immediate area opened up their properties, opened up their land, invited the search teams to come in and thoroughly look for Brandon because they knew how big of a deal this was. I mean, this was like national news. And this one farmer just didn't want to let them come take a look at what was going on there. So, I don't know, it's weird. But we need to move on. Theory number 8 claims that while walking, Brandon came across something that he should not have seen. Possibly a drug deal of some sort, some form of criminal activity, or even a rape or a crime in progress. It's believed by some that that's the reason why Brandon shouted, "Oh shit," in surprise. He may have then dropped or disconnected his phone, was chased, and was then abducted and killed by the criminal who was caught in the act. It's also posited by some believers in this theory that Brandon may have accidentally walked into the wrong field or farm property, maybe a local farm that was growing illegal substances or plants, and that the farmer, trying to maintain control over his operation and the secrecy that they cultivated, murdered Brandon in an attempt to keep the police away from their property. It's interesting. I've heard a lot of people say this, maybe Brandon was walking through a field and he came across something he shouldn't have seen. He looks up, he sees this farmer holding up a shotgun pointed at him, and he yells out, "Oh shit," boom. The farmer shoots Brandon. At the same time, the bullet, if it's a shotgun, the spread may have taken out Brandon's cell phone, which could have led to the silence. There's also the thought that maybe the farmer, snuck up on Brandon if he was looking at something he shouldn't have seen and clocked him in the back of the head with a shovel. It's unknown. But once again, there's no direct evidence to support this theory other than the theory itself. But then again, in this case, there really isn't any evidence at all. The evidence that exists mainly exists to debunk other theories. So I'm not completely ruling that one out. It's also been reported in various outlets that when Brandon's car was discovered, it was found with the doors wide open. Were the doors opened after the fact by criminals looking to cover their tracks? Why were the doors all open in the first place? Another question that I have is, did they ever check the car for any fingerprints or DNA evidence? To my knowledge, they did not. But we have to move on. Another theory, theory number 9, states that Brandon may have been walking down the road where he was run over and killed by someone who was driving home late at night that evening. Brandon was possibly crossing that dirt road where his scent ended, and someone was speeding down the road, maybe with their lights off. They could have been drinking and driving since it was that time of night after bars closed. They hit Brandon, they killed Brandon, and then the driver panicked, packed up Brandon's body, and sped away. And once again, to reiterate, on the morning of May 14th, the morning that Brandon went missing, road grading operations were conducted in that immediate area, which inadvertently erased any potential footprints or other trace evidence that could have been useful in the search for Brandon. So, if there were other tire tracks or footprints in any roadways nearby, they were erased before they could have been discovered. And that's interesting. I mean, if Brandon really was hit, you'd imagine there would have been like swerve marks, there would have been, I don't know how you'd even describe that, like a tracks in, the dirt and the gravel in that area. Maybe there even would have been a blood stain or something found, but those road grading operations completely erased any chance of finding stuff like that. But it would explain to some people why Brandon's scent ended in the middle of that dirt road, and then randomly it just vanished. If someone really did hit him there and they put him in the back of their car and drove him off somewhere, I mean, that's totally possible too. An additional theory, theory number 10, states that Brandon may have been being chased on the evening of his disappearance. This theory posits that Brandon took the back roads that evening because he was being pursued by some phantom villain. They also claim that this explains why Brandon swerved his car into a ditch on a very straight, clean-cut road. It is interesting, you know, you're going to see this in the video when we visit the road in just a few minutes. It's a very, very straight road, and it doesn't exactly make sense as to how he ended up in the ditch. I understand that.
Electrified. Ion. Hankook Tire.
Have I ever fallen in love in denim? I mean, I wear denim every day, and I fall in love pretty much every other.
You know, he may have been trying to do some sort of a maneuver and accidentally went over, you know, into the ditch area, and that's where his car bottomed out essentially. But it is weird because it's a very straight, kind of obvious wide road. It's not like a swerving country back road like, you know, you'd see in Ireland or England. Believers in this theory also state that Brandon would not have told his parents if he was being pursued by someone. Maybe he owed someone some money. He had pissed someone off at one of the parties he attended, or he was in with the wrong crowd and they had chased him down to collect on a debt. Once again, there's never been any direct evidence found that would support this theory. But people who believe this theory think that it might have been some sort of a drug debt, that Brandon was late on some sort of a payment. He had, you know, gone in debt with these people that were giving him substances, and for some reason they were really pissed off. He had shorted them and they came to collect. Now, after his disappearance, a pipe was found in Brandon's vehicle. Some people have taken this as evidence or proof that Brandon had used drugs at some point before his death, and that he may have owed someone money or a drug debt. On Reddit, this is interesting. Some users have claimed in the past to have been from the area and have commented about how they've heard local rumblings in the small towns like Lind that Brandon owed a drug debt, that he was found and killed by the dealers that he shorted, and that his body is now buried in the Dakotas. However, this is all conjecture, and there's no real proof or smoking gun to this theory. Brandon also had no documented struggles with substance abuse, so there's no paper trail to back any of these assertions up. I will state here, though, I do have a friend. I have a friend that got mixed up in the wrong sort of activity for a little while when he was younger, and he was, you know, running with the wrong crowd. He's totally changed now. He's a very good friend of mine, but at one point, this is a real story he told me one time. He said that he was told to show up to this guy's house. My friend was doing stuff without my knowledge. This is when I was living in Texas at the time, and he was back home in South Dakota. So I didn't know that this was all going on. Went to this guy's house who he was buying product from to disperse the product to other people. Trying to think if I can say this on YouTube. Let's just say Kush. Maybe that'll go past the thing. My friend was just doing some small-time Kush sales, which I didn't know about. But he said that this guy who he would buy the stuff in bulk from told him, you need to come over to my house right now. So my friend went over to this guy's house in a small town near Sioux Falls, South Dakota. When he went into the guy's house, he said, you need to come downstairs with me. So he went downstairs to the basement of this home, which was a rental house this guy was in. And my friend said that he saw a human corpse being dissolved in acid. And he said, and this guy told my friend at the time when he was staring at this thing, this is what happens to you if you fuck me over. And that was the last straw for my friend. This is why he told me all this, because he immediately stopped doing what he was doing, realizing how, you know, what a bad road he was on. And yeah, that story's always shocked me because it's like, where I'm from, that shit doesn't happen. I think there's been 1 or 2 serial killers in the entire, you know, history of South Dakota. There really aren't murders in South Dakota. So to hear a story like that was shocking. So when I was reading this story and I heard, oh, he's buried in the Dakotas somewhere, and I have like a personal connection to a story that I believe to be true because I trust my friend. It's really crazy. And yes, for people that are going to ask, he did call the police and report this whole thing, but they never got back to him and nothing ever happened. But he was legitimately really freaked out and fearing for his life for a little while after that story. So anyways, let's get back to Brandon. So there are also some people who believe that the paranormal may have been at play in Brandon's disappearance. Some people claim that Brandon was a part of a bizarre string of disappearances that have happened across the globe, that have been chronicled by researcher David Paulides in his series Missing 411. We could spend the entire episode talking about Missing 411, which we're actually going to be doing a full episode about Missing 411 in the near future, so you should get excited because that one's going to be crazy. But it's worth mentioning here. If you don't know what Missing 411 is, I'd highly recommend you do some independent research because hearing the details of those stories will change your life and your perception of the world around you. Basically, Missing 411 is this like string of disappearances that have happened across the globe, but so many in America and mainly in like American national parks. People that, like, let's say for an example, I'm here and my friend Joe is right here. Joe's like 20 feet away from me in the woods. We're hunting, we have rifles, we're walking through the woods together, we're talking to each other. I can see him clearly through the trees, and as we're walking, we pass by a big tree trunk, and when I keep walking, all of a sudden Joe stops responding. I turn to my left, Joe's gone. I go over and look for him. There's no trace of him there. No, his clothing isn't there, his gun isn't there. He's just vanished. And from that point on, Joe remains missing forever. That's happened thousands of times in America and Canada and all over the place, but essentially where these people just vanish into thin air. There are a certain set of specific circumstances that, have to exist within the environment for it to be a Missing 411 case, which is why I'm hesitant to call this Missing 411, but this is exactly like what Missing 411 is saying happens. These people completely vanish off the face of the earth, and it's very scary stuff. There are children that have gone missing, adults, men, women, everybody. It can affect anyone. People think maybe they're being abducted by aliens. There's a whole Missing 411 aliens movie that's really interesting. People think that it could be a slip into an alternate dimension. It's stuff that's absolutely beyond human comprehension. Even weirder than Brandon's disappearance. These stories where it's like literally you're standing next to your friend, you turn your back to...
Just on the door to go out to my room. Easy one, but you can't just go outside and just put them in the bedroom. You rather make them stink up your cover that shit. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Did you turn off the bell?
Walk in the other direction, and 10 seconds later you turn around and your friend's missing and they're never seen again. It's the most insane shit ever. So some people believe Brandon is one of those cases. He was in nature after all, and he was never found again. But some people also claim that they believe Brandon may have slipped somehow into another dimension. And that explains why no trace of him has ever been located. I do want to express here that we are not not trying to trivialize the disappearance of Brandon Swanson. We're not trying to sensationalize any of this. In my opinion, I believe in the paranormal, and I believe in all of these things. I believe people have been abducted by aliens. I believe Missing 411, thousands of people have vanished into thin air with no explanation, which could be aliens, could be dimensional time slips. I don't know what it could be, but I genuinely believe in this stuff, and I feel like in a
What the fuck?
For one, I'm not lazy because I went out today and I forgot to take them out.
Case like this, when there's no leads and no information, it's like exploring the unknown angles of this are interesting and important because I just have an open mind, and having an open mind is incredibly important in this line of work. We're not trying to solve crimes here on this channel. We're trying to dig up evidence of our own, especially with crimes where investigators have failed. I'm not necessarily saying there was a failure here, but they had failed to find any trace of Brandon. In a lot of the other cases, we are investigating crimes where detectives have completely ignored evidence, where detectives have been bribed and corrupted, and where perpetrators have been allowed to get away.
Stop wasting your time with methods like e-commerce, trading and SMMA. If you're serious about making money online, then you need to learn to spot the opportunity of today. I'll give it to you in 2 words: artificial intelligence. But how can you do that when you don't have any technical experience, you've never written a single line of code in your life, and you don't have millions to invest in it? Well, I'm not talking about gimmicky AI tools or ChatGPT prompts, I promise. What I'm talking about is a practical, scalable way to position yourself at the forefront of this new AI era that we're now in. And the best thing about it is you don't need any prior technical experience to do it. And in case you're wondering just how profitable this new strategy is, last year it generated me exactly 381,000 in revenue, which is great. I've actually broken down everything you need to know about this model into 5 actionable steps that you can follow right now completely for free by clicking the link below this video. In this video, I'm giving everything away that I've been working on over the past few years. I'm going to explain exactly how this model works, exactly what you need to do to set it up, and exactly how to...
And the goal of these videos is to raise awareness about this stuff and keep people talking about it in whatever way that we can. I've worked with victims of crimes to help them tell their stories on my podcast, on this upcoming documentary I've spent the last year on, all these different things. I've interviewed perpetrators of crimes to try and get an idea of why they've done these things, and I've even worked with like Nico to expose darker elements of the world. Like, Nico's a dark guy, but these elements of the world are so much darker. It's so dark that even he's disgusted by it, and no one talks about this stuff. So we're just examining things holistically here, and this leads into the final theory. Finally, with all the strangeness surrounding Brandon's disappearance, people have claimed that it's possible that Brandon was abducted into the sky by aliens or some form of intelligence from outer space. They claim that this is why Brandon proclaimed, "Oh shit," and that this is why no trace of him has ever been recovered, which seems to be almost impossible in this day and age. Now, I want you to think of it like this. I don't want you to think that Brandon was walking down the street and this flying saucer like a UFO hovered over him and beamed him up like Star Trek. What I'm positing here, as someone who could potentially believe that this theory could be possible, there have been tons of people who have been abducted by these things. Same with, missing 411, people that just vanish. It's not like a Hollywood movie where these UAPs are like, saucers. This would be like if something from another dimension or just some force or energy that is beyond human comprehension, if that really were to have targeted a guy like Brandon, what I see happening would be like, maybe he saw a glimpse of what was about to happen, but then it's like, boom, gone. Like, just a flash, and somebody disappears. That's what I think happens with missing 411. So that's what we're examining here, how that could be like a flash of light that abducts someone, not like a Hollywood UFO. And interestingly, Minnesota has had a long and colorful history of UFO sightings and potential abductions. Now, one of the most shocking UFO encounters in Minnesota history, in fact, was reported to authorities and to national news outlets by Marshall County, Minnesota Deputy Sheriff Val Johnson in 1979. And this story is absolutely insane. So, Officer Val Johnson reported that while conducting a patrol near Stephen, Minnesota, at approximately 2 a.m. on August 27, 1979, he observed a concentrated beam of light hovering above the roadway. According to Officer Johnson's account, the beam of light emanating from the sky rapidly advanced towards him, enveloping his squad car in an intense illumination, followed by the distinct sound of breaking glass. Officer Johnson stated that he subsequently lost consciousness for a duration of 39 minutes. Now, upon regaining awareness, he noted that both his wristwatch and the vehicle's clock had ceased functioning for precisely 14 minutes. Upon further examination, and after making an official report to his superiors about the incident, it was determined that Officer Johnson's squad car had indeed sustained multiple damages, including a shattered windshield, a compromised headlight and red emergency light, and a bent thin radio antenna. Responding deputies who were tasked with following up on the report discovered the vehicle positioned sideways on the road, exactly as Johnson had described it. After the alleged encounter, Officer Johnson exhibited physical symptoms, including bruising all over his body and ocular irritation, which a medical professional likened to burns commonly experienced by welders. So, Officer Johnson reported this happening, and he actually showed physical symptoms from it. His eyes were burned, there were bruises all over his body that were unexplainable, And this incident, which was corroborated by law enforcement officers, is regarded as one of the most credible alien encounter stories ever told. And it happened just a few hours away from where Brandon disappeared in Minnesota.
It was 1:40 a.m. Deputy Sheriff Val Johnson was on patrol in rural Marshall County when suddenly he saw a bright light a few feet above ground level 2 miles down the road.
I traveled about a mile, and the light seemed to intercept me, so to speak, and came right upon me. It was painful. The light was extremely brilliant and painful. I closed my eyes, and I heard the sound of breaking glass, and that's the last I remember.
Whatever it was came extremely fast. He didn't have time to be scared. He doesn't know what it was.
I have no idea. It's truly unexplainable to me, unknown to me.
Johnson was unconscious for 40 minutes before he radioed for help and was taken to the hospital. A doctor and later an eye specialist confirmed that Johnson had suffered mild welder or flash burns to his eyes. Even stranger, both Johnson's wristwatch and the electric clock in his patrol car had mysteriously stopped for 14 minutes. An investigator from the Center for UFO Studies in Evanston, Illinois, flew in to examine the damaged patrol car. There was no evidence of radioactivity, and neither the investigator nor the sheriff could figure how the two spring-mounted antennas became bent at almost 90-degree angles. At the scene of the accident, skid marks show Deputy Johnson coasted for 800 feet after impact before applying the brakes. The area around here has been searched, but nothing's been found. All kinds of small airplane theories have been bandied around, but Deputy Johnson clearly remembers hearing no engine noise. And nothing explains the 14-minute lapse in the two timepieces nor the peculiar bending of the antennas. It's a mystery, or as the UFO investigator from Illinois said, it appears to have been a close encounter of the second kind.
36 years later, the deputy squad car is in the Marshall County Museum.
And then, of course, the windshield is broken something. You can see where it hit.
Herb Morstead was a fellow deputy at the time. The broken headlight and the dented hood, the antennas warped in different directions.
Whatever happened, there was evidence.
The dashboard clock stopped for 14 minutes.
You can see that it wasn't Val Johnson's head, for example, that hit there because it's in the wrong place.
Too low.
Yep, way too low.
Didn't seem to be any airplane out way faster than something like that.
We do believe that our deputy had an encounter with something that we haven't been able to explain yet on this day.
Conspiracy theorists are still trying to solve what law enforcement, mechanical inspectors, and the Center for UFO Studies could not.
I don't know what happened. I know in my own mind I did the best job we could as me and my department to investigate and find out what went on, and all we found out is we don't know.
Do you believe in UFOs?
Yeah, kind of do. There's got to be something more than us around.
In fact, according to the National UFO Reporting Center, which verifies and debunks thousands of reports each year, there have been over 2,100 credible reports of UFO sightings recorded in Minnesota, spanning all the way back to the year 1932. Most of these sightings involve phantom lights that travel through the skies, lights which seem to emit no sound at all, silent alien objects that move rapidly and zigzag around before vanishing up into the sky. There are also a few other interesting reports I'd like to talk about that have emerged from Minnesota over the years. 2 documented reports of UFO sightings were officially recorded in Minnesota during the year 1965. The first incident involved Arthur Strouch, a deputy sheriff from Sibley County, who was returning home from a family bow hunting excursion when he and his companions observed a metallic silver-hued object moving through the sky at an extraordinary velocity. Strouch successfully captured an image of the UAP using his Kodak Instamatic camera, an image to this day that has yet to be debunked. In another account, KEYL Long Prairie radio announcer Jerry Townsend reported that his vehicle suddenly stalled while he was driving along Highway 27. Upon investigation, he claimed to have encountered an unusual spacecraft resembling a rocket. Townsend further asserted that he was approached by 3 diminutive beings, each approximately 6 inches in height, with cylindrical forms resembling beverage cans, equipped with small appendages resembling fins. According to his report, the entities eventually departed, leaving behind 3 distinct oily residue markings on the roadway. Now, this is really interesting. So, the sheriff who made that first report we talked about, where the light beam destroyed his car, the sheriff from the second report we talked about, where they saw that thing zipping through the sky, and this radio announcer who saw these beings on the side of the road, they were all on country gravel roads very late at night. So I think that's a very interesting commonality between all these stories, is that these UFOs or UAPs or extraterrestrials.
It was just like somebody just shoved a DVD into my head. Bang! This memory came back. I saw an image of his face. I'm Daryl Anka, and I am a channel for an entity that we call Bashar. I want to say good day to you this day of your time. How are you? That is the primary question. How do we live a life of creative fulfillment and joy? Magic happens, synchronicity happens, everything just expands. It just changes your whole perspective. It just changes everything about your life. There are some definitive things that we were able to demonstrate to prove that channeling is a real altered state. But the most important thing we wanted to get across is that everyone does this. To be creative, positive, serving individuals who live lives of joy. And the formula has already been given to you. Several 100,000 of your years ago, an extraterrestrial species did in fact come to your world. We watch and we wait. And depending upon the actions and the choices you make, determines whether or not you're actually ready to join the larger galactic family.
I know those are loaded words, but these things are really making themselves known and visible to small select individuals and groups of individuals way out, in the countryside, in an area kind of like where Brandon was, where there isn't a lot of light, there's really nothing going on around the area. So I thought that was weird. A later incident in 1988 that I thought was interesting was documented by a mother in St. Paul, Minnesota, who submitted a report to the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON. She recounted that her 2.5-year-old son awakened her abruptly in the middle of the night while playing a ukulele that was ordinarily stored on a high shelf beyond his reach. Moments later, after a loud impact was heard against the ceiling, the child exclaimed, "Bug Eyes is here." Yeah, so the mom saw that this child had somehow gotten a hold of this thing that was way up on the shelf. They heard a huge bang on the ceiling and the kid screamed out, "Bug Eyes is here." A subsequent medical evaluation revealed the presence of an omega-shaped abrasion on the child's back. And the origin of that remains to this day, by doctors and scientists alike, unexplained. So, could extraterrestrials have been involved in the disappearance of Brandon Swanson? Once again, I really do not want to sound like we're reaching here or being insensitive. I'm just legitimately questioning all of the evidence and presenting you people with every theory that has been brought up by investigators and armchair detectives alike. And I think it's interesting. I mean, so many of these theories, you can see they make sense up until this point where it doesn't make sense. Or, this one seems really strong, but then this one also seems like it's really strong. And it's confusing all around. You don't really know what to think. So I don't really know what to make of all of that. Now, I know some people are going to say, "Oh, there's no way that he, got abducted by aliens, and there's no way that there's interdimensional, blah, blah, blah." But in a case like this, where there's no clear explanation, I feel you have to, at times, reach beyond the realm of human comprehension. Because Missing 411, if you've never looked into that, I need to do an episode on that soon. It is crazy. And I'm not alleging, that Brandon was abducted by aliens, and I don't want to seem like some sort of a lunatic, but it is just interesting. It's interesting to examine these things from every single angle, because, as we know, the United States government knows so much more than they'll ever let on to, whether it's about, our weapon abilities, our energy capabilities, extraterrestrials, life at the bottom of the oceans. I mean, they know so much. And I've even heard some people theorize that the United States government themselves are the ones abducting people to experiment on them. Like, I've heard lots of crazy things, and I've gone down lots of crazy rabbit holes, but I just want the truth in all these stories. And I don't know. Please let me know what your thoughts are about what happened to Brandon, because this story is heartbreaking, it's infuriating, and one day I would really like to see some sort of justice, happen for the Swanson family, because they've suffered long enough, and I just don't know what to do. Someone has to know something at this point, and someone's going to take a secret with them to their grave. I don't know if someone's found Brandon on their property and they've never reported it. Maybe the farmer did kill Brandon. Maybe Brandon did slip into some interdimensional, time slip. Or maybe he's just somewhere in the river still. I don't know, but I just really hope that one day there is some form of closure. If you've enjoyed today's show and you're listening, please make sure you can do this on YouTube too, and you can really help me out. Please leave a 5-star review on either Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Those reviews really help, and it also kind of sucks because people can write whatever the hell they want on there. So I've gotten people like accusing me of being a predator because that's all that I talk about on this show, which is just insanity. But yeah, if you guys can go spam those reviews, that would be amazing. Be sure to like and comment on the video if you're watching on YouTube, because that helps the channel grow. But yeah, if there's ever any update, I'll keep you guys updated on this case. But for now, it's Colin. Thank you for watching. Keep that tinfoil hat on. Stay suspicious. And I'll see you next week.
I'm going to call it right now. I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it literally does my reading for me.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that could change your life.
Mr. Cruel is the moniker for an unidentified Australian serial child who attacked 3 girls in the northern and eastern suburbs of Melbourne in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Police suspected that Mr. Cruel may have been responsible for at least a dozen other heinous attacks on children over a 10-year period. They believe that he would have committed a number of minor offenses as well, such as stealing underwear from washing lines to touching himself while window peeping before graduating to a
The dollar bill. We see it, earn it, and spend it every day. But when do we ever really look at it? Embedded in its design are mysterious images and ancient symbols.
Why do most religions hate pork? I grew up eating pork, pretty uncontroversial. But it seems like almost every religion around the world doesn't eat pork. Muslims, Jews, Seventh-day Adventists, Jainism, Rastafari, Ethiopian Orthodox, branches of Buddhism, some Chinese folk religions, and apparently it goes deep, just from like Buddhist compassion to Native American traditions to biblical explanations, and is reinforced in Deuteronomy 14:8, which adds the pig is also unclean. Pigs are scavengers, they're gross, they eat everything. Eating non-kosher foods like pork is believed to create a spiritual barrier between the person and their ability to connect with the divine. The religious texts of Islam go beyond simple prohibition, right? Describing pigs as inherently impure creatures, both spiritually and physically. It is not a proper article of food for man. Principles of compassion. For Buddhists, this is known as karuna. Like some Jains, and I think we'll probably get to it, are so strict that they won't eat anything except for what has fallen from the tree. So they're like, if an apple falls, you can eat it. That's like the most hardcore. Like, I don't know if you can even do that. Many elders teach that during slavery, pigs were fed the same poor quality food as enslaved peoples. The pig was the garbage disposal of the plantation, linking food choices to the liberation from colonial influence. So let's jump in to the story of pork. What's up, people, and welcome back to Religion Camp. That's right, this is a show where I sit in this beautiful tent and explore the most fascinating, interesting, controversial stories and myths from all religions, from around the world, from all times. Of course, I'm joined today by my friend Christos, the Greek freak, also the producer of this wonderful program, and also the researcher of a lot of this stuff. So if anything's wrong, you go ahead and just harass him. I'll put his personal information, his phone number, and his address, and his family's address if you're willing and interested in, I don't know, putting some type of religious, I guess you could say, restitution? Hex. A hex, maybe? And also my friend Jesus did a lot of the research on this, so I'm going to be learning along with y'all, okay? And this is a great question. The question that is posed in the title of this video is probably the reason why you clicked it. Why do most religions, it seems like, hate pork? It's a good question, right? Christos, have you ever thought about this? Like in what, Greece, Eastern Orthodox, like Greek Orthodox? You guys eat pork. We do. I grew up eating pork.
Pick up the Samsung Galaxy S25 from Osu and get 6 months data for £0.
Yep. Pretty uncontroversial, you know? But it seems like almost every religion around the world doesn't eat pork. I mean, just name one off the top of your head. Muslims, Jews, Seventh-day Adventists, Jainism. You ever heard of Jainism?
I've not heard of Jainism.
This is a religion that's found in India, and South Asia. Rastafari, Ethiopian Orthodox, branches of Buddhism, some Chinese folk religions.
You're telling me the Rastafarians have munchies and they don't eat pork?
Nope.
It's crazy.
No pork allowed.
Crazy.
So, what is the reason for this? Seems like an interesting, again, on this show, we like to explore and appreciate all religions. If you're looking for some type of atheistic takedown, it's not the show for you, all right? I think that many religions around the world have something to contribute, whether big or small. And if all of them are saying something, then there might be something to it. So the pig, why does everyone hate the pig? Or maybe not hate the pig, why do they love the pig? Why do we hate the pig? That's a better question. And apparently it goes deep. There's a lot of stuff. Like, so some, I guess my, off the top explanation was like, oh, it probably was dirty and like you would get sick or something. That's partially true. But there are fundamental religious approaches from like Buddhist compassion to Native American traditions to biblical explanations and everything else you can imagine. So let's jump in to the story of pork. Let's start with the Jews, shall we? One of the earliest ones to outlaw the use of pork, one of the oldest religions in the world. And this comes from Jewish kashrut law within the Torah, which if you are a Christian, you also read the Torah, first 5 books of the Bible. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Crush that. Sunday school, holler at me. Or Torah school? Do Jews have like a Shabbat school or something? Jews, let me know. Comment below. Let's just jump in. Leviticus 11:7 declares, and the pig, although it has a divided hoof and is cloven-footed, yet it does not chew the cud. It is unclean for you. This command is reinforced in Deuteronomy 14:8, which adds, the pig is also unclean. Although it has a divided hoof, it does not chew the cud. You are not to eat their meat or touch their carcasses. So, why pigs specifically? According to Jewish law, for an animal to be considered kosher, which Jews, kosher is fit for consumption, it must possess 2 distinct characteristics. It must chew its cud. What is that? This is a process where an animal will regurgitate and re-chew partially digested food and have split hooves. Those are the 2 things. Chew the cud, split hooves. Now, pigs have split hooves. Can we get a picture of a pig hoof real quick? But they don't chew their cud, making them problematic. It's interesting that that's what kosher would want. That's the Jewish law, that they have to chew their cud. The distinction isn't just a technicality. It represents a fundamental principle in Jewish law, where partial compliance isn't enough. You need adherence to the divine specifications. Historical context deepens our understanding of this prohibition. Ancient times, pigs were known as scavengers. They would eat anything. Like, there's like old mob stories where like they would throw a body to the pigs and the pigs would just eat it up because they go crazy. Pigs are scavengers. They're gross. They eat everything. Feces, dead animals. And unlike the cud-chewing animals like cows and sheep that primarily eat grass, pigs indiscriminately eat basically everything and therefore are seen as spiritually and physically unclean. Jewish scholars have long interpreted this as divine wisdom that protects both the body and the soul, seeing the pig as a symbol of impurity that could contaminate their mind, body, and spirit. The concept of maintaining spiritual purity through dietary observance goes just beyond certain foods, right? Like Judaism has this thing known as kosher. Also, it comes from the Hebrew word kasher, which I think is probably pronounced kosher. I don't know, it's spelled differently. And basically, it literally just means fit or proper, suggesting that following these dietary laws helps make a person spiritually sound. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. And in Jewish tradition, eating non-kosher foods like pork is believed to create a spiritual barrier between the person and their ability to connect with the divine. Perhaps the most significant of these dietary laws, they have played a crucial role in preserving Jewish identity through the millennia. That's right. Beyond the Jewish diaspora and persecution, Jewish communities were scattered across the globe, so their adherence to kosher laws, particularly the visible abstention from pork, became a powerful way to maintain their identity.
My family loves to travel. And I love it when they all come back home.
Toffee Feet combines what everyone loves.
Connect with their heritage. What's up, camp family? What's up, campers? 2 big announcements. Don't skip this. 2 massive announcements. The merch store is back open. That's right. Camp Goods is back in stock. We got these hats that I'm wearing right now. I've been rocking them both on here. I'm on Flagrant. I've been wearing them on stage. We got a bunch more hats like the ones behind me. You can see them all here on the website. We also got some shirts. Oh man, what is this one right here? Come on now. Come on now. Camp gear for all terrain. We got some other ones. What is this one right here? Oh, this one's beautiful. This one might be one of my favorites. The colors are absolutely crazy. This is Camp Gagnon, vintage wisdom across the globe. Come on now. We got all that and more on the store. We also got these sick mugs right here. You might have seen me maybe sipping from one of these in some of the recent episodes. These are sick. They are all available on the website, campgoods.co. Check it out. The link is in the description. And by supporting the merchandise, you are obviously supporting the show. You're supporting me, and you're obviously, supporting all the amazing people that make the show happen, like Christos, who is currently throwing me t-shirts from underneath this desk here. So, please check that out. Additionally, I'm on the road. That's right. I'm doing my 1 hour of stand-up comedy. Some of the greatest jokes ever written, okay? That's not true, but they are my jokes, and I wrote them. I'll be in Portland, Maine on April 27th, and that one I'm doing with Joey Avery. You know Joey Avery, a friend of the show. He sat across from me many times, and I'm explaining some things to him. And he might be my dumb friend, but he is a brilliant stand-up comedian, and we will be there in Portland, Maine. If you are in these areas, please come out, and we're adding a ton of dates all through the summer, so check out my website, themarkgagnon.com, for all tour dates and updated info. Come hang out with me. I talk to every single person after the show. If you want to kick it with me, maybe have a drink, I'll be there, and I will see you guys on the road. Imagine this. You're 30 feet underground, digging through frozen earth with spoons and mess hall plates. Nazi guards patrol overhead. One wrong move, one loose pebble, and it's over. But on this night in 1944, 76 Allied prisoners would attempt the impossible, tunneling their way to freedom in the largest prisoner of war to think about. Anyway, let's move on to another one, shall we? Islam. The halal dietary laws. So, why don't my Muslim friends eat pork? And again, I'm not Muslim, so I don't know specifically. This is just what Christos and Jesus have kind of found on the internet. So, any Muslims listening, happy Ramadan, Ramadan Mubarak, and let me know if I get any of this wrong, all right? Let's dive in. The answer lies in Islam's clear and unequivocal position on pork consumption. The Quran, Islam's holy book, explicitly prohibits pork in multiple verses. One of the most direct statements appears in the Surah Al-Baqarah, which declares, "He has only forbidden you dead meat, blood, the flesh of swine, and that on which any other name has been invoked besides that of Allah." This prohibition is so important that it's repeated 3 other places in the Quran, emphasizing its significance in Islamic law. The religious texts of Islam go beyond simple prohibition, right? Describing pigs as inherently impure creatures, both spiritually and physically. In Muslim tradition, pigs are considered najis, which is ritually unclean, a status that extends beyond just their flesh to include their entire being. This is elaborated in various hadith, which, again, if you don't know what the hadith is, this is the recorded sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, where pigs are described as creatures that shouldn't even be kept or raised except under specific circumstances. The Quran states in Surah Al-An'am, I think I said that right, "Say, I do not find within that which was revealed to me anything forbidden to one who would eat it, unless it be dead animal, or blood spilled out, or the flesh of swine."
Parents, I'm about to save you serious stress and set your kids up for the future. Until now, I always thought life cover wasn't worth it, costing time and money that I simply
A white-hooded figure stands beneath the burning cross, a symbol of terror, hate, and violence. The very names have sent chills down spine, yet this was not merely a group of extremists lurking in the shadows. For a time, they were America's most feared gang, wielding not only violence but also power, wealth, political influence. The Ku Klux Klan wasn't an underground movement, it was mainstream, organized and omnipresent. Politicians, judges, even law enforcement officers donned its robes, swore its oaths, and executed its terror. While other gangs operated from the criminal underworld, the KKK wielded a far more dangerous power, widespread acceptance across vast regions of the country. This was white supremacy at its most horrifying and terrifying peak. The Klan was born on Christmas Eve 1865, at a time when the Civil War had just ended. The defeated South saw the abolition of slavery, and for the first time, black Americans were being granted rights that white supremacy.
There's a small triangle of water that doesn't exist on any map, and whose exact dimensions are not known. And yet we've all heard the stories that accompany the legendary Bermuda Triangle, shrouded in mystery and conjuring up some of the wildest conspiracy theories known to man. This geographical anomaly is widely regarded as the most deadly, dangerous and deceptive place on Earth. So how is it that a part of the ocean that isn't even officially recognized as part of the ocean has become so revered? The small body of water that makes up the visible triangle has slowly filled with wreckage and disappearances over centuries, claiming the lives of those that not just pass through it, but also over it. Books have been written, documentaries have been produced, and scientists have clamored to try and explain the unexplainable in this perilous patch of ocean. What's caused this series of unfortunate circumstances to unfold? How can 20 planes, 50 ships, and hundreds of people simply disappear? Is the location merely coincidence? Or is there something more sinister going on deep below the surface? I'm James Stewart, and you're watching Astrum Earth. Join me for this most treacherous of adventures into the notorious Devil's Triangle. We'll journey back in time to the origins of the mystery to find out where it began and who was responsible for it. We'll visit some of the triangle's most infamous disappearances, examine each theory surrounding the mystery, all the way from Atlantis to rogue waves to magnetic declination to hidden toxic gases rising from the depths, and bring you right to the heart of the matter to uncover the real culprit of the Bermuda Triangle. Can something inexplicable be explained after all? Whilst that may have sounded like the start of a murder mystery podcast, there is actually a fair amount of science and data to unpack here. But it is generally one of the weirdest and most fascinating videos I've ever made. As I mentioned, the Bermuda Triangle doesn't show up on any maps, nor is it officially recognised as a location by the United States, with whom it's closely situated. So then, where is it?
At this moment, rescue workers are laboring to recover and identify the remains of Zsa Corda, international businessman, maverick in the fields of armaments and aviation.
Unofficially, the Bermuda Triangle is a region of the North Atlantic Ocean, roughly bounded by the southeastern coast of the US, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Interestingly, the exact boundaries of the Bermuda Triangle are not universally agreed upon. Approximations of the total area range between 500,000 and 1,500,000 square miles. So there's about 1 million square miles worth of room for error there. The region has a vaguely triangular shape, but that triangle could end up being an isosceles, a scalene, or could even look more like a rhombus if you move the boundaries. Perhaps Bermuda dodecahedron wasn't quite as catchy. And so from the outset, you begin to see one glaring hole in much of the discourse that surrounds this subject. Undoubtedly, there have been incidents in this area, and some tragic ones at that. But because the boundaries don't actually exist, and they differ from historical account to historical account, it's really difficult to provide actual numbers of fatalities and disappearances for an area whose boundaries are constantly shifting over the course of several hundred years. But it's what's happened inside this triangle throughout history that's most intriguing. And things begin half a millennium ago with Christopher Columbus. The year is 1492, and Christopher Columbus has set sail with 3 ships from Spain to find a western route to Asia and the New World. Exciting. After sailing across the Atlantic Ocean for 10 weeks, land was sighted finally, and he set foot on a small island in the Bahamas, which he named San Salvador. To get there, he would have been the first person to have sailed through the Sargasso Sea, and therefore the Bermuda Triangle, or at least the first person to return and tell everyone back home about it. You might say this is where the mysteries began, because tell everyone about it, eventually he did. Extracts from his log, which were compiled shortly after his death, have since been translated. The first indication that something might be wrong was in September 1492. Columbus's log reading suggested something was affecting his compass. On this day, at the beginning of night, the compasses northwested, and in the morning, they northeasted somewhat. Several days later, he reported the sea rising to great heights, and most curiously, described seeing a light on the horizon, which he likened to that of a candle. So small a body that he could not affirm it to be land. A small wax candle that rose and lifted up, which for a few seconds seemed to be an indication of land. Imagine hearing about those incidents 500 years ago. I mean, America hadn't even been discovered yet. So little about the world was known. You can see how the stories, fables, mysteries, call them what you will, begin to garner intrigue. Later in the early 1600s, a ship from England named Sea Venture set off to resupply and revive the falling colony at Jamestown. Just off the coast of the uninhabited island chain of Bermuda, the fleet sailed into a hurricane, which destroyed the ship and marooned its crew. Although there wasn't anything particularly mysterious about this occurrence, as those desolate sailors clung to the remains of their once proud ship, it must have felt like a callback to the mysterious events that had already happened in this area. It's believed that this shipwreck actually inspired Shakespeare's play The Tempest, in which he refers to Bermuda, or Bermuths, as a vexed or cursed place. So Bermuda had found a great place to rise to fame. One of the spookiest encounters must have been in 1881, when, as legend has it, the Ellen Austin, a cargo ship sailing from Liverpool to New York, carrying passengers hoping to emigrate to the United States, sighted a ghost ship in the Bermuda Triangle. Their captain took a shortcut through the stormy Sargasso Sea, again where the Bermuda Triangle is located, and it was here that they encountered an eerily silent sailing vessel with no crew on board, but strangely plenty of plunder. Almost like bait waiting for someone to find it. And the crew of the Ellen Austin took that bait. Wanting to salvage the ship and its goods, they decided to take it to New York with them and sent some of their bravest men over so they could sail both ships back together. As they carried on their journey across the Sargasso Sea, however, they were caught in a huge storm. The howling winds and treacherous waves tore the ships away from one another, and the Ellen Austin lost sight of the now manned ghost ship. When the weather finally cleared, the surviving sailors started searching for their friends and their...
Investing your money into Nvidia, Microsoft, or any other AI-driven stock is not the way to take advantage of the AI.
Thing. You know, the really prim girls would sit like this, but then the hoochie girls would sit like this, right? That's what they used to say.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Ashley Darby.
Hello, hello. My current marital status is divorcing.
What was the holdup for filing divorce?
It was very contentious. My lawyer, she says I could be signing papers next month.
Woo, I'm starting to sweat.
I got two amazing sons. Now I am 36 and reestablishing what dating looks like. Over these last couple of years, I dated a fellow reality star and a civilian, but things didn't work out. When I'm in a committed relationship, I get sprung, obsessed. That's it. That's all she wrote. You got some nice mans for me?
Yes, I have plenty. I have a whole stable full for you.
Stable?
Yeah.
Stable of stallions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Cabo.
Beautiful. Oh boy, here she comes. Miss Giselle Bryan.
Describe your relationship history.
Jesus Christ. Where should we begin?
Yes, I'm back with my ex-husband.
How's the relationship with you and Jamal right now?
It's not good. When I got back together with my ex, it was great until it wasn't. And then it went left.
He said 6 or 7 babies, mamas, and if that is true, it happened on your watch.
You are the word on the street in Potomac, but are you ready to be the word on the beach here in Cabo?
Absolutely. That is how she does it.
So I have successfully managed to get all of my 3 daughters off to college. So I am officially something called an empty nester. I don't like that word. I think it's a little weird. However, I am that thing.
We'll say it is a stable of stallions for us.
Ready to ride.
Giddy up, giddy up.
I haven't necessarily been taking dating very seriously.
Have a smirk on your face. Is it because you're dismissing Giselle?
Oh my goodness. You can't do that while I'm here. Stop, stop.
Now I have to really be vulnerable. So I need to find a man in which I can just be soft and sweet and kind and cuddly.
Can they afford us, Ashley? Yes, yes.
Here she comes. Hi, Roni alum OG, Luann de Lesseps.
Sure.
Hey.
Oh my God, I'm so happy here. I can't believe I've been single for 7 years. And I don't want to settle for somebody that doesn't make me happy, somebody that I have to bend backwards for. That sounds weird.
I know you have fallen into a bush in Mexico.
Oh my God, are you okay?
But are you ready to fall head over heels in love
I
in
am
Mexico?
so ready. Look at me. Did I think I was going to be dating at this stage of my life? No, I didn't. I've been married twice, divorced in 2009, married again in 2016, and divorced in 2017. I'm actually really struggling with trusting people again because my heart has been broken.
I think if anyone can handle an entire pool of men dedicated just to her, I think it's you, Luann.
Thank you for that.
Wow.
I see a storm on the horizon. That is Shannon Storm's Fedora.
I've been single for a year now, and for me, that's a long time. The man in my life is Archie, my golden retriever. So maybe we could add another man to the mix.
How are you doing? Are you ready for this?
I'm nervous. How are you doing? If you were to say, what's your relationship history been? Well, I'm 60. I'm single. Okay, not the best. I was married for 17 years, and we divorced. Then I dated someone for 4 years.
Tell me about the new boyfriend.
If I were to put everything about someone on the list that I was looking for, he has all of it. And it was very toxic. The last time I talked to John, he called me and said, I'm cutting ties with you. You've ruined my life. Is he trying to take me down? I don't understand. If I live the rest of my life out, traveling to visit my daughters, I'll be good. But can you imagine having that partner that has your back? Here we go, at 60. I'm gonna find it.
Well, ladies, welcome to the Love Hotel. I'm Joel, and I will be your love concierge for the next few weeks. I cannot wait for you to meet these men.
Here's to finding love, girls. I am so happy. Oh my God, I'm so ready, especially after they checked all my bags at the airport.
And what did they find, man?
He finds a little black zippered box that I have. He goes, KSSO. And I'm like, oh, that's my vibrator. Vibrator? Il vibrator?
Please Rosetta Stone. We got Countess Luann.
That part.
Revolut Business Testimonial, take one. Revolut Business has revolutionized our expense management, giving us 25% of our time back. Our finance team are bogged down by outdated user experience and daily payment cutoffs. Now with Automate,
It's July 17th, 2022, and it's the day before I fly up to Chicago to see my best friend Sonia Khan, and we're going to move her home.
I'm really excited about moving home, dude. I'm really excited.
We're gonna drive a U-Haul down from Chicago and bring her into our home that we rented and picked out together.
But anyways, babe, I will catch you later. Love you.
She's excited to come back to Chattanooga to start on a new foot.
I was on a high, and I decided I want to skate. Sonia's booked my flight. I'm just getting really giddy about seeing her. Sonia is sending me voice memos.
Jess, oh my gosh, I just listened to the video again, and you say, damn it, I'm cracking up.
She doesn't want to pack. She's way too excited. She has way too much energy to pack.
Also, why do I sound so weird in that?
Seeing Chicago from the airplane, it was beautiful. I get on the train, not knowing where I'm going really. I know Sonia lives in the main part of downtown Chicago. I'm a little nervous at this point. It's not like Sonia to leave me hanging. It really worries me.
I'm trying to call Sonia, and I'm trying to send her a message, but she's not replying.
I'm sending messages to Sonia's phone, and I notice that her messages are turning green instead of blue, which on an iPhone means that she's not getting my messages. Either her phone is turned off, not charged, or they're not being read somehow.
Then I call my daughter, Iman.
I get a message from my mom. She's worried that my sister is not responding. I just kind of brush it off because my mom is kind of known to be a little overprotective. So, Gabriella is currently on the train, and she sends me a screenshot of a message from Sonia's sister that says, "Do you happen to have Rahil's phone number or Sonia's address? It's an emergency." And I'm thinking to myself, why are people talking about Rahil right now? Like, Rahil's not supposed to be there. They're going through a divorce.
The point when a woman decides to leave a controlling man is the single most dangerous time in that woman's life. And that's the fear we have on this night for Sonia.
So I call 911 here in Chattanooga. They connect me to Chicago 911. And I try to tell them that, you know, I'm worried about my daughter. I can't find her.
I get the call from my mom, and all I hear is just screaming and crying from her. That was the worst moment in
finances and customers powers your business growth. All on the Intuit QuickBooks platform.
We moved to Chattanooga in 2001. Sonny was about 8, Iman was 4. We loved the weather and my kids loved Chattanooga.
Chattanooga, Tennessee is a very small town in the southern region of Tennessee, right on the border of Georgia.
This was in Atlanta. Chattanooga was Sonia's favorite place. She was a very cute, friendly, kind of bossy kid. She was the leader. She wanted to lead. She was happy, always dancing, and she always wanted to be in front of the camera.
Sonia was everything I wanted to be. She was my first role model. She was my first friend. I always say that she's like the opposite of me. She's so extroverted. She just saw the good in everything. Honestly, I was so blessed to have her as my sister. I felt so proud to be her sister.
Sonia and I met at school. Immediately felt like a best friend. I developed an interest in playing in bands and in doing photography for those bands. She was also getting into photography. She would take photos of me playing.
Sonia was excitable. She taught me to let go a little bit and have fun and be a girl and dress cute and do all those things.
Sonia was a little rebellious at teenage years. We struggled with her. She wanted to wear whatever she wants to. She wanted to go party. The green eyes back to partying. And she smells like I can't do that. It's hard to raise South Asian kids here in this society. But we take our kids to the mosque. We show them our culture.
Tinder was just becoming a known thing. And I had come home from work one night and she said, oh, I got on Tinder. You should make one too, because we were both single. And when she showed me Raheel, she said, and I think I actually like him. He's going to go to medical school. He's got a great family. And that's what she was looking for.
When she started dating Raheel, she felt pretty excited because she knew that her parents were going to love him.
South Asians still view marriage as a means for upward mobility, safety, and security, particularly for the woman. That's why when you meet somebody who's perfect on paper, say they're becoming a doctor, they're the same religion as you, even from the same community as you, that's somebody you want to hold on to.
But Raheel was not what he seemed. There was a bunch of lies and deceit that he kept hidden beneath the surface that was just a matter of time before it all came out.
December 2021, Raheel was on medication.
He hasn't started seeing an actual psychiatrist yet. Like, we're exploring
very, very stressed out because of study, because of medical school. I think he was not making very good grades, so they put him on the antidepressants.
He attempted to kill himself and her by throwing them both out of the 28th floor apartment. They then secured Raheel, and then he was transported to Northwestern Hospital where he received inpatient treatment over the next 3 weeks.
My very first impression of Raheel was he's got aspirations, he's brown, he's handsome, they have like meshing personalities, like everything just seemed perfect.
Raheel had said that he is from Alpharetta, which is just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And it's known that people from that area are upstanding families and individuals. Sonia was not one to chase a man because of his money, but him presenting himself in that light, of course that looks comfortable and that looks safe for the long term. Sonia was in Chattanooga, Raheel was 2 hours away. So the times that they shared together were short and based in fun.
I met Raheel, and he seems like a good boy. He was respectful, he was charming, happy, and he said that he was going to be a doctor. He had 2 sisters, mom, he didn't have a dad, and most of all, he knew Urdu. Obviously, he knew the culture.
We used to go to amusement parks together, and honestly, at the time, I thought he was a good fit for Sonia.
In 2015, Sonia graduated with a double major in women's studies and psychology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. But the one real passion Sonia had from when we were kids was always photography.
The very first time I met Sonia was our first day of school, and she talked about how she loved photography. She was planning on doing it professionally. I became a flight attendant, and I was just telling her how she could be a flight attendant and do photo shoots. At the same time, she could do that everywhere, so she ended up being a flight attendant and did that for a while.
She could travel and she could have photo shoots with people in all these different places and just live that adventurous life.
And then she realized that she wanted to do photography as a profession.
As she evolved in her photography, she just got better and better and better. And she was able to display that on her social medias. And she leaned into South Asian weddings and engagements and parties, and she just took off.
As a person of color, there's not much photographers that even understand how to take pictures and get lighting and things right for our skin tones. So she really wanted to focus on that, and it inspired a lot of people.
I knew of Sonia. I lived across the street. I would see her around doing photography at events. I think with the rise of social media, it's becoming way more common for a woman to become a photographer, especially within the South Asian community. She got into photography, TikTok. Well, TikTok's a platform where people realize that they can get on it and be themselves. They don't have to put themselves in a box. Some women who are models actually prefer a woman who's a photographer rather than a male within the South Asian community.
Every single post would have, it was like basically a journal entry. You could tell that she spent her time writing those.
Part of Sonia's personality was being a very generous, giving person. A lot of people safeguard their knowledge, but Sonia wanted to share tips and tricks and didn't see anybody as a competition or something to be beat.
I'm a makeup artist, and Sonia was an incredible photographer, and we were so excited to create art together. That was our dream, was to travel and do travel photo shoots.
It got to a point where she realized, yeah, this could pay my bills. Then this could be her long-term career. During that time, Raheel was studying for the MCAT, which is the big test to get into medical school.
Romantically, personally, things were still the same. They're only having weekends away, no big firm plans for the future.
She was beginning to ask him questions about, well, when are we going to get married? And he would tell her, oh, well, after I graduate from medical school or after I pass the MCAT. But none of those things were happening. He wasn't able to pass the MCAT. And Sonia started to doubt the future.
But it turns out Raheel's not going to be able to make it in medical school. He's going to settle instead for a physician's assistant program.
She gave him the ultimatum of, we need to take this next step forward. And it seemed like he wasn't ready to take that step, so they had a brief breakup.
And I believe that is when he decided that they were going to get engaged.
In the video of the ring, Sonia was excited to have this amazing future with him. But the reality of their relationship was different.
The first time I knew there was something going on was when she wanted to talk. She was like, hold on, and would go outside to talk on the phone. So that's when I was noticing, why are you leaving the room? She's like, oh, I don't want to bother him. He's studying or something. But I said, this is like borderline controlling.
We were all hanging out, and he decided to FaceTime her. And I just didn't love the way he spoke to her. It did feel like more of a check-in, like, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to? And there was a lot of red flags, I would say.
In South Asian households, conflict arises when women are told that even if there's oppressiveness or abuse within that household, they're just told to tough it out and stick with it. Men are given this sense of entitlement over their female counterparts because they're seen as sort of this breadwinner.
Despite everything, shortly after the engagement, Sonia throws herself into preparing for that big fat Pakistani wedding.
I wanted to have a good wedding for my daughter. I didn't have any savings, so I had to sell the house for the Sonia's wedding. So this is the house where I lived 5 years, and it's a beautiful house. And Sonia did not want me to do it, but then I had no choice. And obviously I had to downsize.
South Asian weddings is a competition. It's all about who can throw the bigger wedding. It always gets more grand and extravagant and lavish.
The run up to the wedding, she was just worried about how the family's gonna behave and everything.
It comes with a lot of stress to plan these weddings. And the last thing you want is for anything to go wrong.
Our wedding was actually the talk of the town. Yeah, the wedding took place in Hyatt Regency, Atlanta. It's right in the middle of downtown. She was so stressed out. She was getting mad for no reason. She thought that everything's gonna be messed up.
The wedding itself, it was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my entire life. The lighting was so nice, flowers everywhere.
Her dress was gorgeous, handcrafted just for her, shipped from overseas. Everything
up with his sword and stab it down into the ground with a really like mean, angry look on his face.
He liked to have a sword. South Asian culture, the groom have a sword.
Sonia's dad was supposed to be sitting next to her, but her uncle was sitting next to her, and Raheel had some beef with the dad and the uncle.
Raheel got really mad. His eyes were like really wide open and red, and and he was holding the sword, and he was just pushing it up and down like this. But then later on, Sonia told me that he was mentally unstable, so he was not able to control his anger.
See how managing finances and customers powers your business growth. All on the Intuit QuickBooks platform.
So the move to Chicago happened right after the wedding.
He got selected for Northwestern, which is a very prestigious college.
They found an apartment in the city area of Chicago.
She thought it was going to be the big dream, but they were struggling financially. Didn't seem like they were living the young, hip, fresh couple in the city. It didn't seem like that at all.
They started having problems November, December of that year.
We would kind of FaceTime together, and Raheel was never there. He was always studying, and Sonia was always bored and lonely.
Several things were unraveling. Sonia was massively independent and was beautiful at hitting her stride and marching to the beat of her own drum. She was still wanting to wear what she wanted to wear, to go out and have her successful business. And for somebody like him, that'd be a very frustrating thing. On top of the fact that he's failing at his life goal of becoming this upstanding doctor, it all came to a head when he hit a mental break and attempted suicide.
None of this is real. None of this is real. This is real. None of this.
Raheel tried to jump out the window, and he tried to either take Sonia with him or push her out.
Like, if he's that crazy, you need to leave now. Don't wait. Get out of there. July 2022, things between Sonia Khan and her estranged husband Raheel Ahmed are coming to a head.
Sonia is planning to move out of her apartment in Chicago and make the drive back home to Chattanooga with her friend.
Raheel Ahmed visits his mother in Alpharetta, Georgia.
His sister thinks that Raheel seems a little depressed this day, but he's been on his medication, so she doesn't worry about it too much. This is the point when Raheel lies to his family. He says he's headed east to Virginia for a hiking trip with friends.
He does not go east. Instead, he travels north towards Chicago.
From social media, Raheel knew that this was Sonia's last night in Chicago. That meant that this was the last night that he could get to Sonia alone before she moved back to Chattanooga in the safety net of her family and friends.
Raheel's sister realized at noon on the 18th that he had stopped sharing his location through the Find My Friends app. That Raheel is now in Indianapolis. And Indianapolis is 7 to 8 hours north of Georgia and 3 hours south of Chicago.
There's a lot of time to think about it, to pull over, to turn around, to call somebody.
He had her wedding dress with him, and he had that gun in his backpack. based on my prosecutorial background, and there was no doubt in my mind that when he made that long trip from Georgia to Chicago, he had one intention in mind, and that was to kill Sonia.
Raheel was in the psych ward after his suicide attempt. Sonia was still trying to make sense of what just happened. She was still in Chicago by herself in the apartment.
I was very seriously just begging her to, you've got to get out of there. You need to leave. You need to just come home.
This was a traumatic, stressful thing, but she also had a strong desire to be a wife. And part of that wife role is to be there to support your husband.
And I think she thought that she was the only woman who could help save Raheel.
She did go and have a visit with him.
He confessed to Sonia that he had been cheating on her, even before they were engaged.
When she told me that, I was like, what? Like, he cheated on you before the wedding? When he acted like he loved you so much?
He had also lied about his age.
Initially, when matching on Tinder, it displays your age, and his age that was displayed was similar to her age. But it turned out that he was lying about his age from the beginning. He made a fake profile of her, a lesbian profile, using her images, posing as her, trying to pursue women as Sonia.
It was just really big moment for her.
She was absolutely considering divorce at that point. How could you not?
Sonia had actually seen me going through a divorce, so she knew that in our culture, how the divorce is perceived. I've seen the backlash from community. She was double-minded, you know? She didn't know what to do. But then she did make a decision that she's not going to be living with him.
Sonia realized you can actually be very vulnerable and open about your own personal life on TikTok. She started talking about her marriage, her separation, her divorce.
People were connecting with her message in a way that doesn't usually happen, not at least in the South Asian community.
I just remember the first one that blew up, and she was just like, dude, people are looking at this. That's crazy. Like, I made this.
She told me, Jess, you know, I was going to make photography content, but this is what the people want. So I'm going to start making divorce content too.
People were saying, what is she doing? I mean, why is she so open about her divorce? Why is she talking about it so much?
She became almost like a motivational inspiration, a rock star, just superwoman. At one point, Sonia's messaging about her decision to leave her abusive relationship was getting to about 1 million people. Her reach was incredible, and she's a trailblazer in this area. Not only is she getting supporters for her work, she's also drawing a lot of criticism from the community at this time. She created a backup page, like a secret page, where she could be comfortable that her family wouldn't find, and she could be free to say and do what she wanted on that page. But somewhere down the line, her family found the page, and they were disgusted with her, to say the least.
When she was posting on TikTok, She was wearing clothes that I don't approve of, you know.
She always liked to get dressed up, and she wouldn't dress incredibly scandalously, but she would dress in a way that showcased her assets.
You see women from all walks of life, South Asian women from around the globe, starting to leave messages for Sania, thanking her for the work that she's doing, thanking her for being brutally raw and brutally honest.
After things had been finally decided that she was moving on, she made the decision to move back to Chattanooga.
When first she told me that she's coming to Chattanooga, I did not like the idea. And I told her that it would kill me if she had gone through the same thing that I had gone through. I would be in so much pain.
Raheel came back to visit Sania to maintain closure of the relationship.
He did some sinister activity around the house, taking the keys, taking her wedding ring. So Sania no longer felt safe in her surrounding.
It upset her, for sure. 2 months after the attack, on February 8th, she officially filed for divorce.
The moment that a woman decides to leave a relationship is the most dangerous time for her. As a lawyer working with abused women, I can tell you Sania was doing everything that she's supposed to do. She got a restraining order, she changed the locks, and she got his name taken off the lease.
But I really wanted her to leave. She visited me in April. We loved playing really loud music and dancing and singing together all the time, and we just had a blast. We're gonna be traveling together. We're gonna go to California together. We have so many photos from that whole week. It was probably the best week of our lives. The divorce has been filed for. Part of that graduation to her new life was getting her tattoo.
She got it on her 29th birthday, Roman numerals for 28, to represent what she said was the hardest year of her life, her 28th year, and also that she lived on the 28th floor in her Chicago apartment building.
And meanwhile, Raheel Ahmad is back home in Alpharetta, Georgia. To Raheel, Sania's TikTok has been intensely provocative.
It's naive to think that he would not see those.
You're a direct and public humiliation of him. He's already given Sania a warning with the attempted murder-suicide. He's shown that he is capable of being an extremely dangerous man.
Sania Khan was found dead in her Chicago apartment, shot to death by her ex-husband.
There's closed caption video that captures Raheel Ahmad walking through the apartment complex front doors at approximately 9:30 a.m.
I told her, don't be alone in that apartment, because that's where he used to live. Like, he knows your location.
As he enters the building, he meets a rental agent who's there to show him different properties. They enter the elevator. Raheel's carrying two suspicious items. One is the backpack, which we know carries the handgun. The second is a hang bag, which has Sania's wedding dress. He gets off the 27th floor. He's told the real estate agents, and he was going to stay in the apartment complex to see friends. And what I noticed as a prosecutor is that when he got off the 27th floor elevator, his backpack was behind him. But then when he got back on the elevator, the backpack was now in front of him. And criminals try and make their crimes as easy as possible. Raheel wanted wanted to put the book bag in front of him and then have the gun easily accessible so that when he got off on the 28th floor, made his way to Sonia's apartment and gained entry, he could draw that weapon quickly and hold her at bay.
In Alpharetta, Georgia, Rahil's sister receives an email from Rahil. In it, Rahil says that he's going to reimburse their mom back for the money she spent on his tuition. Immediately, she calls Rahil, but when she can't get through to him, she calls 911. An officer in Alpharetta, Georgia, pings Rahil's location on his cell phone.
The cell phone ping itself has limited accuracy, but Rahil is within 200 feet of Sonia's address of the apartment. That single gunshot was Rahil shooting himself in the head. As they gained entry, you can see Sonia's lifeless body on the floor with a pool of blood near her. Rahil is seated up with a single gunshot wound to his head and a gun in his hand. Medical personnel responded, but he was transported ultimately to the hospital where he was pronounced dead.
I'm sitting on the train into the city to see her. We're going to move her home. And a few of her friends, they call me via Instagram. One of them sounds very, very scared. She received a message on Instagram from what we believe is one of Sonia's neighbors, saying how sorry she is about our friend. And at this point, we're all freaking out. All of us.
We start Googling stuff because we want answers. And we see that a news report has come up on her block, but not at her apartment, reporting a shooting.
Sonia's father calls me. He says, I think something in the deep part of my soul that I kind of already knew at this point. He tells me that there's been an accident and that Sonia has been shot in her apartment. I'm just counting the seconds till I can get off of this bus and just lose my mind and break down. I get off the bus and I just collapse to the pavement with my suitcase and everything, and I'm crying. And not a normal cry, just it was so, I am so messed up that cars are stopping and asking me if I'm okay. And I'm not.
See how managing finances and customers powers your business growth. All on the Intuit QuickBooks platform.
I get the call from my mom. She screams, Sonia's dead. While crying.
I felt that my soul left my body, believe me. I felt that something left me, It came from here and then it left from my body. And all of a sudden I felt so weak. I've never felt ever this before.
And I'm so confused. I didn't know what to do. I was so alone. And I had to go to sleep alone. Knowing that my sister is gone. And I couldn't do anything. It's the worst day of my life.
Fahia left a suicide note. I want to read part of it for you. He stated, I had come to give her the wedding dress and a gun for safety since she was living in Chicago by herself. She and I had a good time together and laughed.
And for dramatic effect, to convince her to get back together, I just put the gun in my head and said, what's the point of living without you?
But she tried to take it away from me, and it went off. I can't live with myself knowing me being here caused this accident.
I'm so sorry. Sounds like bullshit.
There's no justice to be had here because he ended it for himself. Makes me sick to my stomach. It still does. Massive amounts of anger and frustration of how could you? And the fact that he sat in that apartment for a while with her, I can't wrap my head around it.
The question is, why did he have her wedding dress that day? The normal reason would be he was going to use that token of their love and wedding to try and rekindle some type of relationship. But in my experience as prosecutor, murderers often use tokens or clothing in order to mark their territory or have some symbolic gesture in their act. And I thought to myself that there's a possibility that he wanted to dress her in that wedding dress after he had committed this horrible crime of murdering her. But we'll never know.
After her death, I went on her TikTok. Comments were exploding. All of a sudden it became, why weren't we listening to someone who was talking about her struggles and saying that she needed help, who was crying for help, and nobody listened up until the point that she died, and then everyone was saying, why didn't we listen?
Her message is really connecting with women, and South Asian women are flocking to her page to share their experience and to thank her for sharing her story. And these women are from all walks of life and from all across the world.
The whole thing went viral.
So after her death, me and several of her other close friends decided that we wanted to get something that would bind us together and also honor Sonia. So we all got the matching tattoo.
Many of her friends got the same tattoo that she had gotten, which was on her arm.
Everyone got Roman numerals 28, except for me. I got 29 because 29 was supposed to be our year. It was the year we didn't get.
Sonia loved her mom so much. No one knows. She was the best daughter, believe me. She wanted me to be happy. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. She was actually really excited to be coming back to Chattanooga. And she wanted to continue her photography. She wanted to find love again. And me, Iman, we are really proud of you, Sonia. We miss you. Love you so much.
A social media influencer and her mother have gone on trial for murder.
murder case where you've got a mother and daughter in the dock. That's highly unusual.
May was like, I'm definitely not doing it, but I may do it. Exactly.
Saqib Hussain and Hashim Ijazuddin died after their car was rammed off the road following a high-speed chase.
All I see is flames.
And they told us that we can't see them. They've been burnt. Mr. Hussain was killed after threatening to release a sex tape.
This story had everything. Love, cheating, revenge, money, and ultimately murder.
Hello, lovelies.
Without Mahek's involvement in her social media, I believe that Saqib and Hashim would be alive today.
Is closed because police are investigating a major accident.
It happened just north of Leicester in the early hours of Friday morning.
A silver Skoda Fabia left the carriageway, hit a tree, and then burst into flames.
My name is Mark Parrish, and I was in charge of leading the investigation as a senior investigating officer. We first became aware of the crash from the 909 call. It wasn't just a normal call, something serious had happened.
My name is Gemma Ashmore. I'm a detective constable with Leicestershire Police, and I was the officer in the case for this investigation. The 909 call made to the police kick-started the whole investigation. From that call, we could tell that other vehicles and other people were involved, and that this wasn't just a single vehicle collision.
The first officers that arrived at the scene of the crash could not see the car. It was justifiable. It's a devastating scene.
It was absolutely horrendous. The sound of the fire and the heat coming from it.
My name is Tracy Candola. I'm a journalist and reported for The Sun and Mail on this case. The images of the aftermath of the crash were particularly harrowing.
When the officers first were able to approach, they could see the catastrophic crash and they could see the two deceased bodies inside the car.
Our first line is to preserve life, but unfortunately we couldn't do that on this occasion. So then we're looking at victims' identification.
They had to be identified, sadly, from dental records.
In the early hours of Friday morning, 2 men were pronounced dead at the scene. 2 men who died were named today as Saqib Hussain and Hashim Ijazuddin.
Saqib Hussain and Hashim Ijazuddin were both 21 and from Banbury.
One can only imagine the terrifying moments those 2 young men faced.
The fear that they must have felt must have been overwhelming.
When we had identified that it was Saqib and Hashim, we deployed officers down to Banbury to speak to their parents and inform them of the situation.
When the police officers told me that it was Saqib, and seeing everyone crying, screaming, falling to the floor, it was just an absolute shock and horror, really. Having to listen to the fact that your son is no longer alive. I said, I want to go there, I want to see, I don't care, I want to go, and I want to go now. But she was like, no, you can't. Why not? Because of a fire. The fact that they'd been burnt. I don't know. The hardest part I've ever had to do was try and explain that to the rest of the family. Not that the fact that he's just dead, the fact that they won't be able to ever see him, touch him, kiss him, nothing.
I was deployed to Hashim's family along with a colleague.
The police came and she goes, well, I've got some bad news. The way she looked at me, that was it. I knew straight away that something's happened. She said that your son's been involved in a car accident and it's no longer. At that time, my world collapsed. Everything collapsed.
Delivering that sort of information to anybody, especially a father, is horrendous, and it is the worst part of any police officer's job.
They told me if they report his murder because your son's phoned for the police, and it was just really difficult to digest as to why this would happen. Who are these people and why have they done this?
We had 2 people killed and we had to identify those responsible. When the officers were talking to the family, they were mentioning Saqib got a girlfriend.
We didn't know that much more about his girlfriend at the time, but the girlfriend was linked to Mehek Bakari.
Hello, lovelies. It's been so freaking long.
Mehek Bakari built her life as a social media influencer.
My name is Rajiv Popat. I'm a reporter with ITV News. Mehek Bakari was at university, but she dropped out because she was doing so well posting videos on the social media platform TikTok.
It's like he doesn't even know that I'm TikTok famous now.
She was getting more than 100,000 TikTok followers, millions of likes. She became a TikTok sensation.
Mehek was known as May, or maybe vlogs online on her social media. But to me and closer people, it was always May. We just clicked instantly. She was like family to me.
I'm just gonna give you what you guys want. Certain things.
When we first met, me and May, I joined one of her live streams. She had a lot of followers and I didn't know I would be able to talk to her. I'm quite cheeky, so I used to just flirt with her. She seemed genuine to me. At that time, she seemed nice to me.
Heart mom check. She would often get her mother to appear with her, talking about fashion, shopping.
The people were so sweet. Weren't they, Mom? I know, it's very sweet. The country is so beautiful. The food is amazing. I love the food.
I think it appealed to more people because it was mum and daughter who normally have, in any families, a very close relationship.
When May used to post TikToks with her mum, there were dancing ones.
We were at Manchester the other day, chilling, loving life. Like I said, one of my best friends. I'm always with her. Always with her.
She'd take her home to shisha lounges, take her to clubs that they would get promoted for, paid for.
May was like, I'm definitely not doing it, but I made her do it. Exactly.
They were living the high life. They were literally clubbing 24/7, going everywhere together.
I just never quite grasped why her mum would go clubbing, especially going out with people May's age.
It's not the sort of thing that you see a lot of Asian families posting. Here we had Andreen, who was in her 40s, Mehek, who was in her early 20s.
She's trying to act like her daughter. It was really unusual.
The social media platform was important, but the priorities were at that point.
Freaking long.
Mehek Bakari built her life as a social media influencer.
My name is Rajiv Popat. I'm a reporter with ITV News. Mahek Bukhari was at university, but she dropped out because she was doing so well posting videos on the social media platform TikTok.
It's like he doesn't even know that I'm TikTok famous now.
She was getting more than 100,000 TikTok followers, millions of likes. She became a TikTok sensation.
Mahek was known as May, or maybe vlogs online on her social media. But to me and closer people, it was always May. We just clicked instantly. She was like family to me.
It's gonna give you what you guys want. Certain things.
When we first met, me and May, I joined one of her live streams. She had a lot of followers and I didn't know I would be able to talk to her. I'm quite cheeky, so I used to just flirt with her. She seemed genuine to me. At that time, she seemed nice to me.
Heart mom check. She would often get her mother to appear with her, talking about fashion, shopping.
The people were so sweet. Weren't they, Mum?
I know, it's very
The country
sweet.
is so beautiful. The food is amazing.
I love the food.
I think it appealed to more people because it was mum and daughter who normally have, in any families, a very close relationship.
When May used to post TikToks with her mum, there were dancing ones.
We were at Manchester the other day, chilling, loving life. Like I said, one of my best friends. I was always with her. Always with her.
She'd take her mom to shisha lounges, take her to clubs that they would get promoted for, paid for.
May was like, I'm definitely not doing it. But I made her do it.
We just clicked instantly. She was like family to me.
It's gonna give you what you guys want. Certain things.
When we first met, me and May, I joined one of her live streams. She had a lot of followers and I didn't know I would be able to talk to her. I'm quite cheeky, so I used to just flirt with her. She seemed genuine to me. At that time, she seemed nice to me.
Heart mom check. She would often get her mother to appear with her, talking about fashion, shopping.
The people were so sweet. Weren't they, Mum?
I know, it's
The
very
country
sweet.
is so beautiful. The food is amazing.
I love the food.
I think it appealed to more people because it was mum and daughter who normally have, in any families, a very close relationship.
When May used to post TikToks with her mum, there were dancing ones.
We were at Manchester the other day, chilling, loving life. Like I said, one of my best friends. I was always with her. Always with her.
She'd take her mom to shisha lounges, take her to clubs that they would get promoted for, paid for.
May was like, I'm definitely not doing it. But I made her do it. Exactly.
They were living the high life. They were literally clubbing 24/7, going everywhere together.
I just never quite grasped why her mum would go clubbing, especially going out with people May's age.
It's not the sort of thing that you see a lot of Asian families posting. Here we had Andreen, who was in her 40s, Mahek, who was in her early 20s.
She's trying to act like her daughter. It was really unusual.
The social media platform was important, but the priorities right at that point in the investigation is to identify the vehicles involved and the people within those vehicles. They become our prime suspects.
The 909 call references a number of key locations on the route.
Nobody actually saw the collision itself, and there was no CCTV that actually covered that section of the road. So it was then piecing together CCTV from the peripheral surrounding roads.
We have 50, 60 officers gathering CCTV footage.
On the CCTV, we can clearly see the Skoda Fabia in convoy with a Audi TT, in front of which is a Seat Leon in blue. From an automatic number plate recognition camera on the route, we could clearly see the registration number of the Audi TT. That was traced back to be a courtesy car allocated to Mahek Bukhari.
police are appealing for dash cam footage after 2 people were killed after a crash on the A46.
A car chase led to the deaths of the 2 men.
2 other cars were travelling in the area at the time of the collision. A blue Seat Leon and a grey Audi TT.
The Audi TT was traced back to Mehek Bakari.
When the officers were talking to Mehek, her first response was to say that she was in the car and that she had been to Nottingham with her mum.
Where were you? Where was that?
We stayed here and then we went straight to Nottingham.
Right. Okay. In the Audi.
Yes, Audi.
That was a complete and utter lie.
Andrew didn't say anything at all to the officers, but we were beginning to get a feel that there was a connection between the 2 parties.
When the officers were speaking to Mehek and Ansreen, they took their details and phone numbers. Calls show contact between Saqib and numbers linked to Mehek Bakari and Ansreen Bakari. From those details and from the accounts of Mehek in relation to driving the Audi TT in the early hours, they were subsequently arrested.
The mother and daughter have been arrested by police on suspicion of murder.
It's been all over the news. Some of you may know Mehek as Maybe Vlogs, so this is obviously a massive shock.
As of right now, no one really knows what happened, or if these 2 were truly behind it.
To have a mother and daughter in custody is quite incredible, really. I've never covered a story where that's been the case.
The investigation was extremely fast moving.
From an automatic number plate recognition camera on the route, details of the estate alarm were circulated to police forces and the vehicle was subsequently stopped in Birmingham by West Midlands officers. The driver at the time that the vehicle was stopped was a Natasha Akhtar. She was arrested. Her vehicle had been linked to the collision site. So at that point in time, we now had 3 females in custody.
TikTok influencer used her celebrity status to help create a false story in police interviews.
Police have released footage of 24-year-old Mehek giving a false version of events after the killing.
I'm Detective Constable James Simpson of the East Midlands Major Crime Team. I was informed by the Senior Investigating Officer that I would be interviewing Mehek Bakari. I didn't know anything about her.
I don't know if I should mention this now, but I'm out there on social media. I'm a social media influencer.
Mehek was more than happy to tell us about her TikTok and Instagram lifestyles. We didn't have to ask her those questions.
Just for me and my mum, we've gone straight. Our intentions were Nottingham.
Mehek said that she was travelling to go to an event in Nottingham.
There was loads of diversion, completely. At night time notice, as I do travel a lot, there's always diversions on the motorways at night time.
She said she ends up getting lost. Whilst on the A46, there's 2 cars coming up behind her.
I don't know who they are. I didn't even see the silver car as well. What is going on? What is wrong with? Are they? I don't know if they're drunk. What are they trying to do to this blue car?
She continued to say that this silver car was driving dangerously and the blue car wasn't doing anything wrong.
The blue Leon's in front and I'm at the back. This silver car's come and cut into the middle. I braked and I said to my mum, what is this car trying to do?
She noticed a instant and the silver car was no longer there.
The silver car's hit the back of the blue car. All I've seen is they've hit and all I see is right, like a swerve. The silver car swerved to not my side, to the other side of the dual carriageway where the metal bits are basically. I looked at my mum and I said, Mum, what? I was just in shock.
She said they came back down the A46.
All I see is flames. I've gone past this and I've seen flames on the other side. The reason why I haven't reported it and I didn't see or anything is only because there was ambulances straight away already there.
This was a lie. Mehek driven past before the emergency services arrived and had seen the car on fire.
At no point did anybody in the two cars actually stop and call the emergency services.
Are you responsible for the death of Saqib Hussain and Mohammed? Mahek was interviewed over a period of 2 days. She denied knowledge of the movements of Saqib and Hashim, trying convincingly to tell me that she wasn't involved.
Ansreen didn't make any comment in the interview. She remained silent. She didn't give us anything to work on.
Natasha Akhtar also gave a no-comment interview.
Saqib was a very caring, passionate sort of guy. We did notice a change in his behaviour. He was more quieter. He's not his normal bubbly self. The night of the incident, well, I remember my wife saying he doesn't look himself. He's not eating properly. So we asked him what's wrong. He was just said, I'm okay. And to see him upset or quiet and reserved was quite distressing, really, because we really wanted to know what was happening.
We had a special digital team as part of the intelligence unit looking at the call data of the victims' handsets. We were able to obtain data from Saqib's cloud.
21-year-old Saqib Hussain had been having an affair with Ansreen Bukhari.
They arrived at this point due to a 3-year relationship between 46-year-old Ansreen Bukhari and 21-year-old Saqib Hussain.
From the phone call data, there was a significant number of phone calls being made between both parties. We also had records of hotel meetings.
He showered her with gifts. She looked very attractive, and this young man became obsessed with her.
When I first heard about the affair with May's mother and Saqib, not one bit I was shocked. I was thinking, oh, she's done it again. Before the Saqib situation, I know that she had one more affair. There was another guy.
From a personal perspective, she had quite a lot to lose from both her family and the community, that she was in an affair with a young man.
Whilst they were at home, everything felt normal to me, like a normal family.
Mahek lives with her younger brother, her father, and her mother in a detached house in Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire.
My dad was probably the nicest guy ever. As Muslims, we don't club, we don't drink, we don't smoke, we don't do stuff like that.
It's very much, you stay married, you don't have any affairs, so I can understand why Ansreen Bukhari didn't want anyone to know about it.
In my opinion, the affair was the motive.
2 women charged with murder after 2 people died in a car crash in Leicestershire.
Mahek Bukhari, the TikTok influencer, is said to have recruited others to try and intercept Saqib Hussain.
As part of the intelligence unit, we had additional specialists who were looking into the social media accounts of Mahek Bukhari, looking to gather information about other people who may be of interest to the investigation.
Police have discovered that there are other people in Mahek's silver Audi TT and Natasha Akhtar's blue Seat Leon.
From Mahek's accounts, we were able to establish that she has links to and is followed by A. Race Jamal. He is friends with Natasha Akhtar. We were able to identify another of her followers, Rekhan Karwan. He was also linked via phones to Mahek Bukhari.
We were able to identify Rish Jamal and Rekhan Karwan as being present in the area at the time of the offence, and they were arrested.
These 2 suspects lead us to 3 more males that we believe to be involved.
The 3 other men are Race Jamal's cousin, Amir Jamal, son of Ghulam Mustafa, and an 8th suspect.
about 5 weeks, 8 persons have been charged with the murders of Saqib and Hashim.
It seemed that when police were piecing together who else was involved, all connections led back to Mahek.
Was Mahek the architect of the plan? Was she the one who was really behind it?
Bukhari, her mother Ansreen, and 6 others also deny murder.
All 8 deny murder and 2 counts of manslaughter.
Personally, I think social media made it a lot easier for Mahek to meet her fellow co-accused. I don't believe she would have met them under any other circumstances.
She was pivotal in this investigation. She was the person that brought people together.
Run your shit, bitch!
Mahek Bukhari, a fashion influencer, wanted to silence her mother's lover, Saqib Hussain.
Mr. Hussain had threatened to expose an affair with Ansreen Bukhari.
It's claimed that Mr. Hussain was killed after threatening to release a sex tape.
Saqib and Ansreen had been having a relationship for about 3 years. In January 2022, she decided to end that relationship, and he found that very difficult.
He couldn't accept that the relationship was over. He was like a love-sick puppy, and all he wanted was the woman who was his life to be back in it.
What he tried to do was speak to Ansreen. She wasn't playing ball, she wasn't prepared to speak to him.
And by way of trying to keep her, tried to blackmail her. The blackmail plot involved a sum of £3,000 that young Saqib had spent on his secret lover. He wanted that money back.
When we were able to examine Saqib's phone data, we found a number of images of Ansreen in sexually provocative nature. She was sharing those images with Saqib willingly.
He threatened to send explicit images that he had of Ansreen to her husband and her son.
Ansreen feared that if this affair was to become public, they would be ostracised from their strict Muslim community, and worse still, her husband would find out about the affair. I don't think he ever intended to expose these photos of her. He thought that by threatening to do so, she would come back to him.
The TikTok influencer accused of murdering her mother's young lover has admitted she lied to police about her knowledge of the affair.
That I'm trying to gamble, you know.
Her
But
mother's
I already drawn out the
threats
thingy
started
already,
coming in.
the £50.
Ansreen confided in her daughter.
Messages between Mahek and Ansreen revealed that Mahek was making attempts to get involved to stop the images being released by Saqib. Ansreen said that she would sort it herself, but Mahek was insistent.
These are messages from Mahek to Ansreen. They are really important for us because they show her intention, her motive. She can see the impact on her and her family, but more importantly, her social media status. Mahek had a plan to get Saqib jumped in some way.
Mahek was prepared to do whatever she could to silence Saqib. In fact, one of her popular social media posts turned out to be strangely prophetic.
One could easily kill a man with the right motivation.
Social media influencer Mahek Bukhari and her 45-year-old mum, Ansreen Bukhari, have been charged with the murder of 2 21-year-old men.
This case had every single ingredient in it: love, obsession, blackmail, and ultimately murder. 2 young men lost their lives in the most horrific way.
started receiving messages between himself and Mahek. Saqib is wanting the money that he believes is owed to him.
Saqib believes that he is going to meet Anzreen and Mahek at 1 o'clock in the morning in a Tesco's car park in the city.
He then looked for somebody who could drive him up to Leicester. It was Hashim that finally volunteered to drive him.
We've got CCTV in the house, and I could see Saqib walking out, and I could see him getting into Hashim's car, and they're both going off together.
Hashim was a totally innocent party in all this. He decided to drive his friend Saqib to the meet in Leicester, not imagining there was going to be this horrific confrontation. He did it as a mate.
Hashim, mashallah, he was a beautiful boy, and by chance, by luck, by fortune, I happened to be his father, his dad. He was the apple of my eyes. Cheeky, naughty as well, but nice. And wherever he went, he lit up the room.
So Hashim United is the local football club in Banbury. I created this with my mates for Hashim. We created this when he was alive. That's how much we loved him.
Do you love me? I love you the most.
Everyone loved him.
Travelling from Banbury with Hashim, Saqib believes that he is going to meet Anzreen and Mahek. Unbeknownst to Saqib, Mahek had other ideas. She had recruited the 6 other people to meet, go to Tesco's car park and ultimately ambush Saqib.
That, of course, was a planned ambush. That night, Mahek, Anzreen, Rakan, Karwan, and the 8 suspects were in Mahek's Audi TT. Rage Jamal was in the Seat Leon with Natasha Akhtar, his cousin Amir Jamal, and Sanaf Gula Mustafa.
The purpose of the ambush was so that Mahek and Anzreen could retrieve the phone that Saqib Hussain had, which contained explicit images of Anzreen. Mahek and Anzreen travelled to Leicester, stopped off for fuel and also at a fast food restaurant, and then continued to make their way to Leicester.
It's clear that Saqib was trying to speak to Anzreen, but Mahek was a conduit for that conversation.
One of my roles before I was able to interview Mahek was to go and obtain CCTV footage from Tesco's.
Audi is parked in remote part of the car park, and the Seat Leon is parked in the centre of the car park. What you see is Saqib and Hashim arriving. They drive past the cars, but they do not remain in that location very long.
At this point, the police investigation thinks that Saqib and Hashim have seen 2 people, 2 men wearing balaclavas, and that's what scares them off.
They knew at that point all was not right.
The 8th suspect was interviewed by the police, and his evidence was crucial. He tells us he was a rear seat passenger in the Audi TT, that all of the males were wearing balaclavas, and that he was given a weapon.
There was a wheel brace in one of the cars. There was a screwdriver-like tool in the other car.
You don't go with weapons and balaclavas to meet somebody just to ask them politely to recover a phone. They show that they intended to cause some serious harm.
The initial parts of the CCTV were put to Mahek.
My followers know my moves, because I post it, I vlog it all the time.
Mahek explained to me that Saqib Hussain was one of her social media followers.
I post it at the time when I'm there, I'm the messed up.
She said she arranged for her and Saqib to meet.
I waited for Saqib Hussain to come in a specific car that you've told me on the phone call.
And she said Saqib never turned up.
I know it was an empty car park. I know my heart's pure, I'll be straight with you. My heart is pure, and my account, what I've said now, is completely true.
She was giving us a story in the hopes that we hadn't got any evidence, but the CCTV that we gathered was significant.
I want you to focus your attention, please, on there.
Okay.
Have you seen these two cars before?
I never did see the silver car or the blue car.
Silver Skoda is being driven off the road, causing the death of two people. You are with Silver Skoda 10 minutes before this incident unfolds. How do you account for that?
Yeah, clients is indicating for a break.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely. She came back, the interview continued, and Mahek continued to provide the same account, that she did not know what happened. She had no involvement with this incident.
Three cars leave the car park. We know it's Mahek's Audi, but we then know from the CCTV that Rekan Karwan has taken the driver's seat of that car and then driving the car from that point on. Ansrin is sitting in the front passenger seat and Mahek is in the rear of the vehicle.
That's up these cars and you're now
Well,
trapped.
that's not correct. That's not correct.
Oh,
I understand that footage, but then again, anyone can take the same route. Anyone can go wherever I want.
We were able to gather a lot of CCTV of the vehicles moving. We know that Saqib and Hashim go round the roundabout to see whether they're being followed. Saqib thinks something is going to happen. CCTV footage of the vehicles being boxed in was obtained from a car dealership.
Could be said that you and the blue car are working in tandem to slow that car down. No?
I have no relation to that blue car. That's all right.
They are trying to stop Saqib and Hashim. The brake lights of the car come on to slow them down.
As they move on to the A46, there is no CCTV footage. We are relying on tracking data of the Audi, along with the 999 call where Saqib is describing what is happening. From tracker data from Mahek's car, the cars reach speeds of up to 100 miles an hour.
They only had one thing in mind, and that was to stop Saqib and Hashim at all costs.
Saki message, answer, where are you? That's when he was calling, I've answered, and I've said hello.
We know that Mahek is on a call to Saqib.
One of the passengers in the car overheard a threatening conversation with Mahek telling Saqib, "What would I do to you?"
That line is very significant to what she intends to do to him.
After that point, the situation escalates.
Just after the call is terminated, that Saqib phones the police on the 999 call, and I think it's that conversation that forces him to do that because he knows what danger he's in.
The eighth suspect told us Race is driving the Seat Leon, and there is a conversation between the two drivers. Race says, "I'm going to try and stop this guy. I might have to ram him." To which Rekan says, "Oh, fuck it, ram him."
Despite hearing this conversation, no one in either of the cars opposed it.
The evidence supports that the Race Jamal ran Saqib and Hashim the road.
The 999 call The evidence was crucial. In my opinion, the culmination of the weapons, the balaclavas, the threats made by Mahek to Saqib, the exchange between the drivers, that then makes this a murder.
His 909 phone call, it's his last moments before they passed away. That's my son, and it's so difficult for me to accept that I couldn't do anything for him. Just wish I'd never heard it. I really do.
Heartbreaking, absolutely heart-wrenching. It's like something's been pulled out of your body. You don't ever want to hear something like that.
My Hashim, I can't take this up. I cannot handle it. Nobody can ever really comprehend.
A social media influencer with more than 120,000 followers on TikTok has today gone on trial for murder alongside her mother.
They arrived at this point due to a 3-year relationship between her mother, 46-year-old Ansreen Bukhari, and 21-year-old Saqib Hussain.
I think the whole scenario is just wild.
Both of them were known on TikTok, but their story involves more than just dancing.
Mahek craved the attention. Then when this actually went to trial and it was in the public sphere, she had even more followers.
In my opinion, from day one, it was the Mahek show.
It is fundamental that we have to go to trial. I find it my duty to represent my son in that courtroom. That's the least we can do for Hakan. My son innocently went to give a lift to a friend. Had he known what's going on, I don't think he'd ever go that way.
Sometimes I think to myself, it's a complete nightmare. Nothing seems real.
I'm praying to Allah Almighty, make sure that justice is served.
The fathers of the two victims were at the trial day in, day out.
Having to physically sit there has been very difficult. This sheer arrogance, how they presented themselves in the dock was shocking. It really was. As if they were here on a school trip, little kids just messing around. I think they felt, or they were under the illusion that they would get away with this.
When your behavior doesn't have that remorse, cannot understand how you can still call yourself human after that.
There have been many, many weeks of evidence and 8 defendants. Press and members of public, victims' families, families of the defendants, all packed into the court.
It's my understanding if found guilty, Mahek and Ansreen Bukhari will be the only mother and daughter double murderers in Britain.
The judge said the jury have reached a verdict, bring them in. Just, my heart sank. Just praying, looking down, thinking, gosh, this is it, what's going to happen?
It was very, very tense. The courtroom was packed.
Verdicts were read out.
Some breaking news to bring you from Leicester Crown Court. It comes to us that the TikTok influencer Mahek Bukhari and her mother Ansreen Bukhari have both been found guilty of the murders of Saqib Hussain and Mohammed Hashim.
The moment the verdict was announced, Mahek Bukhari was in tears. She was crying quite a lot. Her mother, Anjreen, on the other hand, there was no emotion. She just stood there and she looked straight ahead at the judge. Mahek and Anjreen are now Britain's first mother and daughter double murderers. When the judge sentenced Mahek Bukhari, he said that she had become utterly self-obsessed with a wholly unjustified sense of entitlement.
The judge told Anjreen Bukhari that she had her head turned by the glamour of social media.
He said that she was the oldest person out of all of the defendants. She was also in the front seat of the car during that high-speed chase, and at no point did she say stop.
Victims' families described her and the other killers as vile humans.
Two more defendants, the drivers of the cars that have been in pursuit, both found guilty of double murders. Three other defendants, another woman and two men, were found guilty of manslaughter, not guilty of murder. The eighth defendant was cleared of both charges, murder and manslaughter, and walked free.
The defendants who have been found guilty today made no attempt to help the victims or to call for help.
Huge sigh of relief. If there was one thing I could say to Saqib is, we miss you. We always will do. And just to say that, finally, give him one last hug and say justice has been served.
It's hard to describe. You can't find the words to describe it. I think the tears are dried up, you know. They just took it. They took him away.
Judge Timothy Spencer said today that TikTok and Instagram lie at the heart of today's case.
Mahek, she is now known as a deadly influencer.
Social media put Mahek Bukhari on a pedestal. It made her believe she was above the law, that she could do whatever she wanted and take actions into her own hands.
Without Mahek's involvement in her social media, I believe that Saqib ibn Hashim would be alive today.
My case is being used to achieve a cheap political point.
Cheap political point?
Yes.
You say the FBI knows that you are innocent?
They know that.
You make it sound like you're the victim here.
Exactly.
Behind every murder, there's a mind that conceived it. Amina later wrote, you intended to sell them to the highest bidder.
Okay.
What do you think about
Very
it?
funny.
Did you kill your daughters to shut them up?
Oh, this is not truth. This is just accusation.
The mind behind the murders of two teenage girls in Texas belongs to Yasser Saeed, their father.
It's called an honor killing.
Honor killing. Honor killings.
Oh my god, I just realized I'm recording.
Nice day.
Saeed is now on the FBI's 10 most wanted list.
We have no indications where he may be or where he has gone to.
Now, after finally being captured and convicted, Yasser Saeed is ready to talk for the first time about the so-called honor-killing murders. Let's talk about the night of the murders. Tell me, Mr. Saeed, in your own words, and in as much detail as you can, what happened that night? It's easy to get lost in Texas. You can disappear among the crisscrossing interstates and the vast empty landscapes. I'm on my way to confront a man who did just that. For years, Yasser Said was one of America's most wanted, a fugitive hiding somewhere between the Texas tumbleweed. But before he vanished, this father of three did something I couldn't fathom.
Meet GoDaddy Aero, our AI-powered experience that will take your business idea online in minutes. Just enter a brief description and GoDaddy Aero will generate a domain name, logo and landing page for your business, all of which you can customize. It'll even create emails and social posts to grow your digital presence. This game changer is in...
The following program is intended for an adult audience. Viewer discretion is advised.
Even now, it is terrifying to imagine what they must have been thinking. It was the last day of June 2009, the end of a long day and a long drive. As the car moved closer to the water, did they know what was about to happen? Did they struggle? Did they scream? Were they even alive? It wasn't until daylight that the bodies of the Shafia women were found. There were 4 of them, 3 sisters and a wife. Women who for months, each in her own way, had been struggling to be free.
This is a good day for Canadian justice. Our democratic society protects the rights of all.
The conviction when it came 2.5 years later was a relief. A father, a mother, a brother are now in prison for what they did, sentenced to a life term. But there are still so many questions. How, in a country where women are supposed to be free, did they become targets? Why were their calls for help answered with silence? Tonight on the Fifth Estate, we'll take you inside the lives of Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona. You'll hear from people who knew of their struggle.
She was afraid that he would kill her.
From relatives who tried to intervene.
If the truth be told, they lived like prisoners in that house.
And in exclusive interviews from young men who fell in love with the girls.
On New Year's Day 2008, 18-year-old Amina Saeed and 17-year-old Sarah Saeed were discovered shot dead in their father's abandoned taxi in Irving, Texas. The crime made national news.
According to police, their father, Yasser Saeed, a cab driver who'd emigrated from Egypt, was adamantly opposed to his daughters dating anyone.
Their murders were dubbed honor killings in the media.
It's called an honor killing.
Honor killing. Honor killings.
Honor killing is murder, condemned by all major religions, but condoned in certain old tribal customs around the world. The victims are often young women resisting the control of the male heads of household. The killers are often their own fathers, who blame the victims for bringing shame onto the family and death onto themselves. Yasser Saeed grew up in Egypt, but his daughters were all American and tough Texans to boot. In intelligent, ambitious, and independent.
Oh my god, I just realized I'm recording. This is my room. Well, mostly mine. It's partly Sarah's. Oh, here's Sarah. She's on her laptop. Let's see. Hey, Sarah.
For the victims, justice would be long delayed by their father's conniving. News outlets across the country covered the missing Saeed.
To this point, we have no indications where he may be or where he has gone to.
Saeed is now on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, but despite thousands of tips and a $100,000 reward, he is still out there.
For 12 years, Saeed evaded capture, and the case languished. Finally, the FBI found him hiding in plain sight, just 30 miles from where the murders took place. He was arrested in 2020 and later convicted of murder. I'm driving east from San Antonio. At the end of this lonely highway is the man responsible for Amina and Sarah's horrific deaths. Yasser Saeed has agreed to be interviewed here for the first time. And after hiding quietly as a fugitive for more than a decade, today he says he's going to talk. And I'm going to get inside the mind of a murderer.
The heinous, horrific nature of some crimes. Those are difficult things for people to understand. Abducting, torturing, and murdering a child. How could someone do that? I spent well over 2,000 hours conducting face-to-face examinations of violent criminal offenders, particularly murderers. It's important for people to understand how these individuals think, how they process information, what their emotional reactions are, or what their lack of emotional reactions are.
Good morning, Mrs. Saeed. You've agreed to sit with me for an hour, right? And truthfully answer my questions?
Okay.
You've agreed to that, right?
If I can, of course, yes.
And so why are you talking to me today?
Today, I want my voice be heard. The FBI knows that. My case is being used to achieve cheap political points.
Cheap political points?
Yes.
You say the FBI knows that you are innocent?
They know that, and I will tell you why.
Let me ask you this. In your letters to the judge, right, you write, in my case, you could smell conspiracy in the atmosphere.
Yes.
So that's what this is about. Conspiracy, conspiracy, conspiracy.
Of course.
After all these years, do you still deny your guilt, sir? I'm going to try and get inside the mind of a man who murdered his own daughters, a crime he still denies. But first, I just need to get him talking. Mr. Saeed, but before we get into the case, we'd like to learn a little bit more about you. You come from Egypt, right?
Yes, yes.
And you married into a rather poor white American Christian family.
Yes. Tessie, they call her Tessie.
You were 30 years old, right?
Almost 29, yeah.
29. And she was a minor, right?
She was 15 or 16. She was 16.
In fact, Tessie, or Patricia Saeed, was only 15, below the legal age of consent in Texas. That is a very big age difference.
Here, yes.
You understand that?
Yeah, yeah.
Right? In your culture, is that quite common?
That's common over there. Yeah.
Not common.
Yeah, yeah.
Shortly after you're married, you have these two beautiful daughters. What do you remember about them?
They like, they are smart, they study. I have a library full of movie about them. kids, how these people, you can tell if you look to the kid's face, you can tell if this kid's happy or he have a problem. You can tell.
Yasser Saeed's home videos ended up in the possession of a documentary filmmaker named Nina Najad, who set out to tell the girl's story while Saeed was still in hiding.
We wanted the nation to know who he was and what he had done. He was obsessed with videotaping, mostly the girls. It was a great insight into not just their lives, but also into Yasser Saeed and just his perversions, his control.
Yes, I will.
It was definitely a treasure trove of information.
What was Amina like growing up?
She's a normal teenager. She's okay. She's smart, and I really they are good kids. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And Sarah, what was she like?
It's the same. She and her sister, they are very close.
I noticed a shift in Saeed's demeanor when I asked him to describe his daughters. His eyes wandered. His voice got quiet. He lost the excitement he'd shown over his home movie collection. These small or micro gestures can be revealing about the mind of a murderer, said Robert Hanlon of Northwestern University Medical School, who reviewed our interview and studied the case.
Father actually is an example for his kids.
Father's an example.
And they never saw me like doing something wrong, going to nightclub or drunk, have habit to drink, or alcoholic or drugs, do drugs. Like they didn't see that. I consider myself example for them.
He's not interested in discussing these types of family issues. He wants to talk about himself. This man is extremely egotistical, self-centered. Some, particularly some psychopaths, narcissistic psychopaths, they want the attention.
Now, your daughters were born and raised in Texas, right? And they were becoming naturally more Americanized, and that was a problem for you, right?
No. We like America. We like the rules in America. We like it.
What about women's and girls' rights?
We like the
freedoms that women and girls have here to choose their own lifestyles.
This is East and this is West. You have to understand, we can work together. We can do beautiful things together. But sometimes when you come to issues like a family, we look different view.
When they entered their later teenage years, they naturally became more interested in boys, right?
This has happened with most of the family here, raising girls in America. Yes, this is fact.
And boyfriends, but for you that was strictly prohibited. Is that fair?
I don't like this, I'm telling you.
So no dating and no sex before marriage?
No dating, no sex, no alcohol.
That was your rule?
No alcohol, no drugs, no party.
But those rules didn't apply to Saeed, according to film director Nina Najad.
Yasser is not a religious person. Yeah, he grew up in a Muslim household, but he felt like he went to mosque every day. He drank, he smoked, which those are all against the Quran. So he's not this pious Muslim man. It is very much about control. It is very much having dominance, being the head of the household. And you know, when you have your daughters who are rebelling, you have to gain that control.
You wanted the girls to be wed in arranged marriages in Egypt, right?
It's arranged marriage now. This is a big story because some people, they don't know what that means. They think we force the girl to marry the man we like, which is wrong.
Amina later wrote about her fears that you intended to, and these are her words, quote, sell them to the highest bidder, to an older man that she did not love, in a land that she said she hated.
Okay.
What do you think about
Very
it?
funny. Very funny, really. I'm laughing. You see me, I laugh. It's very funny.
There's a spontaneous laugh there. He's laughing at her. To me, that's very revealing about about his character. He's a wall of denial. He wants to try to spin this with regard to the deaths of his two daughters.
You were spying on the girls, right? You were following them with your camera when they were at work.
She can see us from inside, right?
Oh.
She smiled to the customer.
Oh, she has to. Part of her job.
She's in trouble. You're talking about our culture. Our culture, in the family, there's this chain of command.
Chain of command?
Yes. I'm direct like my kids. Right. I'm telling them what to do to make sure they didn't harm themselves, they didn't go do suspicious activity. That's my right.
Including sex, right?
No, we don't allow this to happen.
I was working my way into Saeed's psyche and to the crux of the case, his desire to control his daughters and their sexuality. How important was your daughter's virginity to you?
This is a very important issue to anyone in the Middle East.
And I imagine that if they were not virgins, that could compromise or undermine a plan to arrange their marriages, right?
Mostly no one marry a girl, she's not a virgin.
So if they were having
in the Middle East, not here.
If they were having sex, would that have given you a motive to kill them?
No. No? I told you I didn't think the way they think over there in the Middle East.
Let's talk about the night of the murders. Tell me, Mr. Saeed, in your own words, and in as much detail as you can, what happened that night? Yasser Saeed's daughters left a trail of incriminating evidence in the weeks before he killed them on New Year's Day 2008. On December 24th, Amina and Sarah told people, including their mother, that you threatened Amina with a gun, you threatened to kill her. She told the teacher she was going to run away because her father would kill her if he found her, right? They left the home.
No, I didn't do any threats to my family.
Well, then why would they lie about that? Should we not believe their own words?
This was December the 21st of 2007, correct?
That is correct.
It turns out Amina and Sarah had confided in a teacher about their father's violent threats and their plan to escape.
Hey, Miss Hopkins, it's Amina. Sarah and I are talking, and we're having a lot of issues at home. We both decided that you're the only person that we can 100% trust. God, I am so scared right now, it's crazy. My dad began checking phone records, and he took my sister in the room and specifically threatened to, quote, hurt her very badly, close quote, if she didn't tell us what was going on. And in the body of this email were these things that Sarah and Amina had talked to you before.
Yes.
They ran away in fear for their lives of what you would do to them. You don't deny that, right? They did leave the home and run away.
First, this day, it was, to me, normal day. I'm going to work, and suddenly the phone battery is go down. And I decide to go home to fix it. I got spare, and I find my son sitting in the driveway. He said, Tessie, she takes the girls, and I don't know where they go.
They ran away because they were afraid, according to...
That's what I don't know yet. They are running away. I don't know yet, because there is no fighting, no problem, no nothing.
In fact, after years of abuse and recent threats from their father, Amina and Sarah, along with their mother Patricia, secretly fled the Saeed home on Christmas Day 2007, hoping to start a new life.
Sarah was dating a boy named Eddie, and Amina had a friend, Eric. In December, Eddie and Eric decided to help the girls leave. They eventually do get an apartment together, all of them.
But after just 1 week, their mother tricked the girls into returning home to their father.
Patricia wants to go back to put flowers on her mother's grave. Amina ends up going to a friend's house, and Patricia takes Sarah home. That's when Amina finds out that her mom actually lied, that she was never planning on visiting the grandmother's graveside, that they were actually going back to Yasser. And That's when it all happened after that.
On New Year's Day around 7 p.m., Saeed told Amina and Sarah that he wanted to take them out to dinner to talk. He put the girls in his taxi cab and told their mother she wouldn't be joining them.
Tell me, Mr. Saeed, in your own words, and in as much detail as you can, what happened that night?
I was going to talk to them, and their car was following me.
And you became alarmed that you thought you were being followed.
Yes.
Right? And then what happened next?
I stopped in an area where everyone can see us. The Dart bus station. I left.
You left the car?
I left. I was mad, and I left. Just take myself and left.
You were mad or you were afraid?
Boss, and you need to know who follows this car. They said, oh, later on in the court I find out the father of the one of the boyfriend, he was one of this car, because I say two cars, they say one car, but I guess.
Saeed claims it was out of fear of unknown assailants that he abandoned his car and daughters and fled the scene before they were murdered. But none of that adds up.
You had never reported any threats against you. You never called the police or asked for help. Why did you think you were in danger?
They want to get rid of me, not the terrorists.
Who wanted to get rid of you?
The one they follow me.
Who would be following you and trying to get rid of you?
That's what FBI want to know.
That's what the
What
FBI
this car was follow me. This car, these two cars. Why they was follow me and what they see. And where is the man who was follow me? Where he go? This is not important questions. I can smell the conspiracy is very strong.
The smell of conspiracy.
Saeed has offered this explanation before. At his trial, he surprisingly took the stand with the help of a translator and suggested a conspiracy had implicated him in the crime.
It was a secret agenda, and then all the media was steered in a certain direction and fueled against me, that I will not get a fair trial.
Prosecutors say there was no conspiracy against Saeed the night of the murders, only a coincidence that he later seized upon to point the blame elsewhere. Amina's boyfriend testified that he and his father happened to see her in the taxi and briefly followed before driving away without intervening. But Saeed still claims an international conspiracy framed him for the crime.
When I get arrested, they launch this law right away in United Arab Emirates.
You're saying that your case is a conspiracy to change the laws in the Emirates?
Yes.
That's absurd.
Phone records from the night of the shootings leave no doubt about Saeed's bizarre alibi. Saeed answered a call from the girl's mother at exactly 7:29, still with the car and his daughters. He made no mention of any threat or cars following him.
You were in the car at 7:29. You took that phone call.
I guess.
Right. And then 4 minutes later, just 4 minutes later, your brave daughter, Sarah, uses her last breath to call 911. 4 minutes later. So this elaborate conspiracy you talk about would have had to happen between 7:29 and 7:33.
I'm not sure about the time.
You had a gun, a firearm in the car?
No, I was not have the gun in the car. I wish I had it.
But your testimony in court, you acknowledged leaving the gun in the car.
So, what did you do with your gun? Because it's a dangerous area where I'm going to work at night, I would take my gun with me and place it between the seat and the cubby. But not every day.
You left the gun
in the car. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Why would you leave your gun behind?
At this time, you didn't think about guns. You think about to run for your life.
You were running for your life?
Yes.
And you didn't think to keep your gun to protect yourself? There are so many contradictions in your story. That's why I'm asking you. You sensed danger, but you left your girls to face it on their own.
I never thought it would go that far.
You never thought they would go that far?
Shooting, I thought I'm the one they target me, not the girls.
But how would you know? If you didn't know who was after you, didn't know why, you thought there was a threat, but you left your girls to face it themselves? What father would leave his girls behind to face danger on their own?
Well, this was a mistake. I said I'm not supposed to stop to begin with. I said that. But the issue is, where is the camera? Why they don't want to see the camera? The surveillance camera.
You make it sound like you're the victim here. Is that what you
Exactly.
You're the victim?
Yes.
It is not uncommon for individuals convicted of murder to spin the crime as if they were somehow victimized. It's classic antisocial personality. He's going to lie directly to the interviewer. He's going to lie directly to the camera because he believes it's in his self-interest to do so.
In this letter to the judge, Saeed also makes the claim that his case was being used by the U.S. government to pressure the United Arab Emirates to change its laws on sex, alcohol, and honor killings. The case was called the Honor Killing Murders in the media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Why is it?
What do you think about the practice of honor killings? Is that condoned in your culture?
I tell you this. I'm telling you. If you want to know, I'm telling you. Over there, I'm telling you about how they think, how their mind over there. They have closed mind in this issue. But for me, because I live in America more than 4 decades, I think different than these people. But if you want to know, yes, over there, this is an issue.
So honor killing is essentially if you do anything to dishonor the family. So basically anything that brings shame to the family, especially as a woman or as a young girl. In order to restore the honor back to the family, basically have to kill you. It's your life for the honor.
The victims tend to be individuals who are defiant and unwilling to follow the commands of the father figure or the adult male who expects the child to marry someone that has been chosen by the father.
Although sometimes associated with Muslim countries, the practice of honor killing has no basis in religion. It originates in certain tribal cultures around the world.
It's actually nowhere in the Quran in regards to any of those things. I mean, these are culturally based beliefs.
But there was a terrible irony behind the media headlines in Saeed's case. In the years leading up to their murders, it wasn't Amina or Sarah who brought shame to the family. It was Yasser Saeed himself. There's the question of your own sexual assaults against your daughters when they were young children.
Nice name. Take this splinter from this one in the back.
Get away! Get out!
Here's the other one.
Get out!
And then there's the question of your own sexual assaults against your daughters when they were young children.
Did this court say that? This is accusation. Why you bring accusation?
It's not just an accusation. You were investigated for it.
If you have something against me, why you bring
No,
accusation?
because it's part of the record. It's not just an accusation. You were actually investigated and indicted for it.
indicted, I go to
You
jail
were
for it.
indicted for 2 counts for penetration of the vagina and or anus of a child by penis and or finger.
No, this is all fake. This is false.
These are lies?
What you mean? Why I didn't go to jail for it? Well, look at this eyes. I put my eye on you.
I'm gonna get sick now. Okay, turn it off, Dad.
So in 1998, Amina and Sarah had told Trisha's mom that their father was abusing them sexually. And they ended up taking him to the police. They filed a report. Basically that he would go into their rooms and touch them, fondle them. There was supposedly penetration. We know the police did do an investigation and they did indict Yasser Saeed. And then later on they recanted their stories. So I think there was some fear factor used to have the girls recant the story.
Testimony at trial revealed that Saeed threatened to kill his wife if the girls didn't recant. And out of fear, they did. The case was then dismissed. You don't deny that this indictment is part of the record, right?
No, this is false.
False.
This all.
Why would your 8-year-old and 9-year-old daughters tell people that my father put his front part inside my front part?
No, that's.
He was wearing gray shorts and a t-shirt.
No,
Very
that's
detailed
really disgusting.
accusations that were then investigated, and you were in fact indicted.
That's nothing even close to the truth.
I think growing up in the Saeed household must have been very tough, very hard, very emotionally and physically and mentally draining. You have a father that's explosive, that's abusive, who's watching your every move. You probably feel very caged.
It's just as likely that he killed these girls because he had lost control of them and they were going to pursue other sexual interests which he could not tolerate. That to me is very different than the concept of honor killing.
Amina, just weeks before she was murdered, she told the teacher about the tension in the household and that she was terrified of you. She said, "We are running away before the break ends. I know he will search for us until he finds us, and he will, without any drama or doubt, kill us." She's talking about you.
Well, I don't think this is true.
You don't believe that?
No, I didn't believe that.
It's in an email she wrote to a teacher.
I don't know how this email is made, and I don't know if it's real or not.
You think it could be a fake?
I think so.
Really?
I think so, yes.
Would that have given you a motive to kill them? Not because of their disgraceful behavior, but to cover up your own disgraceful behavior. Amina was talking about your sexual abuse of her again. And she told the teacher that when we were younger, he used to do things, and he started hinting at them again. Did you kill your daughters to shut them up from making these accusations?
Well, this is not truth. This is just accusation. Why in a serious case like this?
These are her
why
words,
would
sir.
you bring accusation?
These are Amina's words.
She said.
We're talking about your daughter, Amina.
Huh?
These are her words.
No. I didn't believe this. That's even your word.
You don't believe
I didn't believe it. No, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't believe this paper. I don't know.
You still say this is a political conspiracy. Even with all this evidence, let me ask you this, Mr. Saeed, because your story defies logic and common sense, and frankly, all belief. I'm not even sure you believe it. But your family certainly doesn't seem to believe it. The jury didn't believe it. It's impossible to imagine that these crimes are the result of an elaborate conspiracy when, in fact, your daughters had been threatened, they say, by you, and were found dead in your taxi cab, last seen with you. Does that make sense to you?
Listen, I guess I say everything to you. I answer every questions. I know the FBI didn't do their job. The Irving police, they hide something. The media was not honest in this case, especially in this case, to achieve political point over this. That's all what I can say to you. I'm sorry.
For 12 years, you stayed hidden. Is that the action of an innocent man? You never turned yourself in. How were you able to do that? Immediately after the murders, you disappear for 12 years. You didn't even go to the funerals to mourn them.
Go to the funeral?
Yes.
I was I will not get fertile. That's why.
But you disappeared even before there were media reports.
How you want me to go to the funeral?
What innocent man would not go to mourn their daughters at their funerals?
Most of the people advise me not to go to the funeral.
Who told you not to go to the funeral? Who told you not to go?
Everybody.
Everybody? What do you mean, your family?
No, even the community.
How were you able to stay hidden for so long?
When people around you, when your community know you're not a criminal, you get help from the community.
You mean your family?
No, the community too, by itself.
Oh, no. The Muslim people in your community tell us that you didn't attend mosque. They didn't really know you. You didn't even attend the mosque service for your daughter. So I highly doubt that the mosque helped you. For years, the FBI scanned the globe looking for Saeed. But filmmaker Nina Najad had a hunch. Could Saeed be hiding in plain sight, right there in Texas?
Went to another brother's house, talked to his daughter briefly, gave her my card, told them what we were doing, and we just really wanted to hear their side of the story. And then later on is when we got the death threats.
Yasser Saeed's son Islam had let loose his rage and tipped his hand.
It was scary. It was kind of unexpected. Because for you to go to that extent to try to threaten me shows me that you're scared. And why would you be scared unless you're hiding something or someone? Because they could have just not said anything.
Nina Najad's film, The Price of Honor, was released in 2014 and raised awareness that Saeed was still on the run.
When we premiered it in Dallas, we had security because we knew some of his family members were going to be there. And so we had security. So I know they're aware of the film.
The movie helped put Saeed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. And law enforcement soon got a tip about an inconspicuous house in Justin, Texas. Just 30 miles from where Amina and Sarah were killed. Police watched the house for several days and finally arrested Yasser Saeed 12 years after the murders.
It's remarkable to me that he was able to maintain his freedom and not be detected by law enforcement as long as he did. This is a very smart guy who was able to pull that off.
Saeed's brother Yassin and son Islam orchestrated an elaborate system for supplying the fugitive in his hideout. Both are now serving long sentences in federal prison for aiding and abetting. Mr. Saeed, you seem to be without conscience or remorse, either for the dead or the living whose lives you ruined. Are you not prepared today to take responsibility for any of your crimes?
I didn't do crime. My history, check my history first, because you talk about somebody. I'm the only one here without criminal record, without crime. And you know that because when it's come to politics, it becomes dirty.
Amina herself She knew this was going to happen. She told people this was going to happen. We are running away before the break-in.
I don't know whose
I
people
know
she
that
told.
he
I
will
didn't hear.
search until he finds us,
Now
and he
this
will,
didn't
without
make
any
sense.
drama or doubt, kill us. Those are the words of your own daughter, Amina, about you, just weeks before you murdered them.
I didn't murder nobody. I didn't murder nobody.
Why would she write this?
I don't think even she writes this. I don't know. This is very shocking news for me. I don't know. I used to treat my kids very nice.
Let me read some of her other words to you. God, I am so scared right now. As you know, we are not allowed to date, and my dad is trying to arrange my marriage. We do not want to live by the culture or marry men from over there, especially men we do not know or love. My dad began checking phone records, and he took my sister in the room and specifically threatened to, quote, hurt her very badly if she didn't tell what was going on with the dating. When we were younger, he used to do things, and he started hinting at them again.
That's right.
He has simply made our lives a nightmare. He's one man, not God. Someone should be able to stop him. Those are your daughter's words, sir.
No, I didn't believe this is her word because what I see is different. I always take care of them. I always take them everywhere. See, that didn't make sense.
Why would she say these things?
I don't know. I don't think even she say that.
Are you sure you don't want to take this opportunity to face up to these crimes and take responsibility for your actions?
No, I didn't do any crime. That's check my history to know who's you talking about before. I didn't do any crime. That's all. That's all. What can I do? I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want you to. Okay.
With that, Yasser Saeed had enough. The interview was over. He disappeared once again, just like he had years earlier, but this time into the bowels of a Texas state prison where he will spend the rest of his life.
They wanted to be average teenagers, average American girls. You know, they had dreams, they had hopes, they had, ambitions, and things they wanted to do in life. I think they were just both amazing human beings, very strong, very just loving and caring and nurturing.
Oh my god, I just realized I'm recording. Oh, here's Sarah. She's on the laptop. Let's see. Hey, Sarah.
Had they survived their father's wrath, Amina and Sarah would have been in their early 30s today. I imagine Amina might have realized her dream of becoming a doctor. And maybe they would have had daughters of their own by now, raised in the safety and freedom their mothers fought for to their last breaths.
One of the things with Amina, the last things that she posted was she made this little card with her picture saying, "I don't want to be a memory." And then that was one of the things that we wanted, for her not to just be a memory, for people to know her and her story.
I walked away from Yasser Saeed and his new home with a heavy heart, weighed down by the girl's loss and all his stubborn denials. Murder is the ultimate betrayal of humanity, and this one sears the soul. I'm grateful to walk out the prison gates and leave it behind, at least for now.
Mr. Graff, I can understand your passion, and I don't mind having these conversations with you because, God forbid, if it was...
Beautiful, bold, and sexy.
Hello, everyone.
Social media star Kandil Baloch challenged conventions and shocked a nation.
सोचते उनको सोचने दो मुझे लोगों की परवाह नहीं है.
But in the strict Muslim country of Pakistan, a woman's actions can have fatal consequences.
छोटी छोटी बातों पे मतलब लड़की लड़के से बात कर ले तो लोग कत्ल कर देते हैं.
हर एक माँ के बाद कोई ना कोई भाई बहन को मार देता है.
Over 1,000 women are killed every year for bringing dishonor on their families. This is the story of how one girl's murder shed light on an issue plaguing an entire nation.
Don't lie, but oh, Jigar.
Pakistan is one of the world's leading Muslim nations. It aspires to be a modern democracy, but in many ways it remains a deeply conservative society. When these worlds collide, it's women who pay the price. Strict interpretations of religious rules combine with harsh tribal customs to demand that women know their place. Asma Jahangir is one of the country's top human rights lawyers.
Honor killings have been in this country for a long time. Takes place in all parts of the country. It's not just in remote areas. It started with a feudal background and a feudal mindset.
So-called honor killings, when a woman is believed to bring so much shame and dishonor on her family, she is murdered.
Honor killings do take place all the time, and not only in this country. If you look at Jordan, you look at Egypt, you look at Turkey, in the east of Turkey, this has been prevalent for a long time.
In much of Pakistan, women can be all but invisible. Yet one young woman was determined to stand out.
कुछ ऐसा करूंगी कि लोग परेशान हो जाएंगे.
In 2015, model and singer Kandil Baloch became Pakistan's biggest social media star. Journalist Amber Shamsi remembers when Kandil first burst onto the scene.
This is a video of her singing, and she's wearing a very sort of goddess-like Christian dress, and you can see her legs. She's singing a song of another really popular pop singer. The thing about Kandil was that, she kept you interested. You never got bored.
पाकिस्तान में अगर देखा जाए खवातीन में अगर किसी ने सोशल मीडिया का भरपूर फायदा उठाया है और कौम को पार किया है कandil बलोच.
A performance on Pakistan Idol first threw Kandil into the spotlight.
सिंगिंग का मुझे बहुत शौक है. शौक या बल्कि मुझे पैशन है.
So the Pakistan Idol audition was 2013, and that was also, it went viral as well. And the reason was, she was wearing these clothes, and she had a very big personality. And she didn't take the criticism from one of the judges very well, and she threw a bit of a tantrum, and her voice wasn't very good. And she was incredibly memorable. She had charisma. She had something.
But Kandil didn't dwell on the judge's rejection. She hired an agent, Mag Khan, who guided her on her quest for stardom.
तो वो उसको कहती थी सबसे बड़ी मेरी गलती ये थी कि मैंने ये प्रोग्राम कर लिया और जिसकी वजह से मेरी सिंगिंग कैरियर में एक वो आई.
When she failed to break through on mainstream media, Kandil turned to the internet for self-promotion.
How I'm looking? Tell me how I'm looking.
Marvelous.
Just marvelous.
Extraordinary. इत्फाकन ऐसे कोई बैंक से पैसे नहीं करवा रही थी, कहते चलो अपनी वीडियो बना दें।
Extraordinary.
A throwaway phrase grabbed the country's attention and turned Kandil into an online sensation.
उसको फेसबुक पे डाल दिया, तो बड़ी दुनिया में कॉमन हो गया, उसकी पैरोडीज बन गई, तो वो 4-4.5 लाख उसकी लाइकिंग आ गई।
Beautiful.
In the beginning, it was the absurdity of it. We couldn't see any discernible talent except for the fact that she was good looking and she was okay with being out there and sexy and funny.
बहुत तेज टेम्परेचर हो रहा है मुझे इस टाइम पे।
She did represent this change in Pakistan, and the change is obviously because of smartphones and the internet.
He's an icon, a legend, and now a fighter.
When you go outside of urban areas, you see less women outside public spaces, but they do have their mobile phones, means they are on social media. This is a change that's been happening in Pakistan over the last 3 years, and Kandil kind of represented the good and the bad of it.
But Kandil was also beginning to cross the boundary of what is deemed acceptable behavior for a woman in Pakistan.
अगर इस दफा 18 मार्च को होने वाले मैच में पाकिस्तान अगर इंडिया को हरा देता है तो मैं पूरे मुल्क के लिए स्ट्रीट डांस करूंगी।
इतनी ज्यादा ये कंट्रोवर्शियल आप अपने आप को क्यों बना रही हैं?
I mean, ये कैसे कह सकते हैं कि मैंने अपने आप को कंट्रोवर्शियल बनाया? मुझे तो I swear to God मुझे पता ही नहीं होता कि मैं जो करती हूँ वो तो अपने दिल से करती हूँ, मेरा दिल करता मैं कर देती हूँ। मैं उस चीज को ये सोच समझ के बिल्कुल भी नहीं करती कि वो कंट्रोवर्शियल हो जाए या मैं फेमस हो जाऊँ या इस तरह से हो जाए।
I did have objections to the fact that she used her body. That's not what women should be about. But again, as a feminist, I admired the audacity for her to, she made her choices. She was very clear about them. She wasn't a hypocrite. She certainly was not a hypocrite.
Actually, वो basically तो बहुत अच्छी आर्टिस्ट थी और वो चाहती थी कि मैं अपना जो टैलेंट वो दिखाऊं, लेकिन मीडिया ने उसको नेगेटिव तौर पे इस्तेमाल किया उसको ना, मतलब उसका जो पोटेंशियल था, जो उसमें टैलेंट था, उसको तो प्रॉपरली उन्होंने ना उसको पेश किया और उसको एक एज ए ग्लैमराइज्ड और एक बड़ी बोल्ड किस्म की उसको ना सोसाइटी में पेश किया।
Kandil's behavior infuriates some of Pakistan's religious conservatives, who believe women should always be modest and never show their bodies in such a provocative way. And it had become a topic of debate on a national news channel.
मैं आपको एक बात बतलाना चाहता हूँ कि ये इस्लामी जमहूरिया पाकिस्तान है, यहाँ मुसलमान रहते हैं, यहाँ का कल्चर मगरिब और दूसरी जगह से बड़ा मुख्तलिफ है।
From national TV to Twitter, Kandil also began receiving a torrent of abuse online.
इससे पहले अगर पूरा रिकॉर्ड चेक करें, स्ट्रिप्टीज से पहले, ये ट्रेलर से पहले अगर देखें, मैं कुछ भी नहीं करती थी, सिर्फ फनी वीडियो बनाती थी, सिर्फ लोगों को हंसाने के लिए। उससे पहले भी मुझे इतनी गालियां पड़ती थी कि भाई मैं समझती थी कि मैंने क्या किया है।
The more Kandil defends herself, the more she seems to divide the nation.
वो कौन गालियां दे रहा है?
आवाम, पब्लिक, हेटर्स। बट मुझे परवाह नहीं है, जब इतने ज्यादा हेटर्स हैं तो मुझे चाहने वाले लोग भी बहुत हैं, प्यार करने वाले लोग भी बहुत हैं, प्यार करने वाले लोगों की कमी नहीं है।
As the controversies increase, Kandil is invited onto a talk show with religious cleric Mufti Kavi, who's well known.
पाकिस्तान अगर इंडिया को हरा देता है तो मैं पूरे मुल्क के लिए स्ट्रिप डांस करूंगी।
इतनी ज्यादा ये कंट्रोवर्शियल आप अपने आप को क्यों बना रही हैं?
I mean, ये कैसे कह सकते हैं कि मैंने अपने आप को कंट्रोवर्शियल बनाया? मुझे तो I swear to God मुझे पता ही नहीं होता कि मैं जो करती हूँ वो तो अपने दिल से करती हूँ। मेरा दिल करता मैं कर देती हूँ। मैं उस चीज को ये सोच समझ के बिल्कुल भी नहीं करती कि वो कंट्रोवर्शियल हो जाए या मैं फेमस हो जाऊँ या इस तरह से हो जाए।
I did have objections to the fact that she used her body. That's not what women should be about. But again, as a feminist, I admired the audacity for her to, she made her choices. She was very clear about them. She wasn't a hypocrite. She certainly was not a hypocrite.
Actually, वो basically तो बहुत अच्छी आर्टिस्ट थी और वो चाहती थी कि मैं अपना जो टैलेंट वो दिखाऊं, लेकिन मीडिया ने उसको नेगेटिव तौर पे इस्तेमाल किया उसको। मतलब उसका जो पोटेंशियल था, जो उसमें टैलेंट था, उसको तो प्रॉपरली उन्होंने ना उसको पेश किया और उसको एक एज ए ग्लैमराइज्ड और एक बड़ी बोल्ड किस्म की उसको ना सोसाइटी में पेश किया।
Kandil's behavior infuriates some of Pakistan's religious conservatives, who believe women should always be modest and never show their bodies in such a provocative way. And it had become a topic of debate on a national news channel.
मैं आपको ये बात बतलाना चाहता हूँ कि ये इस्लामी जमहूरियत पाकिस्तान है, यहाँ मुसलमान रहते हैं, यहाँ का कल्चर मगरिब और दूसरी जगह से बड़ा मुख्तलिफ है।
From national TV to Twitter, Kandil also began receiving a torrent of abuse online.
इससे पहले अगर पूरा रिकॉर्ड चेक करें, स्ट्रिपटीज से पहले, ये ट्रेलर से पहले अगर देखें, मैं कुछ भी नहीं करती थी, सिर्फ फनी वीडियो बनाती थी, सिर्फ लोगों को हंसाने के लिए। उससे पहले भी मुझे इतनी गालियां पड़ती थी कि माँ ये समझती थी कि मैंने क्या किया है।
The more Kandil defends herself, the more she seems to divide the nation.
वो कौन गालियां दे रहा है?
आवाम, पब्लिक, हेटर्स। बट मुझे परवाह नहीं है, जब इतने ज्यादा हेटर्स हैं तो मुझे चाहने वाले लोग भी बहुत हैं, प्यार करने वाले लोग भी बहुत हैं, प्यार करने वाले लोगों की कमी नहीं है।
As the controversies increase, Kandil is invited onto a talk show with religious cleric Mufti Kavi, who's well known for his clashes with young modern women.
One of the favorite themes in local media channels to get ratings is the model versus the mullah. And it's been done a lot of times before. So with the striptease, obviously Pakistani media channels now wanted her to confront mullahs, and one of their favorite mullahs to invite was Mufti Kavi.
The network censors Kandil's pictures. They are deemed to be too inappropriate, and the presenter challenges her about them.
आपको कोई शर्मिंदगी है उस पे कि आपने जो काम किया आपको नहीं करना चाहिए था?
मुझे ये बताएं, बिकनी पहनना कोई गुनाह है? बिकनी तो पहनी हुई है, तो नहीं हो ना, मैं तो नहीं हूँ।
यार मोहतरमा तब्दील साहब ये समझती है कि उनकी कोई तस्वीर ऐसी है जो अपने बच्चों के साथ बैठ के या अपने वालिद साहब के साथ बैठ के या अपने भाई के साथ बैठ के।
Despite his disapproval, the mullah seems oddly keen to get to know Kandil better.
आप कराची में होती है?
जी मैं कराची में होती।
तो इंशाल्लाह मुलाकातें होंगी।
जी जरूर।
When Kandil and Kavi met, this is when things, I think personally, that's when things took a darker turn. It wasn't so funny anymore.
This meeting would trigger a chain of events that would end in Kandil's death.
If you're thinking of doing dropshipping or Amazon FBA to earn a bit of a side income, don't. There's no way a newcomer can compete with the veterans that have been at it for decades.
Social media star Kandil Baloch divided a nation. Her videos provoking excitement and animosity in equal measure. And Kandil was all too aware of the expectation traditional Pakistan puts on its women. She grew up in the tiny village of Shah Sadruddin, one of the most conservative and poorest areas in central Pakistan. People here scratch a living from subsistence farming, and Kandil's elderly parents, Anwar Bibi and Azim Khan, are no different.
बचपन में अच्छी थी, पढ़ना को बहुत शौक था। पहले अपनी पढ़ाई का बहुत शौक था, पढ़ाई के लिए ली थी बाबा टीवी देखना। गाने का शौक भी है, कोई शादी माजा में थी बना था बच्ची जब बड़ी बड़ी थी ये जो बच्ची बचपन के लिए शौक था।
सच 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 पर दर्द नहीं तो लगे ना को संगे रंग कर छोड़ वगैरह जो लगे ना संगे अभी में झलक देर करना उल्टीदार जैसे।
At first, Kandil seemed destined for the conventional life of a young girl in rural Pakistan.
असम बलोच है ना मिली इतना ज़्यादा मिले नहीं सर। शादी उन्हीं कर दी थी आज छोटी उम्र है सही हो सकते हैं 14 साल की कुछ ना है उन्हें।
हाँ इन्हें ना आई है ना ये माँ को ना कि मामा को भी ले कर आते हैं। मैं कोई पता लगा इन्हीं पर के लिए माँ को आराम दे ये पीछे जवाब बाप तो भाई।
Such is the importance of family honor that Kandil's mother tried to make a return to her abusive husband.
ना पाबंद रखे ना उनको जो तंग आ गई है साकुल से नहीं मिली है मैंने सख्ती करने साएंगे बेटा तेरा अपना घर तू गुजारा कर असम बलोच है बदनामी है सारी तू गुजारा कर।
Breaking with tradition, Kandil decided to make an escape.
माँ निकला है हम ये बाज रहना नहीं पर माँ अपने मुंह के जैसे के पास कल नहीं ना कोई और कोई ना।
Unwilling to submit to cultural traditions, Kandil's strong personality would shape her future.
मुझे डिफरेंट नज़र आती है कि एक तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा पैशनेट थी अपनी कैरियर के बारे में कि मैं कुछ दिखाना चाहती हूँ करना चाहती हूँ और उसके लिए फिर वो एक डिटरमिन्ड थी कि मैंने ये करना है तो मैंने ये करना है।
Kandil saw social media as a ticket out of poverty and a way to make enough money to support her family.
हमारे मुल्क में तो वैसे भी इतने वो है ही नहीं वेज ही नहीं है यहाँ और जैसी कोई लड़की अपने घर से आती है उसको हम रॉन्ग वे में उसको करते हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा सोसाइटी उसको डिस्करेज भी कर रही होती है एंजॉय भी कर रही होती है डिस्करेज भी कर रही होती है।
So this is material that I got from a friend of hers. So this is PTV. This is a drama she did.
What is this?
Actually did come in a few dramas. She had some modeling gigs, a bit of singing here and there. But I think she wasn't getting the kind of fame she wanted as quickly as she wanted in the way she wanted it to be.
Amber Shamsi was one of the few journalists to interview Kandil before she died. In this interview, Kandil talks about why she turned to social media.
आपको पता है कि शोबिस में किस तरह से लोग होते हैं वो लड़कियों को किस तरह से मिसयूज करते हैं और किस किस तरह की ऑफर्स होती हैं और क्या क्या बोलते हैं कि पार्टीज में आओ ये करो वो करो इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली तो किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है कि मुझे इस तरह की बात करे बट इनडायरेक्टली मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम इस तरह से फेस किए तो वो उन चीज़ों से डिसअपॉइंट हो के तो फिर मैंने सोशल मीडिया का इंतखाब किया।
Kandil also directly addressed the risk she was taking.
बलोचों का इमेज चेंज कर रही हूँ मैं बलोच लोग भी ऐसे हो सकते हैं तो अच्छी बात है बलोच लोग कितने बदनाम है कि गैरत के नाम पे कत्ल करते हैं ये होता है वो होता है और तो वो घर से बाहर नहीं निकलने देते और लिटरली ऐसा होता है हमारी फैमिलीज में।
If Kandil was already receiving negative comments from the Pakistani press, meeting a religious cleric in private would stoke the flames. Soon after their television interview together, Kandil and Mufti Kavi arranged to meet in a hotel room in Karachi.
My name is Latifa Thompson Lowe. I'm 39. I've been with Juniper for 4 months and I have lost 27.5 kilos. The reason I prefer Juniper over.
So guys, आप लोगों को पता है कि मैंने मुफ्ती अब्दुल कवी साहब ने मुझे बहुत बुलाया कि जब चांद देखने के लिए आए थे तो मैंने मुझे
Kandil films herself teasing the Mufti.
He is too good. Oh my god, I can't believe कि ये कितने अच्छे हैं.
मैं इनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि ये मेरे यहाँ तशरीफ लाए.
These images of Kandil and the cleric were soon broadcast on every news channel.
When I saw those images, you know, he's sitting there smiling. I said, well done, Kandil. You know, you've shown his true face.
Kandil then goes on national television to claim that the Mufti had gone further than offering spiritual advice.
ये बिल्कुल ऑफर किए मैंने आपको बोला है he tried a lot and he said कि 15 निकाह किया और 18वां निकाह मैं आपसे करने के लिए तैयार हूँ और उसके बदले में आपको जो कुछ चाहिए होगा मैं आपको दूंगा और वो.
The embarrassed cleric insists he has done nothing wrong.
ना मैंने इनके लिए अपने हवाले से निकाह की बात की है, ना मैंने अपने हवाले से शादी की बात की है. इन्होंने अपने खानदान के हवाले से बताया कि मैं फलां कॉलोनी में रहती हूँ और मेरे वाले साहब की ये कैफियत है. फिर इन्होंने कितने झूठ बोलेंगे मुफ्ती साहब आप बस कर.
Humiliated on national television, Mufti Kavi was then dismissed from a prestigious religious committee.
उसको मतलब बहुत ही लाल कमेटी से निकाल दिया कि मुझे एक तरफ से दुख भी हो रहा है एक तरफ से मुझे मतलब अच्छा भी लग रहा है कि अच्छा होगा उसके साथ.
Following the controversial Kavi incident, the national media published an image of Kandil's passport, revealing her real name, Fawzia Azim. Naming her meant shaming her, making her and her family targets.
Women are progressing in this country. Women have aspirations and women have advanced. They are far more liberal than society wants them to be. And so they are under threat all the time. And it is mostly young men. It's the brothers. Obviously are chastised by their peers that what is your sister doing?
Kandil's younger brother, Wasim, begins to receive insults from the local community about his scandalous sister.
इंटरव्यू था ना रमजान शरीफ में कंदील ते मुफ्ती कवी का वो था मिली ना था आपस में झगड़ा.
Safdar Shah, the parents' lawyer, has learned that Wasim's older brother, Aslam, warned the family that things were getting out of hand.
असलम से कहता रहता था कि मैं अब गुस्से में हूँ, मैं मुझसे मज़ीद बर्दाश्त नहीं होता क्योंकि मैं सियासतदीन में हूँ. यहाँ तो लोगों के ताने मैं सुन रहा हूँ. फिर असलम जो है ना अपने वालिद और वालदा को बताता था, इसने कंदील को भी बता दिया था कि ख्याल करें कि वसीम जो है ना वो गुस्से में है, नुकसान भी कर सकता है वो.
Her brother's shame grows, while the threats of violence against Kandil increase.
I swear, मुझे इतने ज़्यादा threats आ रहे कि मेरी ज़िंदगी से सुकून चला गया है. मुझे मेरी रातों की नींद उड़ गई है. आपको किसने कहा मुफ्ती के कमरे में जाए उसकी हैक कर रहे उनके साथ वीडियो बनाए? वो मुझे जो बेहतर लगा मैंने कर दिया. बट उसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मुझे अब डिफरेंट तरह से थ्रेट्स आ रहे हैं. मुझे कभी अफगानिस्तान से कॉल आ रही है, मुझे कभी मेल्स आ रही है, मुझे व्हाट्सएप कॉल आ रही है. मेरा क्या कसूर है?
In genuine fear for her life, Kandil runs to the one place she thinks she will be safe. Back home to her mother.
परेशान है मेरे कपड़े अपने ये सीधे साधे ना करना पाएंगे. सीधे साधे ये सीधे साधे बलूच के कपड़े पाकने चादर लपेट के मुंह वलेट के आइए जो डाल के खौफ करने आइए.
Commercial conversions is the hottest strategy, and I've been doing this for 30 years now. Created over 300 apartments and 4 million square feet of commercial conversions across 30.
splashed on the front pages of newspapers and forced to defend her behavior on national TV. Kandil Baloch sought the safety and security of her family home. Little did she know, this is where she was at most risk. On the night of the 15th of July 2016, Kandil, Wasim and their parents sit down for an evening meal. Now alone, Wasim pours 4 glasses of milk. For himself, his parents, and Kandil. He then puts a sedative into 3 of the glasses.
फौरन कर लेता था पीछे से अगले जहां तक क्या कोई पता नहीं.
At 11:30 p.m., Wasim enters Kandil's bedroom. And strangles her in her sleep. The next morning, Kandil's mother wakes up feeling groggy.
मेरी माँ ने बार के लिए मेरे जिस्म में साफ कैसे करना अखियों में नीला गले में पानी मुंह धो कर
मैं सोचे जो भी यही था कनीर उठी नाचता ये कुछ तो कनीर ना बंदा नहीं आया ये वही कपड़ा पाटी थी सफाई और पसीने वाला पाटी थी चिट्टा ये कसाबा मुंह तो लाए ये तो जठी पिछड़ हाल
इनको आवाज दी थी गली कंदील का नहीं कंदील खत्म थी ना थी.
Less than 24 hours after Kandil's murder, Wasim is arrested. He readily confesses to killing his sister on live TV.
गला दबा दिया तो गला कोई चीज नशा होती थी हाँ देते टैबलेट देते.
Atiyah Jafri is one of the few people who has spoken to Wasim since he was arrested.
और मुझे देख के उसे यकीन हो गया था किसने किया होगा क्योंकि जैसे लगेगा वो रहने वाला है वहाँ पे तो छोटी छोटी बातों पे मतलब लड़की लड़के से बात कर ले तो लोग कत्ल कर देते हैं. तो कंदील का तो ऑनर किलिंग आपको पता ही साइड पे सबसे ज्यादा है. तो उसने कहा जी मैं मतलब तंग आ गया था बड़ा समझाया था कि ये काम छोड़ दो नहीं छोड़ा तो फिर मेरे पास और कोई हाल नहीं.
Towards the end of his interrogation, Wasim seemed to show some remorse.
तुम्हारी उम्र में 2-4 साल तक और का हमारा हमने जैसे बयान पाई गई घर में अकेले मतलब सारी उम्र करते रहे तो हमारा दिल भी ऐसे कांपा उसका रात बातें हुई तो उसके पास कोई जवाब नहीं था इस बात का. मुझे बड़ी ही तकलीफ महसूस होती थी बहुत. जब वो जाने लगा ग्रीष्म हम लोगों ने इसके 14 दिन रिमांड पूरा कर लिया उसी मैंने सरकार उसने कहा मैंने तो मुझे अफसोस नहीं है बेटा.
While shocking, Kandil's murder is not unique in Pakistan. And Kandil's home village is in an area notorious for violence against young women who are said to have brought dishonor on their community.
In every house there is violence against women, whether it's a person's wife or a daughter, and that honor killings do take place all the time.
Muhtara Mai comes from the same region of South Punjab as Kandil. In 2002, Muhtara was gang raped by 14 men on the order of her local village council to settle an honor dispute.
रेप किया फिर जब वापस आई तो मेरा कोई कपड़ा नहीं था. मेरे वालिद ने वही इन्होंने कपड़े जो पीछे पहनी थी जो बड़ी चादर मैंने पहनी होती मेरे वालिद ने वही मुझे दी और मैं आ गई खामोशी से घर ही आ गई. आई मैं 3 दिन बैठी रही और आई इलाके वाले लोग आए तो ऐसे देखे जैसे मैंने कुछ किया हो.
In Pakistan, the victims of rape, rather than their attackers, are often accused of dishonoring their family. Many commit suicide. But Muhtara fought back.
औरतों के हकूक पे कौन
देखिए वो उसी वक्त था जब मेरे साथ पढ़े लिखे लोग थे, मैंने उसी वक्त ये था फैसला किया। मैंने कहा मरने से बेहतर इंसान कुछ करे, इंसान लड़े। मरना क्या है, मरने के लिए तो आसान है, मरना आसान है, मरना कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। जो काम मुश्किल है उसको क्यों ना करो। तो आप ये देखें, यहाँ पर किसी एनजीओ का नाम मैं नहीं जानती थी, मुझे नहीं था पता। किसी पुलिस वाले को मैंने नहीं देखा था अपनी जिंदगी में, किसी स्कूल को मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में नहीं देखा था। लेकिन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता करते करते अल्लाह का शुक्र है, अब सारी चीजें कर रहे हैं। कौन तालीम हासिल पूरी करेगा, खासकर MBA MA इस तरह से कौन करेगा? ऐसे इस तरह से नहीं, इस तरह वाला नहीं, इस तरह वाला, इस तरह वाला। अच्छा मुझे ये बताएं, क्या बनोगी आप लोग?
मैं डॉक्टर बनना चाहती हूँ। मैं पढ़कर पायलट बनना चाहती हूँ।
Muhtara has also built a refuge for victims of rape and abuse.
इसको इधर एक छोटी सी बिल्डिंग बना के तो हम आपको मिलवाते हैं।
तो मेरा मियाँ जो था वो जुआ भी खेलता था, तो मैं भाई और रिश्तेदारों को बोलती थी भी ये गलत काम करता है, घर में खर्चा नहीं देता। तो वो बोलते हैं कि औरत को मर्द के खिलाफ आवाज़ नहीं उठानी चाहिए। थाने पे गई, वहाँ से मेरी किसी ने नहीं सुनी। रिश्तेदारों में सब इकट्ठा हो गए, बोलने लगे कि औरत बुरी है।
ये ऐसी कौम है क्योंकि हाँ ना से कत्ल कर देते हैं, तो शायद ये उसी टाइम ना भागती तो ये बेटियों समेत कत्ल हो चुकी होती।
As these women's stories show, often these cases are ignored. But the high-profile nature of Kandil's murder meant the police were forced to investigate. During his confession, Kandil's brother Wasim seemed to suggest that the selfies with the cleric Mufti Kavi motivated him to kill.
Want your teeny-weeny business to seem extra professional? Here are 4 simple steps. Step 1. Optimize for local customers. Get a local business number for your mobile with a landline and set up a custom welcome message and hold music to enhance customer experience. Very nice. Step 2. Be prepared for every conversation. Get a heads up every time a call is for business. Listen back to automatic call recordings and take notes. Step 3. Take back your work-life balance. Divert any calls to multiple mobile numbers so your business partner can get off his bum and finally do some work. I'm talking about you, Peter. God damn it, you lazy shit. Anyway, set your business opening hours or holiday days to avoid business calls during personal time. And rekindle the fire between you and the missus or Mr. or yourself. Yeah, baby. Step 4. Never miss opportunities. Get an email every time you miss a call. And read back business voicemails that are transcribed and emailed to you so you never miss opportunities again. And finally, set up a business WhatsApp account to keep your messages to mummy separate from your clients. All of that for just $9.99 a month plus VAT. Get a new local number or transfer your existing one to Air Landline. Visit airlandline.co.uk for dozens of call features and browse 5-star reviews such as Godsend for small businesses, lots of cool features and amazing price.
In his research, Dr. Morrison identified a paradox. A moment where machine learning would evolve past all capabilities of control.
We met with Mufti Kavi at his home to ask him about his meeting with Kandil and why he thinks she was killed.
इस कमरे में क्योंकि मेरा अपना कमरा था, तो इस कमरे में होने की वजह से मैंने ऐनक उतारी या टोपी उतारी। जब मेरी टोपी पड़ी,
The Al-Malekis had moved to the United States from Iraq
when Noor was 4. Noor was the firstborn of Faleh and Seham al-Maleki's 7 children. Her first name means light of God. She was thoroughly assimilated into American culture, but kept in touch with her Iraqi roots. She was fluent in Arabic and considered herself a Muslim, the same religion as her parents. But she had moved away from her parents in early 2009, not for the first time, after another blow-up over how she was living her life. Tight jeans, makeup, boyfriends, modeling photos, and an attitude that screamed independence and self-determination. Noor's photos, many of them lifted from her Facebook and MySpace pages, were displayed on sites across the internet. They showed a beautiful young woman with long black hair and a wistful expression. Noor rarely smiled in the photos, possibly because of embarrassment over braces she had worn for a while. But her friends say she was naturally upbeat, blessed with a sassy sense of humor that she employed even when times were tough. At school, she was known as a fun-loving student who made friends easily. She played tennis in a t-shirt emblazoned with the school mascot, a baby demon in a diaper. She liked to watch Heroes and eat at Chipotle. Sometimes she talked in a goofy Keanu Reeves voice. She wore dark jeans, jeweled sandals, and flowy tops from Forever 21. She texted constantly and called her friends dude. In other words, she was an American girl, much like any other. But at home, Noor inhabited a darker world. She lived a life of subservience, often left to care for her 6 younger siblings. Noor's father, 49-year-old Faleh al-Maleki, was strict and domineering, deeming it inappropriate for her to socialize with guys, wear jeans, or post snapshots of herself on MySpace. Her responsibility was to follow orders, or to risk a beating. From her father's perspective, the only time Noor's life would ever change would be when she married a man he selected for her, back in his homeland of Iraq. Noor, however, had a different vision for herself. Having lived in the US for 16 years, she held dreams of becoming a teacher, of marrying a man she loved, and, most importantly, of making her own choices. Noor's friends have different versions of what transpired, but it's clear that marriage was on the agenda. Friends say her father had had enough of Noor asserting her independence and talking to American guys, so he and her mother tricked her into traveling to Iraq, telling her they needed to visit a sick relative. Only upon arrival did Noor learn of the real reason for their trip, to marry her off.
On Vinted, everything is new again. So sell with ease and earn.
It's unclear whether a wedding actually took place. Some friends say she only attended an engagement ceremony. Others tell me they believe she did get married, albeit against her will. Still others say Noor was given a choice of 5 brothers, but her parents didn't like the one she chose, so the wedding was called off. Noor's parents, in police documents, maintained that a marriage did, in fact, occur. Whatever the case, Noor returned to Arizona a few months later without a husband and moved back in with her family. She missed her younger siblings, friends say, and her parents needed help caring for them. The al-Maleki home is located in a Phoenix subdivision called Paradise Views. It's a comfortable-looking place that suggests the family was at least making a go of the more tangible aspects of the American dream. Noor's mother had been hired by a company in California to help prepare American soldiers for cultural differences they would face in the Middle East, an incongruous career path, given her struggle at home to perform such a role in her own daughter's life. In the months after Noor's return from Iraq, the mood in the al-Maleki household was heavy with tension. Noor dutifully looked after her siblings and completed the schoolwork necessary for her high school diploma. But by May 2008, the family was in full crisis. Noor's father had found a photo of her with male friends on MySpace, and he didn't like it. The situation became so heated that she started talking about moving out. One day, when Noor took the family car to visit a cousin, her father reported it stolen. When she learned what he'd done, she left the car on the side of the road and walked away. According to police records, her father wanted to file criminal charges against Noor to teach her a lesson, telling police she was disgracing the family and that it didn't look good that she was moving out. Eventually, she did move in with a friend, but after repeated run-ins with her father, and after learning that her mother was casting spells on her host family, she gave up and returned home. Noor's 20th birthday, in February 2009, became a breaking point. After another family fight, this one in the middle of the night, she phoned a friend to come and get her. Noor came running out the door wearing her pajamas and carrying a purse, and, oddly, a roll of gift wrap. As her father chased her across the lawn, Noor jumped into the back seat, and the friend raced away. That night, Noor moved in with the friend who had picked her up, ultimately enlisting the police to protect her as she retrieved her things from the family home. And in the spring of 2009, Noor got her own apartment. Her friends helped her furnish it with a new mirror and a cloudy TV they found on Craigslist for $25. Noor worked hard to support herself. When Noor's parents learned where she was working, they started showing up and insisting that she move back home, so she got a job across town as a hostess at Applebee's. They turned up there too, leaving her no choice but to abandon that job as well. With no source of income, she was forced to return home once more. The final blow-up came that summer. In June 2009, longtime family friend Amal Khalaf awoke to find Noor sleeping in the family's van, parked in the driveway. Noor said her parents had hit her. Amal, a mother of 4, took her in. To Noor's family, this was the ultimate indignity. Their daughter had chosen to live with another Iraqi family instead of her own. On July 20th, Noor's parents entered Amal's home unannounced and began banging on Amal's bedroom door. Amal dialed 911. After that, Noor's father started regularly harassing the family. Amal's husband, Rakan, explained to him that Noor was free to live where she chose. "This is America," he said, according to police records. "This is the freedom we have." To complicate matters further, in the weeks that followed, a romance developed between Noor and Amal's son, Marwan. When Noor's father found out, he threatened that if she did not leave that house, something bad was going to happen. Noor filed for a restraining order, but seems never to have finalized the paperwork. Noor Al-Maleki typed a text message to a friend. "Dude," she wrote at 1:06 p.m. on October 20th, 2010, "my dad is here at the welfare office." Noor, 20, hadn't seen her father, Faleh, since moving out of the family home in Glendale months earlier. His presence both startled and alarmed her. She knew he wouldn't rest until he'd regained complete control of her life. Noor sent her text message from inside an Arizona Department of Economic Security office in Peoria. Seated next to her was Amal Khalaf, her latest boyfriend's 43-year-old mother. "Let me remind you that Noor had lived at Amal's residence since leaving her parents' home after the latest fracas. Noor's boyfriend, Amal's 19-year-old son, Marwan Al-Abadi, also lived there, and the Al-Malekis, particularly Noor's father, were enraged and shamed by the situation. From their perspective, a man's daughters are his property, and they must live with him until he decides otherwise. Amal was there to complete a change of address form for welfare benefits. She, too, is Iraqi by birth, but moved to the States only about a decade ago, and her proficiency in English was such that Noor came along to help translate. That was the day Faleh Al-Maleki, an unemployed 48-year-old trucker with no criminal record, took a grim step toward adding himself to that list of accused honor murderers.
You could save big on your car insurance and get a £15 reward when you switch. Compare and save today with Money Supermarket.
I forget, Sam, but you've got to organise supply lines, and it's going to be war.
Noor Noor sent a second text message after her father stepped into the Department of Economic Security office, this one to her best friend, Ushna Khan. "Dude, I'm so scared. Shit," she wrote. "At the welfare place, and guess who walks in? My dad. I'm so shaky." "Holy shit, did he see you?" Ushna quickly responded. "I don't think so," Noor typed. "His fat ass is right by the door, so I can't even leave. I'm laughing like a crazy person. I hate when this happens to me." "Oh dear, that's awkward," Ushna said. "What's up with your parents anyway?" "My dad is a manipulative asshole," Noor replied. "I've honestly never met anyone so evil." Amal Khalaf watched as Faleh took a number at the counter and then sat near her and Noor. Faleh was on his own cell phone around the time that his daughter was texting. He spent 5 minutes speaking with his oldest son, Ali, 18 months younger than Noor. Faleh also spoke with a male relative in Detroit and several times with wife Seham. Minutes after he arrived, Faleh left the DES office without comment. At 1:32, Noor sent a final text to Ushna in which she appeared more relaxed. "What time do you get out of work?" Noor asked her friend. "Are you going to have time to meet?" Amal's number finally got called, and she and Noor stepped up to a counter to take care of business. That took several minutes. But Amal remained wary of Faleh. She knew how angry he was with her for allowing Noor to move into her home. Amal wanted to scope out the parking lot for Faleh and his 2000 silver gray Jeep Cherokee before leaving the DES office with Noor. Noor didn't seem as worried. She said her dad might spit on her if he had the chance. Nothing more. The coast looked clear, so they headed for Amal's van. But Amal soon discovered that she had locked her keys inside the vehicle. She and Noor retreated to the DES office to regroup. Amal called her son and asked him to bring by a spare key from home, about 20 minutes away. It was a sunny, 85-degree day, and Amal wanted to wait just outside the front door of the DES office. But Noor was thirsty. She suggested they go to the nearby Mexican restaurant for a cold drink. The pair walked west along the sidewalk next to the office and started across the lot. Seemingly out of nowhere, Amal saw a vehicle coming right at them. She lifted her hands in defense, as if to stop the inevitable. In that moment, she could see Faleh Al-Maleki behind the wheel.
What did you do when you saw him?
سويت لما شفتي like this I did no.
When did you first see him?
أول مرة شفتي
قريب علي.
close to me. He was driving so fast.
The Jeep smashed into the women. It dragged Noor across a curved median and left her splayed on the pavement, unconscious and bleeding. The impact hurled Amal Khalaf about 27 feet. She suffered a broken pelvis, broken femur, and myriad cuts and bruises, but she remained conscious. Peoria police later estimated that the SUV was moving as fast as 30 miles per hour. Faleh sped out of the parking lot and turned west on Peoria Avenue. Noor was barely alive, having suffered massive brain and spinal injuries, as well as many broken bones. Amal soon provided police with a possible motive. She said the Al-Malekis were furious with both her and Noor about the current living arrangement. Amal explained that Faleh had been hell-bent to show her and his daughter who was boss, who was in control. Within minutes of Faleh's fleeing the bloody scene, he spoke by cell phone to his wife, to son Ali, and to at least 2 other members of his extended family. Whether Faleh assaulted the women on the spur of the moment or premeditated his action, he had time to reflect on what he did. Run over 2 defenseless women, one of whom was his firstborn child. 3 Peoria police detectives went to the Al-Maleki residence at 5 p.m. on October 20th, about 3 hours after the assaults. Noor's brother, Ali, opened the front door. He was in a tough spot. Ali once had been close to his sister, but the feud between Noor and their parents had taken its toll, and the siblings hadn't spoken in weeks. Ali later told friends in an email that he had taken to calling his sister vile names before they stopped speaking. He told Detective Chris Bowe that things at his parents' home had been increasingly strained since Noor had returned from Iraq after leaving her arranged marriage. To Ali's way of thinking, his sister had dishonored the al-Maleki family. Ali said Noor had been most disrespectful to their parents, to him too, since her return, and continued to reject traditional Iraqi values. The young man mentioned his own problems with his father, whom he described as a chronic gambler who liked to frequent Phoenix area Indian casinos. Ali's mother, Seham, had been calling him over the past few hours, he said, saying that something had happened to Noor. But Ali swore to detectives that he didn't know what had befallen his sister.
Don't let your heavy period disrupt your day. Find relief with Ivana, an effective non-hormonal treatment for heavy periods.
On October 24th, Ali al-Maleki spoke with a television reporter about his sister. He said she had been going out of her way being disrespectful to their parents. Ali continued, "The boy, Marwan al-Abadi, that is supposedly her boyfriend now. I don't like him." He contrasted Iraq and the United States, saying, "Different cultures, different values. One thing to one culture does not make sense to another culture." But he noted that seeing Noor at the hospital just broke my heart. Nobody should have to go through that. Ali said his father had called home the previous day to ask about Noor's condition, but my mom yelled at him and hung up. Faleh al-Maleki crossed the Mexican border into Nogales, Sonora, about the same time that Ali was being questioned in Glendale. Faleh soon parked his Jeep in a mall parking lot and checked into a hotel. At 5:30, he called his Phoenix cousin, Jamil. The next day, October 21st, Peoria police issued a warrant for Faleh al-Maleki's arrest, alleging, at that point, 2 counts of aggravated assault. That day, a detective contacted Noor's mother by phone. Seham al-Maleki said she was driving back from her job in California. She claimed all she knew was that there was a family problem of an unspecified nature. The detective, Bill Lying, then told Seham that her husband had intentionally slammed into Noor and Amal with his Jeep and fled. "This woman is a liar. This woman is dirty. Her family is dirty," Seham told Lying, referring to Amal Khalaf. She said repeatedly that she hadn't communicated with her husband about the incident. Lying told Seham that Noor's condition was grave. She replied that she wanted to see her daughter as soon as possible. But the detective said he was concerned that Seham and others might pose further danger to Noor. Ironically, given the circumstances, she continued, "I'm a Muslim. We can't kill our daughter."
Your daughter's about close to dying.
Close to die?
Yes, she's in critical condition.
Tell her thank you, Aman. Thank you. That's what she needs. She needs to practice family. That's what she needs.
You're a sick individual.
How would I see my daughter?
You just sat there and told me that everything that happened to them was okay. And now all of a sudden you have concern for your daughter. No.
On October 22nd, 2 days after the assaults, a Glendale pharmacist told police that someone had phoned in a prescription for Faleh al-Maleki. Faleh remained a fugitive as his daughter, comatose and unresponsive, clung to life. That day, Peoria detectives learned that on October 22nd, a young man, possibly of Middle Eastern descent, and a woman wearing a veil, had picked up prescription medicine for diabetes in Faleh's name. Detectives returned to the al-Maleki home on October 26th for a follow-up interview with Ali and his mother, Seham. By now, the detectives had examined phone records, which showed that Faleh had been in touch with his immediate family and others around the time of the assaults. Seham admitted that she had lied in her earlier interview with police, but she continued to deny knowing her husband's whereabouts. Mother and son also admitted they had picked up the medicine at the pharmacy, but Seham insisted she had thrown the pill bottles out of her car window, though she couldn't come up with a reason for having done so. Seham again blamed one-time friend Amal Khalaf for what had happened in the DES office parking lot. Amal got what was coming to her, Seham alleged, because she is the matriarch of a family allegedly flush with drug abusers and thieves. By contrast, Seham told the detectives, "We have a good family." Later that evening, Ali Al-Maleki met alone with Detective Bauge at a Glendale restaurant. Out of his mother's presence, he provided new details of his father's call to him before the assaults. Faleh had just seen Noor and Amal at the DES office. He said his father sounded angry, so he told Faleh to go home. But Ali said Faleh phoned him later to say he had run down Noor and Amal with his car. During the conversation, Faleh told Ali to man up because he wouldn't be around anymore. On October 27th, British customs officials informed U.S. immigration authorities that Faleh Al-Maleki was in custody in London. Faleh had arrived on a plane from Mexico City using his own name and his U.S. passport. A computer check showed that Faleh was a wanted man in Arizona. British customs soon put Faleh on a Delta flight to Atlanta, where the feds have a port of entry for incoming fugitives. On October 28th, Mexican authorities in Nogales contacted Peoria police. They had found Faleh's Jeep, the missing weapon, in a mall parking lot. Crime scene investigators later found hair, fiber, and human tissue on and under the front bumper of the vehicle. On October 29th, Peoria detectives Chris Bauge and Jeff Balson sat across from their suspect in Georgia. Faleh Al-Maleki waived his Miranda rights against self-incrimination, which meant the detectives could have at him. At first, Faleh told them he had run over the two women in a freakish accident after coincidentally finding them at the DES office. "If I want to try to kill my daughter, why would I kill my daughter with a vehicle?" he asked, trying to sound reasonable. "I have no problem with my daughter. This is not the first time she left the house. If I want to kill her, I go buy a gun. I know where they live. I just lost control of the car."
Open a world up again on Vinted. Made some space again. Just not your taste again. Sell reloved on Vinted, all with no fees again. Don't wear it, sell it.
Detective Bowie asked him whether he had been trying to scare the women. The detectives picked away at the murky account. "I've been angry," Faleh replied, "and I lost control. I lost the brain." But he continued to insist that no premeditation was involved. Like his wife, Faleh faulted Amal Khalaf for what had happened. He claimed she had stolen their daughter from them. He insisted that he loved Noor, noting that his cell phone contained several photos of her. But, as if it were a self-evident truth, Faleh said his daughter should not have become so Americanized that it was wrong. Faleh said he had stayed at the Nogales Hotel for 2 nights, during which time a stranger gave him about $1,900 in cash for his Jeep and agreed to make sure some paperwork got to Ali. The detectives told him this sounded implausible, but Faleh wouldn't budge. Though unconfirmed, a far more likely scenario is that Faleh's cousin, Jamil Al-Maleki, or someone else close to the Al-Malekis, delivered the money, diabetes medicine, and a suitcase filled with clothes that Faleh had with him when British authorities collared him. Detective Bouguet asked Faleh whether his family was on his side. Perhaps, the detective said, his attack had restored some of the honor supposedly lost by Noor's lifestyle choices. Faleh didn't reply directly, saying he would certainly help a friend or family member in a similar predicament. "It's our culture," he explained. Faleh asked the detective what he would do if he had such a disobedient daughter. Bowie responded that he would not crush his daughter with a car. He soon asked Faleh again whether he had meant to hurt the women. Yes, Faleh Al-Maleki finally confessed, he had. "If your house has got a fire in just part of the house," he said, "do we let the house burn, or do we try to stop the fire?" Faleh then admitted that his daughter Noor was the small fire he was forced to extinguish. He was booked into the Clayton County Jail, Georgia, and waived extradition. On October 31st, the Peoria detectives escorted him back to Arizona. At Faleh's initial appearance in Phoenix later that day, a judge set his bail at $5 million. Doctors at John Lincoln North Hospital pronounced Noor al-Maleki clinically brain dead at 7 a.m. on November 2nd. Her family decided to take her off life support. Several members, including her mother and brother Ali, were by Noor's bedside when her heart stopped beating at 11:54 a.m. Days later, a Maricopa County grand jury indicted Faleh on charges of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, aggravated assault, and leaving the scene of an accident. Noor's violent death struck a nerve worldwide, especially after a county prosecutor officially attached honor killing to it. Noor al-Maleki's life never was the same after she rebelled against her parents and their culture and left her arranged marriage. On and off, she tried over the final year or so of her life to live with her family, but it didn't work. Faleh and Seyham considered her tainted, someone who had humiliated them by leaving the Iraqi husband her father had chosen for her. Faleh was livid when, after Noor's return from Iraq, he found a seemingly innocent snapshot of her and a few guy friends. In his mind, Noor shouldn't have been chummy with men other than her husband, to whom she remained legally married. But Noor stood up for herself. The photographs on Noor's page were not racy, just photos of a young woman with a uniquely beautiful face. Noor found work as a server at an Applebee's restaurant, where she made new friends. One of her co-workers, Nicole Farrugia, recalls that Noor quit after her father learned that she was employed at an establishment that serves liquor. Some of Faleh and Seyham's concerns about their daughter's living arrangement may have been justified. Last August 6th, Glendale police arrested Marwan al-Abadi on charges of assaulting Noor, allegedly as she tried to break up his fight with an unnamed third party at Amal's home. Authorities accused Marwan of breaking and lacerating Noor's nose during the clash, which he denied. The domestic violence charge was still pending when Noor died. At home, recovering from her injuries, Amal Khalaf told Peoria police in December that she had taken in Noor because the young woman had nowhere else to go after leaving her parents' house. Giving Noor shelter had been her sole concern, not facilitating Noor's romantic relationship with her son, Amal stressed. Just days before the assaults, Amal said, she had persuaded Noor to reach out to her parents in an effort to get a dialogue going. In the weeks after his arrest and subsequent incarceration at the Maricopa County Jail, Faleh al-Maleki spoke often by phone with family members. Authorities secretly taped every word. "How is she now?" Faleh asked cousin Jamil during one conversation. Faleh and his family spoke in Arabic during the jail conversations, which were later translated into English. "Who's she?" Jamil asked. "Noor," Faleh said. "Noor died, brother," Jamil said. "What?" Faleh asked. "Yes, she's gone, Faleh. Now, look after yourself." "Brother," Faleh replied, "talk to the lawyers and tell them it was not intended to be a murder." Faleh told Jamil to ask the Iraqi consulate to intervene with the American government. "Connect it to honor and dishonor and, I don't know, whatever," he said. "And an Iraqi is worth nothing without honor." Jamil agreed, saying, "This is the base of the story. Newspapers wrote about this issue. It's happening now, and the internet and whole world is writing about this subject." Faleh continued to go over the honor-killing theme in phone calls with his wife. "Listen," he told Seyham, "have friends sit across from the U.S. consulate in Iraq and hold signs saying, 'The Iraqi honor is precious.' Signs saying that I'm not a criminal, that I didn't break into someone's house, that I didn't steal. You know what I mean? And for an Iraqi, honor is the most valuable thing." Faleh went on with his riff. "No one hates his daughter, but honor is precious, and nothing is better than honor, and we are a tribal society that can't change. I didn't kill someone off the street. I tried to give her a chance, but no result." Seyham chided her husband at one point for having rushed into it, presumably referring to his violent act. Seyham, Don't blame me, Fale protested. Can you watch Amal's demeanor and do nothing? You can't. Amal brought it upon her. Amal brought it upon her, Seyham repeated. Another call between the couple revealed more. Noor is gone, Fale, Seyham said, crying as she spoke. I lost my daughter. My daughter is gone. I told you, Fale replied. Your daughter was gone anyway. No, Fale, his wife continued. She's gone. My daughter is gone. Noor is gone. And what about me? Fale responded. You are gone, his wife concluded. The trial began in January 2011. It was the first honor killing to be tried in the state of Arizona. Amal Khalaf testified for the prosecution. A Phoenix jury convicted an immigrant from Iraq of second-degree murder, Tuesday, February 22nd, 2011, for running over and killing his daughter in a case termed an honor killing by prosecutors who said the father carried out the attack because he believed his daughter had become too westernized. Fale al-Maleki, 50, also was convicted of aggravated assault for injuries suffered by the mother of his daughter's boyfriend during the October 2009 incident in a suburban Phoenix parking lot, and 2 counts of leaving the scene of an accident. Defense lawyers called Noor's death and the severe injuries to Amal Khalaf an accident. They say he only wanted to spit on the older woman, who al-Maleki thought helped his daughter stay away from her family. A detective testified that al-Maleki acknowledged under questioning by police that he intentionally ran her over. But the transcript of the taped interview showed he repeatedly called the incident an accident. Khalaf also testified during the 4-week trial, saying he ignored her screams to stop before he struck her and then ran down Noor. Al-Maleki, who wore headphones as he listened to an interpreter, showed little emotion when the jury read the verdict. In April 2011, Fale al-Maleki was sentenced to 34 years in prison. Ali al-Maleki and the rest of his family chose to keep their silence at the sentencing. Fale al-Maleki, flanked by his 2 attorneys, shuffled to the lectern in front of the judge and started by apologizing in a squeaky little voice to everyone in sight. Amal Khalaf, to his own family, and to the judge himself. I wish I was dead and not her, al-Maleki said, referring to Noor. The expression of remorse was a far cry from what he said to his wife in secretly recorded jailhouse tapes after his arrest. The tapes exposed a couple whose sole concern was how to invent a story that would take the heat off him. Judge Steinle took more than a half hour to impose sentence, telling al-Maleki that his was the most difficult case I've had to sentence in my 6 years on the bench. He said it had troubled him from day one that the press gave the case a moniker. It was the honor killing, and it bothered me. I cannot believe that a religion would allow someone to kill other human beings.
Welcome to another edition of Reinvented with Accenture.
authorities have been too late to intervene to rescue young Australians from being radicalised or worse, prevent an attack. In April last year, the near killing of Bishop Marmari Emanuel delivered a chilling message. Jihadist terrorism was back. The 16-year-old attacker can't be identified because he's juvenile. One was under guard in hospital, New South Wales police said. If the teenager wasn't After the stabbing, instead of condemning the man Bishop Emmanuel, he provoked his followers to anger, declaring the bishop an enemy of Allah. So to this bishop, and to anyone like him, we hope he is safe. We hope not and will not accept your insults. Your life and your stand may give your religion and our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Haddad continues to seek new followers through his da'wah van, a government-registered charity. He agreed to speak with us while preaching in Sydney's What do you say to those who accuse you of being the leader and violent extremists? Why do you believe that? Violent extremism. Why is it that people with great rights are saying these words, but law enforcement don't have the same information? So either the people who are speaking this way are not law enforcement, or law enforcement doesn't know what's going on. Which of the two is it? It's reminding people that don't come near the Prophet, that is important. Haddad insists he has nothing to do with the UK territory or Jerusalem. Calls its jailed leader, Ajit Chowdhury, a brother who speaks the truth. Are you participating in violence? That's actually your word, participating in the ones against him. And if I was participating, if I was involved in criminal activity or terrorist activity, I'm pretty sure we've got a better security system than reporters might be arrested. You previously expressed your support for Islamic State. Do you support the concept of Islamic State? Of course. Do you still support Islamic State? Does it exist? I thought that it's been defeated. What would happen if you said you didn't support it? Next question. Later put further questions to this Haddad, including whether he will cruciate the anti-pro-Islamic State network. He says he refutes and denies all inferences and implications in the message, and has received legal advice to not engage. Frustrated by a lack of police action against Haddad, Australia's big Jewish organisation is suing him for racial vilification. Australian governments have also beefed up hate speech and terrorism laws. The laws are unlikely to capture Haddad's violent message, dressed up as lessons in religion.
This guy has never really been convicted of anything serious. I think that's extremely telling in and of itself.
Former intelligence analyst Tor Haming says there could be a strategy behind Haddad's continued freedom.
If I was Australian intelligence, I would greatly benefit from having a person like Abu Said functioning as what you call a honeypot in those circles. Basically a person who is attracting extremists across Australia, making it much easier for intelligence services to know who to look for and look after.
I've heard that so many times from the law enforcement community, but what they're missing in that is the young people that are being influenced. It isn't this Haddad who will engage in an act. It's someone who's listening to that.
By the time Marcus left Australia, his relationship with ASIO had fallen apart. He's now in hiding in an undisclosed location overseas, protecting himself from extremists. He also fears Australian authorities could prosecute him for speaking about his secret work. We've discovered police charged him 3 years ago with multiple counts of assault and stalking.
What were they over and what happened?
I denied those same charges. I believe that they were not guilty. And those charges were later withdrawn and dismissed with no finding.
He says his cover was blown around the same time.
I became concerned that the nature of my work with ASIO had become to some individuals, including civil activists, who wished to cause me and my family harm because of my work behavior.
Marcus sought restraining orders known as apprehended violence orders. He declared to a court that he was an ASIO agent and his life was at risk.
Because I had to mention my work with the ASIO became unhappy.
Marcus says ASIO had nominated him for permanent residency as a path to citizenship, but it never eventuated because of his court cases. It was at this time that Marcus said he was warning ASIO about threats to the bishop.
But then ASIO contacted with me and they abandoned me, unfortunately. We were forced to leave Australia unwillingly. My children are suffering. They lost everything, which makes them isolated, depressed, sad.
ASIO told us it can't comment on individuals' operations or court matters. It also said our questions, including those based on Marcus's claims, contained errors, fabrications and misrepresentations, but wouldn't say what they were. ASIO said it stands by its decisions and conduct. The agency raised the terrorism threat level last year, following attacks including the Waverley stabbing.
Throughout the long and storied history of the intelligence profession, human sources have been central to our success.
In his rare public appearances, Australia's chief spy, Ike Burgess, uses every opportunity to pay tribute to the sacrifices made by human sources like Marcus.
Fundamentally, they do this for Australia and their fellow Australians. Their secret work protects Australian safety, security and prosperity.
Marcus wants to come back to Australia, but the government has a history of pursuing those who reveal its secrets. He fears he'll be one of them, but hopes his latest mission will alert the public to the dangers of underestimating extremism.
For public benefits and for the Muslim community in Sydney and people who have negative thoughts and opinions about Muslims, about refugees, about migrants in Muslim countries. This will show them that there are people like me who took risks to safeguard your lives. I sacrificed my time, my life, my family time, everything to achieve the goals and to stop those people.
story of one of the biggest corporate scandals since the global financial crisis.
Supply chain finance with Greensill.
You use terms like financial engineering, disruption, democratization of finance. You spice with mystique, get a few endorsements when they put in great, then you stir it, and then you serve it up to the ignorant customers and investors as something very clever, glamorous, and innovative.
The tale of an Australian who wooed the rich and powerful on his way to becoming a billionaire.
I was paid hand in hand with generous hand in hand, far more than what I earned as Prime Minister.
Lex bought credibility really well. He associated himself with politicians, with famous people. He milked the power.
He's been a brilliant salesman, and he's had an incredible ambition.
Greensill, changing finance to change the world.
Before the business Lex Greensill built came crashing down.
Mr. Greensill, are you a fraudster?
No, Mr. Conrad.
The collapse is threatening the business empire of another billionaire, steel baron Sanjeev Gupta, putting tens of thousands of jobs at risk across the globe, including in Australia.
Well, it's the largest billionaire, but we're not very far.
The fallout has sparked a political scandal. And investigations of suspected corporate fraud.
We're looking at fraud, we're looking at balance sheet manipulation, we're looking at a major accounting scandal.
Tonight on Paul Waters, we trace the rise and fall from grace of two billionaires. An Australian farmer turned finance the so-called saviour of steel, whose businesses and fates are entwined. We look at how they beguile the rich and powerful and lift the veil on the financial dark arts they use to conjure money seemingly out of nothing. Bundaberg, famous for sugarcane and Bundy rum. This is the hometown of Lex Greensill. His family has worked the land here for 3 generations.
The farm was established by Bill Greensill in 1945, and it's now a 3rd generation Greensill operation. I just admire the whole family from Roy initially, and then Lloyd and Judy, and then through to their sons Lex and Peter and Andrew.
Vince Habberton's family has lived in the district since the 1800s, and he's known the Greensills all his life.
They're just genuine, hard-working, community-minded people. To me, they're very, very good business operators.
Let me be honest with you, this is not the clothes that I would want to wear every day. I'm actually a farmer. Every chance I can, I'm on a tractor. I grew up, but not everyone here buys the folksy story.
It's a joke. He's lucky to know one end of a tractor from another. As far as I'm aware, he had little to do with the family farm growing up and was more interested in the books.
From his neighbouring property, Russell Mortimer watched on as Greensill farming expanded far and wide.
We've seen an explosion in land acquisitions on behalf of Greensill farming, equipment, labour, and basically crop area grown. They've gone from smaller cane melon growers into huge sweet potato growers.
It's a far cry from the struggling family farm that Lex Greensill says drove him to set up the finance business that would make him rich.
Where did the inspiration for Greensill come from? In fact, it came from the adversity that my parents
big farmers, actually Queensland in Australia. Next green soil.
He's about to reveal his identity as a
Because I'm telling them to pick me up. You know what I'm saying? Go. Okay, you got to think I should go. Because like London is always a vibe. You know what I'm saying? After you like I got this chill. You know what I'm saying? London is always a vibe. By the way, it's not a cross, it's a guide, bro. That was fucking to me, I don't know. Fuck you, I'm like, that was fucking to me, I don't know. Fuck you, I'm like, I'm not hearing this, Fuck you, I'm like. Sorry. Who's here now, man? How's that? Kids are here now? They are here. They're running around the house. So now these look like a fucking... I don't know what you're like. Tell them to put their trousers on. You know, the thing's over like this. It's great. If something goes on the table, fuck it. That's a legend, fam. You know he has to jump from the platform onto the train. He has to jump off the toilet. Nah, but Anthony Joshua lost, bro. Yeah, bro. How could Jay score out everyone? Don Strapsy was there. That's crazy. There's a private team. Don Strapsy there, bro. The man there. I want to see the man there. Private jet, treat them good. But the other was mainly Chelsea, though. Mainly Chelsea, innit? And then YouTube was there. You see the bit, lots of words. To play by goal. Mark Snarski, wake up early, everyone. Awesome. Respect, man. How are you? Now, Marcus, there's a question we like to ask all our special guests, bro. And, you will address me properly. Yes. King vocab. So, wow. Levels. You said that in the country that was already open because you were prepared. Like you were staring at the crew. Prepare. King vocab. That's vocab. Fucking hell. Since the 80s. The 80s? Like mature, like wine. I don't even know that then. Like the cheese. In the 80s, I was like, you, man, you're really out here. I see you talking, I see you France and that. You ate snails as well. Recently, innit? Was it that? Because when I see these snails, I'm not soft, innit? What comes out? Just I did think you'd be a mocha. Really? The sector isn't getting your waist. I think people that are like brave enough to have a sector piercing, I think definitely go down. Was that how? No, not at all. Going down with the sector piercing or sector piercing. Sector piercing. Oh, that can actually stimulate. I'll call it fag tickler. That's actually very smart. So basically, I will never be able to make vagina like you. Never. That ain't fair. Nah, I can't. I've got long hair, like nothing about me is masculine, and I'm just gonna get that. That looks like a Camden Town victim to me, man. You know, talking about you said believe it. That's from you. Yeah, you. That's actually from. I had things to say. Oh, I don't know. But what is crazy is, so you texted me what last week asking me if I knew who the beach was. But no, you don't know what the beach is. How is that? Do you know what beach is? No, I don't know what the beach is. I just went and pushed everything to the side. Okay, no. So the beach is the bar, the arsehole. Oh yeah, I do know that, but like 9 times out of 10 stinks. 9 times out of 10. Not really 5 times out of 10, depending on who you go. You know what I'm saying? Do you eat arse buckets? No, I don't, but I'm going to say the beach is kind of getting close to that, yeah, you know what I mean? It's delicacy, isn't it? Yeah. If you go to Japan and that, they eat like century eggs. Their eggs are like 100 years old. Right. My name was Ian Monkey Brain, so it's like... Yeah, that's lit. That's unbelievable. Also, I never heard you two silent. What's going on? You seem a bit lost for words. How's that? That's good. My boss come back from France. There was a German knocking on the goal. Funky's picking up again. Every country in Europe got their own variation of it. Oh, serious? Yeah. But there's stuff fast.
before that. I started way before that. Before that. 2006 I was still a bit older.
That's 13. It's not legal there.
Got that type of repair.
There's not a kiddy thing like that. You just touched the girl when she was too young. But too young in a different part of America. If they went to like a 6-hour flight, it was tough. That's right, man. But you can go to the next state and do what you want.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Like in Texas, you can kill black people as a white man. In certain parts, and it's calm. How are you, man? I'm good, man. Talk to me. Talk to me.
No, so look, growing up, yeah, the greatest Westwood Crib session is yours. Without a doubt, right? That the funky people on there, yeah. You have Triller, Funky B, but there's Jordan Beezy.
Yeah.
Like, B, you have to bring that Beezy this year. That's the only thing I
That's
was
right. That's right.
Basically, Beezy just white, like, look like, you know, it's going to pick up the kids from school.
I respect it.
That used to have the ring. Remember the Argos rings that say mum and dad?
Yeah.
I remember that's the dad ring from Argos.
Was it that?
All girls. No, yeah, you know, what is that? Yeah. The interview you gave not too long ago, you were talking about like the funky scene and funky, and you were saying that like it got kind of taken as a joke because of the songs, like, you know. Do you think it's like a? Do you think funky is the kind of the banter?
It was. We did turn into that for a bit, yeah. I used to blame the MCs a lot, but I used to stand to the producers as well, and it ain't up to us who's into what sound, innit? There were people chose to get into that shit that was being made. With their version, I was taken out of our hands, but it's changed now, it's in a much better place.
Is it more ups and downs?
It's been a funny direction. I couldn't say a specific direction it's gone in, but a lot of other countries have got involved, and right now I'm having the time of my life with it.
Funky House at one point, I genuinely don't know when I thought it was going to sort of die out. I didn't see it happen because it was such feel good music, everyone was involved. Then I do remember that era you're talking about where it got commercialised and it was...
I don't think the commercialisation was so much of the problem. Was at first it was being perceived as like a kind of house sound.
Yeah.
Then it started turning into like a garagey thing, but then it just got really like that. With those tunes just made it like kiddie music.
I made it too simple rather than before it was a bit raw.
You put the skirt and show me your bum. MC Viper. Bro, I found the video.
Not my job, bro. Not my job.
Not my job as well.
Not my job, bro.
So there was MC Viper. Yeah. MC Viper called again and had like a, you know, the back tail. Bro, MC Viper. Bro, he's at a kid's fun fair. Yeah. On my mom's line, I have a video of it. I'll make sure to put it in. He's at a kid's fun fair. Not 14, 15, 16. The kids are like 9 and 10. On my mom's line, I'm on station. Lift up your skirt and show me your bum. He's at a kid's fun fair, not 14, 15, 16. The kids are like 9 and 10. On my mom's line, I'm on station. Lift up your skirt and show me your bum.
I've seen Whiskey Rose 2 bare times.
Yeah.
See your second case. Yeah. That's the same effect, but on the Gucci. That must get so blessed. It does. Bro, the juicy. You know what? I have to show you the craziest thing in the world, man.
No, but bro,
Please.
What is it though?
Bro, Marcus just reminded me, I swear to God.
Why you saying that? Say Mr. Man, you know what? Don't really miss this stage. I miss it so much. It was with the whole culture, the whole going to Roman road.
Oh,
Everyone bumping into each other in nice places. Even the business, like, no one get killed on Saturday. You want me to scraps, that was fun. What scraps? It was more fun for me to put it. I was reading, yeah. But it was fun. I believe there's no real to them, just as much fun.
just look at this. So someone sent me this video.
Now,
So someone sent me this video, yeah. So someone said to me, man's got a video of you eating pussy, dirty fucker, yeah. I was like, well, I'm not exactly ashamed to be a virgin, but such videos exist. Yeah. Bro,
I don't even want to see you.
no. If you see the video, I thought it was me, bro. It's great working.
You wouldn't even know it's happening.
Marcus now see me again. What's happening, man?
Well, things have changed since I last saw you. I don't even remember what I said to you, but I'm sure I still kind of Cameron Payne was still your thing that.
Yeah.
Things have changed to that. Well, let's see. I'm sure we've had a discussion about sneakish moves going on.
Yeah.
Off camera before.
Yeah.
Or was it on camera, off camera?
It was forget about it. Yeah.
But what I thought was happening has happened, and if Kano get on with him, and then Kano's got a manager, Thompson, but this manager actually worked his way to the key members of Hunt Suit, where he showed them keys that I couldn't, and he got them in it like on a 30% of all their earnings, and I was only asking for 10. So what keys he come and he showed them, I don't know. Yeah, but fucking things have happened now. Yeah, when I say, on a snake team, I had to slap a few people. It's just, well, what can I say?
Look away from him. Yeah. So I said to him, look away from him. Yeah. So I said to him, well, he said, I will make a lot of money. So I said, what you doing? No investment. Yeah, you want to invest in your sweet shop and all of a sudden. Boom, basic. You know, he didn't think it was racist or say it was racist, but he jumped on it.
I was still waiting for the Marcus Nasty bit.
Nature is power. Right. Natural energy.
I'm ready for these talk, man. I'm ready. Hey, what's good? I know his name. No, you're gonna wait for me to prove that this you've got the same baby on with the heart. Every time I say something, I know what you're talking about. Every time I say something, he's always like, but I'm not 90. I sound like 86 months, like 90. But we've never ever spoken about it. So what? Yeah, cool. We've never ever spoken about it. But I'm saying me, I've seen it. I didn't know what. Right, yeah. Ask the question. Like the one with the whole full stop. Alright, cool. So if you ask the question, there's absolutely trigger. No, that's still a trigger. Do you want to tell them what? Trailer. That's what I'm asking for a trailer. Do you like trailer? Right, that's still a trailer. But yeah, no, but I'm asking for credit. If I don't know what I'm asking for, I'm not pretending to know what they're talking about. So, you say, this is where you've been missing. All we're doing is making trailer. Alright, that's good. trailer doing a minute. This trailer mad though. This trailer mad though. This trailer mad. That's the very one. The screen's having a madness. When I said that, she was like, like, oi, oi, oi. Getting up, my mate. Getting up and getting up to his mate. Like, stop picking him up. Pick him up about 5 times on the show. Nothing. So there's definitely something even. Oh, well, let's leave that one there. Let's know. It'll be. I am not reading. That's a thing. It's a good conversation. It's a good conversation. As I get frustrated as well, but even in the comments, they're like, oh, imagine if comments said something about kids. I really never know. But my whole point, no, you've never, I don't know. So what I'm thinking, I'm trying to say, what's that about? You think that is more than it actually is. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, no. But the thing is, it's like, what happened? Because we've never seen it. As a person, not a lot of people ever have access to us, anything like that. So, what he's talking about, I said, if I think of, if someone says to me, what is it with your mum? What's one thing is that? Do you know what I mean? I don't mind. If I've never had a fight, if I've never disagreement, because I've seen comments saying he beat you out, I've seen comments saying you beat you out. No, but you know there's comments like, oh, he's that, like they do different comments as well. There's obviously never been a comment saying, yes. I've seen both, like, one saying you beat both.
So what is it like? Why they keep putting you up? Why they keep calling his name and putting your name into something?
And when there's things in the story that I can see, they'll blame you for not putting it up. But it's not my fault you talk about that story, man. I had my first review. Was it me? Yeah. Oh, I don't have a in this particular instance, yes. But I'm just saying, man, stick. Yeah, because I'm just thinking, why are you talking about?
Are you talking about?
No, but the time, they've got films to do. Because I know what I'm doing. Like the time, but I think 45 minutes, then you're happy. All right, cool. But one thing to say is one, when you're somebody, when I say not even, you know somebody that's had beef on road with it, like, probably, anything that you get into with people, they're going to be something. Sometimes the argument, I just had an argument with them, they must go in. To them, if they know, they can say, I had an argument in front of you. It's up to them, like, you know what I mean? So, like I said, if you go back to school, I've always done that. Yeah. So, what we saying?
Elevation flavour in mix. Craveable, flavourful.
Cows that last a bit.
I like black, hard music. Oh, music makes me wanna fuck. Yeah, I like that music. But other than that, yeah, headbutt the wall. Yeah, I like black, hard music. Oh,
Alright, but I'm trying to push everybody, everyone. I'm not letting it be just a London thing. A nice bigger than that. You get me? Bare man that come through nasty and inside, they're all big now. Yeah, no one can say that. I can. That's what my name. Get me?
so you got any like mixtapes or anything like that?
I'm doing the industry exposure. Yeah, there's an industry exposure DVD coming out. Some next guy's done that already, so I'm just jumping on that because I got the industry exposure name. You wouldn't see me for that. But everyone see me, everyone don't care who it is. Caroline said, but I really think of that MC and their music.
Straight
I'm
up.
not gonna say no more. Industry exposure. I want you to look out
So
for
watch
that.
out for that.
I started talking to these man, I remember, fucking, I gotta tell you the truth, yeah? See, get old Kalo, they try to do the snake thing, yeah? Get fucking, like, try to duck out, give me no please and that. Like, I work hard for Ghetto, the whole fucking country knows this new mate Ghetto, what he is now, yeah? He's got to change his name to Suburban, because he ain't Ghetto no more, yeah? He ain't fucking, he ain't from the Ghetto, he lost his Ghetto pass, yeah? Let me show you what they done, yeah? When that fucking white man, yeah, Richard, yeah? He signed Kano, yeah? 30%. Anytime Kano gets signed, you get 30%. Anything Kano does, yeah? Stuck their little fucking Judas back in my crew, tried to worm out all the talent from my crew. Nah. If they want to say that I tried to extort them, I didn't get no peace from no one. I thought this was a friendly thing, but it's not that. But the other day, I thought this pussy slipping. Shit. They weren't on their P's and Q's. I thought them slipping. Yeah? Fucking doing a video for the new show. Imagine this shit. Oh, about 5 days before this video shoot, this is Ghetto's excuse for leaving nasty. I said to him, I'm not backing you when SLK come for you this time, yeah? Because your heart's not in nasty, yeah? And he said, I'm leaving them. What's going on there? Because I'm not going to back him against them pussios. But hey, what, yeah? He's left now. I think I'm slipping in a video shoot for their little crew. Yeah? See these guys, I ran through them, they're like pigeons, they're everywhere. You're gone. I ain't even gonna say what they done, yeah? Kano's cousin. I've been fucking his girl, yeah? He knows about it. They all know about it. But he try to use that as an excuse to do shit to my mum's side, yeah? So that suck your mothers, yeah? The world knows. Everybody knows what happened after he done that, yeah? And it's not done yet. But I won't fuck your girl. Oh shit, I'm gonna fuck your girl. Clear. Oh shit. Yeah. Hey, it's like that. Just Marcus Nasty and showing you how it is. Some of the things you've heard on the internet are truly some A. No, I didn't take girls' teeth. I refuse to give them back. SOK done that. Yeah? No, I didn't give Kano a right uppercut. He ran away. He was ready on his P's and Q's. Yeah? He was gone. I said, KA, he was gone. Yeah? Yeah? And so was yo, black, but he wasn't gone. He was knocked out on the floor. Yeah? Alright. I said enough. Fuck that.
You just did. You just told me about it. You just told me. You just did. You just told me about it.
I was still waiting for Marcus Nasty. I'm ready. What's that? I know his name. Are you gonna wait for him to tell you that he's got the same baby mom with the arm? That's not me. Every time I say something, I know what you're talking about. Every time. Exposure. Volume 1. Exposure. Marcus Nasty representing for Nasty. Certain boys on the road chatting shit back, man. Lovely teammates. You dick bags. No, why not be dick bags? Why? What I hate about producers. Why? Why come on here and say I'm a dick bags? That what you say. What? Every club who wants to be part of something does. And you wouldn't.
Where did Jack come from?
I don't get executive as from the first time, it's from Chicago, but basically what my small town happened was that hard, dark face. Everyone started getting to the more hassles that, well, I don't know.
Marcus Nasty! How many artists you brought with you today, bro? Right, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 artists in this room.
I don't know, 75% of them.
Right, okay, cool. Well, welcome to the Steve's Factory.
You're in the Steve's Factory now.
Yes, we're in the factory. Who's up first? Two mics.
One.
Intro business. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yes, man. Top the T, the Steve's Factory. What's crack-a-lacking? I say, what's crack-a-lacking? What's going on, my G's? It's your boy Tommy live with Marcus Nasty. And we have a bag of legends inside of the building. Make some noise for the legends inside here right now. We have a bag of legends. Trust me. Will you give us big up, of course. Criminal on side right now as well. So what's the nasty bros in the building? Criminals, as per. You're gonna hear and see nothing but legendary business in the building. Of course. Yes, man, it's gonna get very shelly. You see the
in my head, I'm saying, I'm an advocate for up and coming. No matter how big man gets, up and coming artists, influencers, personalities, I'm building a team to develop them to do their own stuff. Everything comes from their own. People are thinking about doing this for my own principle. The only thing that people lack. You know what I'm trying to say? So, you know what I'm trying to say, bro?
And I can't lie, bro. There's a lot of people, there's people out here that might be brass or might, they might be, you know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing with that. But if you gave them a bit of ground, some people will blow the ground, or not all just, you know, they won't do nothing. Or some will let it sit there. Some people will invest themselves in it and flip that mirror, buy a mirror, and
But it's for me, it's like, cool. I know the truth that I need, and I know what I need to do. So it's bad my parents, but I know it's cool. If I've got this, if I've looked to the hedge fund, and I've got this capital, this is what I'm going to put into this, to help grow the culture. Whatever's going on in the culture there, or down, I'm not focusing on that. I'm focusing on up and coming. I'm focusing on podcasts like this. You get me? How can I help you? What can I do here? What can I do here? What can I do with artists? Once man starts growing them up, bro, for one, everything's business, bro. So everyone contracts, everyone knows what they're in. You know what I mean? We're very understanding. So when these players start coming in, they're very tapped in, bro. They're good. They're like, they're deal structures. They're good. They're making money. You know, got everything going. Like their whole infrastructure. What happens with these people, bro, is everyone wants to sound artists for the next big thing, but no one want to develop it. So what's the point of your A&R then? I said A&R. What's the A&R?
the rest, I don't even know about these technical terms. What does that even, what's that?
Bro, you see me breaking it down. I don't even know that. Lloyd Murray, yeah, my breaking it, broke it down what it actually means. Yeah, he broke it down. But I'll just tell you that A&R, what they do, they'll listen to. So they'll hear about this sound. And be like, well, I want to put this artist on this. I put this person to this. Get this person to mix it. Have a listen to it. Might put a little remix on it. You know what I mean? That's kind of A&R. By listening to their sound, having a look at their numbers, bringing them into their office and just move further. You know what I mean? So, but for me, it's like, I see what you see, but I just think it work. But I've done loads of experiments before to make the money. And the experience, like, it's like when you go and create certain artists, like, when you create numbers now, and suddenly they do this, like that. You know what I'm trying to say, bro? So it's like, but it's like about building that whole infrastructure and doing it. It's living my thing, bro. I live in Dubai, so my scene is what people think, but I come from the street, so I'm more open arms to help my culture. You get me, my bro?
I'm saying, yeah, man. You know what it is? There's a lesson. I realize there's some people, I don't really, I don't blame them anyway. Some people are selfish, some people are not selfish. Yeah, man, there's an aspect. I feel like it's good to be selfish in a certain type of aspect. But then when it comes down to like making or having like a lot of, you know, say capital or income, you know what I'm saying? You know, they try and give something back to the community. You know what I mean? But a lot of, there's some people that actually genuinely want people to succeed. There's some people
The rule set is that, look, Simba, he's given scholarships or whatnot to blacks. Obviously, black man winning. But it's like, but it triggered a lot of people. But it's like, oh, like, why is that why are we triggering you for? Like, we go through the cards anyway, we get it. So, why is it triggering you? You've just got a brother that's trying to be supporter. Maybe you should have said it like that. Get me? What? No, not racist. Really, not racist. What kind of racist? No, no. But the church is serious. They're number one. So, yeah, man. But obviously, I realize, man, this is what happens. One minute they celebrate the success, and then the next minute they're trying to make it down the road. So, that's why you got to be smart, man. And what's going on with Simon, man. You gotta know that. But, you know, we tell out with the people that happen. No, you know, no, no. Like my mother was just open the fact that we're on the same kind of, not to say you gotta have a friend at the same time, no, that was definitely, we're not moving like this is a sky body or rapping or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, bro, like, look, obviously, that's kind of makes, like, where I'm at, like, more of, like, kind of, like, and whatnot, seeing certain things, but no, some things, like, once everything, honestly, this is the first time we've got together, so obviously, he's obviously put the link to his page, on my brother, yeah. There's one thing I'm pissed about is, so I missed that page of us and the friends no more. I know there's been politics over there and there, I get it, but obviously, them two, that's how I kind of think, so like the relationship with us and the relationship with him, do you know what I'm trying to say, though, and both of them, I'm not saying with both of them, but obviously I know there's better than politics. That's just how it is, man. You know? I know. How it is in his life. And obviously, bro, you know it is. It's like, obviously, at the end of the day, see me, I'm not, even when it comes down to people that don't like me, and I like them, see me, I'm a very open-minded person. And no matter what, I want them to succeed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, you get me? Like, so, it's like, bro, honestly, it's about, like, sometimes you think, oh, what if this never happened? And, you know what I mean? We're still rocking with each other or whatnot, or, you know what I mean? It was cool. But, don't you find sometimes, like, is it too far gone? Sometimes. Is it too far gone? Because it's like, bro, like, what age does it stop? You know, it's funny, yeah. What age? Yeah, this is why it's like, if you're living in something, like, the best you can hope. Obviously, look, see, like, me, but I got my plan. Same way I said you got your plan, I got my plan. And my hometown is obviously, you know, from Ghana or whatnot. Same way how you want to be situated, maybe over there. I'm trying to be situated in Africa, Asia, and fly back to England when I want to, or, you know what I mean? Like, going to England will be a holiday, innit? Yeah, of course. Yeah, so if you're living in some kind of lifestyle, like the best you can think of is like where Cameroon, like Congo, Vietnam, Malaysia, not Ghana, obviously, so you're not even back in that. And if you're gonna get to that place where you might even back on that, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Just get them down or smack them up? What's the point? You're situated, you're rolling with, you know what I'm saying? Like, they can even do that. So
Let me ask you a question, bro. When you was in jail, you had basketball, like, out of the 100 man that man goes with, no, every jail man, every man, yeah, that is from the streets, yeah, that is from a circle, that's from a gang or whatever you want to call it, when you go to prison, he's asking the question, out of 100 man that he goes with, how many people had you?
Obviously, me personally, I never rolled with 100 racks. I love that. You get me?
Yeah.
Like, but I know what you're saying. I don't got advice for people. Nigga, when you go to jail, more time, but let's say for a nigga that lives, yeah, it'll feel more for you than your own friends. You get me? But me personally, when I went to the camp, obviously myself and you get me, my real niggas, they like, but see, I'm the type of friend, if my brother goes to the camp, I'm not gonna wait for him to shout. Me personally,
But obviously, look, man survived that whole thing. It's like one of those strokes in the lockdown and then so the only thing I can do is advise only mention it, but the situation's a lot different because it's kind of hectic still. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like you put yourself, I always say, if you put yourself in a certain type of scenario, then this is what happens. Because if you're at the wrong place at the wrong time, you could be at the right place at the right time, or you could be moving or dressing in a certain type of way. When you stand out and you just, you know, like certain man will just walk up, like it's like walking in peace, but let's just say, my man's like walking around like sitting up, you might just get slapped or something, like just come out of nowhere and just get you that, you know what I'm saying? So it's about being smart and taking a precaution. If you know that it's because of you, then there's two type of niggas. The nigga that's gonna go out every day. One is have a problem and get something done, and then the next man that's just slowly getting that not serious. You know what I'm saying? And the man will just elevate and get out. That prayer that's actively trying to get me is probably gonna end up in accident. So like obviously when man was it's mad. But I say that yo, it's mad because there's certain prayers that if you see even like let's be honest, there's certain prayers that if you're gonna see in a second, like you can't do that. Like you might see that from far, but like there's no I have to finish. Or it's gonna like it can't be a man turning your face and you're like continue. You get me? So but you know when you find it, they cool. That man the man like the man what you end up going to prison, you end up going on the civil case, you end up having to pay another yeah. See, straight up. See one thing, and I can't even you said this, and this has come to my mind. I realized you know I was there and I was doing like my the I thought this about South. Yo, see me, I'm a prayer, even the man that always say this, this is not this guy. If you don't know where I am, I'm in Northwest or I'm in South West, innit? Get me, so I really I'm like South East, like so how can I explain this? So I think when I was in college, I was in the back of my he's my book from Lewis and whatnot. And he's had an ex-slave that was from, I don't know, Salman Lewis or whatnot. And they got each other on the way. And then a couple days later, kind of telling me they're cousins and that. You get me? And I'm thinking, bro, come on, man. It's like, what's going on? You get me? That's what happened. No, but what I'm saying to you, it's cool. I would never have that with you or something. What happened if I pick it up and go to jail? If you don't go, okay, what's the level of it? It's like, okay, people have a past, but there's no way back. If there's no past, it's just, and you're a man, bro, you're a man, you're a man, man that can see, so it's like, bro, like, I'm just keeping it real, but even if I can see it, I breathe now, yeah, cool, yeah, but man, just keeping it real. You can't just say for you, X, Y, and Z, it's not really that deep. Obviously, what I'm saying is right, but in their mind, this is not trying to me a couple of years ago. I'm not hearing that. If I'm fucking that person, but so like, man's not gonna just sit down and be like, oh, this is how you do it. I'm gonna advise and be like, yeah, X, Y, and Z. This is what man would do because man's been through like X, Y, and Z. But if you move like this anyway, you're not going to benefit. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to benefit. You're gonna go happen. Something man's gonna happen. So like, but at the same time, I understand that. You get me? But man's been through a lot of situations. Time though, like check time. Like for example, someone could slap them and say, I've been slapped and then calm down, whatever. 10 years down the line, they see this person's busting, say, bro, I'm a changed man. What happened? Bro, and you got to shake that hand. You know what I'm trying to say? Obviously, you see me, I'll always be wary, yeah? Of course. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm fucking with a certain people around me that they wanted to be, like, basically blessing with man, innit? You get me? A man's thinking, bro, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's something like, man can't really trust. I thought it was in jail like that. Then it was flipping on the road, didn't you get me? And I'm thinking, obviously, like the old me. And I've done it before. Man could do you up again, or man be thinking, nah, man can't. I can't get me. But it's like, you've got to keep your surroundings aware and understand that cool, it can go left, but obviously you're not the one to decide it. You know what I mean? Especially if a man's not coming and he's watering it down or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can leave the past in the past. That's another thing that black people are very, like, have a lot of pride in. Anything that wives and man have a lot of pride in. But
Oh, you know the man? You know the man? Be a still a deep like that. No, Britain. Knock this down to that. Like, knock this down for him. Savage. Beat the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if he didn't say that, I don't think he would have done it. He would have just kept it. But he would keep this cool for a very long time. His mama took that. He activated that.
But Liverpool, like I said, first time obviously, the first time I actually locked in with obviously that situation around again. And obviously then obviously you had your head was
Yeah, man, it was dope. That was old, man. But you know, from that situation, I feel like he could be the bold, you know, like, I don't know. He's definitely like, I always thought, man can never be the bold thing. Like, as long as man's got a beard, some people, if they ain't got a beard, then it's something. You get me? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it suits them probably, but more time, like, yeah.
bro, obviously I think some of the stuff I saw people looking at obviously bro, just nuts, man. Like, obviously the circumstances and obviously everything around that. You get me? Like how much time did you watch the show? 8 hours. Oh, you're here now. Bro, alhamdulillah, man. Do you have any like any side effects or bro, like even like on the PTSD sort of thing, bro?
Bro, you see me, like, there it is.
Do you know what it is? Black people don't like to speak it. Like this is like very recent, you get me? So like
Honestly, you see, God is good. This is why I think about it. You know, sometimes, man, yeah, wait, I think about it. You know what I mean? Like, in that scenario, like, next man would have been missing. You get me? It's like, sometimes I think to myself, like, even the way you're breathing and the way, like, you're moving, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just, like, bro, it's a blessing, innit? So, like, and I can brush things up easy. You know what I'm saying? Man's done a lot of things, and it's like, you know, certain men are gassed over doing something. Man, you can't be gassed over doing it. It's like, no, it's over. Like, I did more than situation like that. So it's like, man, I just think, like, we need to just leave it alone and to just not, like, have trauma like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, yo, just, and sometimes when you forget, like, it happens. Yeah, it's happened. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
oh, but that hasn't affected any people body that bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. Obviously, man's got the big T and that, you know, where I give me and get the chest. My nigga else. So, yeah. But yeah, man, bro, that's what I'm saying. Because sometimes I think about even when I'm in the gym with men and I'm doing something, you know, it's silly. Like, well, you get me, but it's God, innit? You get me? That's why I always, you get me? I'm big up. I always say, it's always just push for the positive thing. Because, bro, at the end of the day, as you said, I was listening to Malik about, and that's the main reason why that happened. I done that thing. So I think, yo, man started doing podcasting, man. From day one, if you ever saw my first podcast, man, always, you know, certain man, they're talking about certain, I don't know if it's a man, laugh, man, joke, man, talking about certain, man, from the road, take a, maybe like a little bit, take a kind of figure, so obviously man's gonna talk in a certain kind of way, and that's fine, you get me, but I always push the positivity, you know what I mean? I always, from day one, so when man got born or whatnot, man was just healing, mad, miraculous, that was, you get me, like, man started hitting me up like, yo, bro, this is like a 50 Cent thing. You know, I'm onto the thing. And I was like, this is like, yeah, like, what? Because we went on a different spectrum. So I said, you know what? The day I think I left the hospital, man took that little bit towards, yeah, because I don't know how I got around that tune, but my purpose is to give me, man. Yeah. So I just thought, you know what? Man's going to do a thing for me. Because, you know, in the streets, a lot of people think that, obviously, doing certain things. They don't know the repercussions of their actions, innit? You get me? And obviously, as a street nigga, you got, like, if man's doing mad things, man, get live talk, man. And it's like, man can't sit, obviously, you can feel how you feel, you can sit down and cry, but when they're truth, you can't sit down. Man will never feel, in every situation I've been in, I'll never feel sorry for myself because man put myself in that situation. You know what I mean? So this is the life. This is, you live by the guns that happen, but live by the sword that happen. So if you be a certain type of man, this everything can happen to you and hit you. So you never, it's like, I just have to,
obviously the situation around it is just mad, isn't it? Even us sitting on this sofa, you get me, but it's just like obviously Bro, it's what I'm saying. It's a mad thing because I was gonna even say that. I was gonna talk about it. If you want to, like, it's mad because obviously, bro, obviously the police. I don't know what's going on. You get me? Like, you're making innocent guys. You get me? So I don't know really. Like, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, even the communication from like what the Jake was telling her till because and it's mad. You know, considering I was given obviously I was managed the car and to come back you get me? And obviously way them are always hounding man or trying to hound the man that keep saying man doing positive things. I was low key living with I think Jake Jake got me hooked up on the money. It looks like a shooting, innit? He's so wonderful with it, man. You get me? Because yeah, man, I look at me. So when I heard that they back my man, I was shocked. I was thinking, bro, man, like, man's from West, this you's from South. You get me? And next, like, yeah, you get me? So, like, and you know, see the internet, the internet's a wild place. It's, it's Malaysia.
Yeah, of course it
this,
is.
that, so like that.
No, it's like 15-year-olds with them. 15-year-olds, like, in the comments.
But it's funny because I'm looking at it. It's not funny because, bro, free man, innit? Can't we have an innocent
Of course, my man,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, you know, the truth will always come out. So, yeah, that's all I gotta say about the situation. I don't get what my man is. It's a mad thing, innit? I think that when I first, when my man got ripped, I was cool with him. I said, it's mad, innit? You know what I mean? That's the last person that would have ever, you know what I mean? You get me? But it's just crazy, innit? But man don't react to it. Yeah, you have to.
But yeah, bro, like, even that, I remember that, I don't know if you my man, innocent with everything. But it's like, when I was talking, when you connect, it's like, wow, listen, like, no man, even like mums and fathers, like, got a child, and like, and it's almost down, it's what's down on the streets of London. You know, so, and you know what it is, and I thought, like, see, like, the brothers, to go, like, before you, sometimes, bro, if you've gone to the bar, you sure different life, bro, innit? So it opens up your mindset, innit?
And you know what? One thing about me, all the man in know, see, that year, that year, obviously to me, I'm not really an outside for the man. Like, no time and this. So, certain of them know me, certain of them like, me and my bro, like, bare man, friend guys, like, remind me what I was saying.
So, like, I'm saying that, bro, what happens sometimes when you're on license, like, it's like in the end, you're always on the road and you block and stuff, bro, when you start going to these worlds, like going to countries like Qatar, Dubai, Jamaica, Ghana, you start going to these places, your mindset, you're evolving, you start looking at life differently.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, see what you just said it just reminded me. So cool. But basically what I'm saying is that I'm not really outside of the guy. But that year, 023, I was doing bare things, outside as well. So, like, man, don't really go to different shows. Man, like, when I take a show, man, go and party. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really like a party type of guy. I don't know, man. That year we just lit. You know what I'm saying? So, get me. And then bow. Man got caught. And then I just like, but that year, man, things blew up. Man, was down a couple months prior to that. Man, yeah, so in a short space of time, me and the man was like, hey, bro, the other day he was just in the hospital, like, really, like, now he's just out here in Qatar in the gym, doing mad workouts, going there, driving there, to enjoying life. So it's like, man went to, man even traveled around, where did man go? Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Ethiopia, all this about, man, just picking up the random stuff. You get me? And even one of my friends was asking me, I'm like, bro, like, you couldn't leave me over here, like, what are you doing there? You get me? I'm like, bro, I'm outside, innit? Eating, just resting, you get me? Living life. So I always say to people, there's more to life. A lot of people are just, they're too engrossed in London. Certain man ain't even been out and traveling around in England yet, let alone the whole world.
Even traveled around England, bro. So yeah, man, and bro, it's just, some people will stay, I went back to Bergen, yeah, obviously I never told you about Bergen, and I realized I saw the country, the back, yeah, famous. Even though some of handful of year one. The key to success is just staying consistent and don't complacent. Keep on doing something, tweaking it, and looking at what other people do and start doing it. Well, I wake up in the morning and I think like, well, I haven't done much. I'm seeing my break Sam Tyler one MC. They're streamers, bro. They've been streaming for fucking 12, 14 hours. But people don't see the stream. They've been streaming for years. They only see the end result when they look at the consistency. You know what I'm trying to say, my bro? So, but in my head, I'm saying, I want to turn this away from this kind of breakthrough. But for me, it's just like I'm happy that I've managed to change my mindset. I'm happy I've managed to evolve. That's online. So, you know, do you know what I mean? So, people don't know me like how certain people know me back then. I'd rather get disrespected by them because man's progressing. Okay, you know what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to say to you is like, if that was some other dude, like, a lot of man who I speak to, they're like, bro, I don't know how you do it. I'm like, yeah, no, bro, I don't know how you do it. People say the same thing to me. People say the same thing to a man. It's like, bro, what you gonna let some bread and you don't know. Yeah, if you know that, yeah, it's like, you know what I'm saying? There's a chat like, because for that person you got an energy. Or using your energy for bullshit. I'm using that energy to progress myself or go to the gym. You know, they're doing something productive and you're thinking, oh man, that's it. Let's look at it. But it don't matter. At the end of the day, I know what I've done or who I am and whatnot. You don't fuck with me, you don't fuck with me. God bless you. If you fuck with me, you fuck with me. We're locked in. You're winning. But I say, listen, I'm not gonna use that as an excuse to chat shit. It's a different thing if you're in my face trying to chat shit and I'm not to get me. Fine, we'll have a chat. But they're not going to do that, though.
Of course, this is what I'm saying.
No, but I'm not going to say nothing. People are not going to say nothing because you get what I'm saying.
So cool. So cool. When it comes down to like obviously TikTok, after TikTok, was that when you started?
Yeah.
Like after the whole thing crumbled with TikTok, you know, you went your separate ways. Were you managing other people?
I was managing little man around just at the same time as we got together. So obviously, COVID hit within about a month. Do you know what it is? It's like, that was what happened. That's what stuff happened. That's what happened. Now, that's why I'm saying,
But you were expected. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You start when you actually do TikTok, you're like, oh my god, I saw that. Then you continue doing it.
Yeah.
You get people. If a man don't fuck up and do their own thing,
Yeah.
it's more like to you, innit? But
I think this is a mad trait. It comes from slavery, bro. I think it comes from slavery. Like us, the girls, bro. Like, no, it's true, bro. It's a mad trait because it's like, it's not like cool, but it's crazy because it's like, there's more cultures that are mad, bro. But I've got a lot of Asian friends. For me, bro, it's never done nothing bad. I got a lot of black people. Me, I've never ever been slaves because like that's not nice. But the brothers, yeah, no, like there is, but the brothers now, there's, no, how many people have you seen do stuff like stuff to a woman? But you now, because you're a woman, just fucking rain, man. Bro, that's what we do, bro. And then this, what, that's
that's what I'm saying. You got to put me in that category. Man, never do that. So I respect about that. And I've got another mindset of people that man around.
yeah,
You've got to learn from situations. That's what I always say. So it's like, sometimes, yeah, like, obviously, man wouldn't have gone out to Africa, so I'm down to stuff. Check out how they do it, man. But you yourself, like, I'm let's just say maybe myself, and then the next person,
yeah,
like, obviously a next man would hate on a person, man. You know what I'm saying? For no reason. This time, see when I see you got someone, even if I don't know the man, show me your work. So, what can, how is man making that type of, like, I respect how he's doing it. Can I, you know what I'm saying? Can it attribute to me,
the oldest, so I'm 7 years older than you. I'm the oldest. See what? So quantity. Man's in the end. Right now. People have. Trust me.
no, I
I'll
don't
have.
think
I'll be the ones that have to stay to tell someone shit about the language.
that's like, okay, you're the
You know what I mean, bro? But bro, there's no way out, bro. They don't care about that. That's their like, trust me. But then some of them will be like open.
fuck someone that, like, imagine I fuck someone in the cleanest place, someone that, like, I want to get down, they want to get that down. That person's not doing that because it's a mad thing, like, wait, you know that, so if you do something where you're gonna go to the camera outside, you can't control your emotions, and that sets in as a book, that outweighs everything, and then you don't want to leave, and you're blowing up. And there's bad men like that are in jail, that stop preparing to act to get this. So, and that's all comes down with controlling your emotions, isn't it? Yeah. So I feel like if you're able to separate, like, understand that in life, I can't do what I'm doing. Some people can't wrap their head around the concept that prayer might not be the way to be alone. That prayer might sleep, or that person might sleep, or this girl might be doing it. When you can detach yourself, when people don't see you, like, when I mean detach, I mean like, if something goes left, your emotions ain't gonna just run rampant and you're gonna lose control. You're gonna be able, you're gonna understand, yo, this person's hurting, this person's violated. I'm gonna compose myself, let me know that, yo, let me go into this step. I always love this person, I can deal with that person, I feel like loving that person. And then once you can control your emotions like that and start just going mad, you'll be able to, you know, see the bigger picture and not put yourself in situations where niggas are gonna be dead. That's how I feel life is.
Well, for me, having everything with intention, and whatever happens, God's got it, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Whatever happens, God's got it. Like, anyone that does anything bad, don't be ignorant. Just have a thought. I used to do bad shit. I used to say, man,
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, what you after that happens, they come back.
come back, bro. You know what I mean, bro? So, it's just one of them ones. But yeah, we've been about, still thinking about, still got that little stretch out to where we could buy it. So I'm doing it now. Yeah, this is the sound of my house. Like, the boy was late, ready to watch my boy, ready.
I remember that still.
I know you.
Different links.
Yeah. I know a lot of man. I'm crazy the underdog. Turn up. A lot of people said that he won that fight.
Me personally, yeah, I think he done one good. Obviously, I wasn't there. I wasn't one of the judges. You know, sometimes I think to myself, like, yo, like, you see me, like, I don't want to do it, but you never know, innit? You get me? I'm like, I'm not going on this. Hey, go to the ring. You want to see it? Hey,
Yeah, no, of course, that was good. It was a good space. It was good for the culture of Birmingham, obviously.
it's a lot, innit? You know what I mean? Like, when you actually leave it, like, yeah, on the block, I would leave it there, man. I was like, summertime, we were bringing out the block. I'll be there, bare man, I'm sparring, I say, yeah. And I'll be honest with you, man, sparring a man, smacking him. You know what I mean? Say, you put like, you know what I'm saying? That's why the boxing thing, I feel like, yeah, get me.
That space was good. Obviously, I do want to run it back obviously on a big, you know, when I come back, obviously, basically on the right structure, then we can go properly. But yeah, man, kind of, obviously, for me, I want the license as soon as I kind of license, so September. Yeah. Obviously, the work that I've done, I'm so big to become a licensed boxer in September, so that's when last year, May, I had to move to Dubai, but I already had phone for basically, you know, I had to go back, so I just came back, and it takes time to come back. But bro, for me, like, obviously in Dubai, like, amazing hospitality, connections, really, it's, no one in their house is burglar, but this for the space there, they're road people over there. It's not safe for street niggas, bro. It can get really, do you know what I mean, bro? It can get really technical. Get me, man. They're really getting stopped and that, bro. Yeah, there's not machine there, but bro, it can get really,
it can get technical.
get me, bro.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, fam.
Me personally, like, obviously, I've been to Qatar. It's mad because I've been to Qatar. I love Qatar. I love Qatar. Qatar was so
More strict with the bro, yeah.
like, but it's like, I went to Qatar, in Dubai. My biggest thing in Dubai, like, it's all like, to go there, once clubbing and turn up.
You can get wet, you can get so fucked up, man. You're not even, I would never go on the beach. Bro, never go back. What? But bro, a lot of things can happen in there. They don't really even got to that together. As long as you're not even fighting into bad things or something, if you're going to a club, the club don't really want to use it because you know when their things shut down. So more time it's over security, more time it's working in the club. You get me? Because they don't really get me. They'll stop the off that. So it's like you get that's it. You got to hold that up, but you get me?
But it's a different challenge. It's a different like being from the start. You know, so this is where I wanna survive.
You know what? I didn't think, but what I didn't do, what I felt is like I need to keep the country. Like it's back to the back. Everyone's in competition with each other. No one don't really like help each other. I need to just get up and go and find people that I can keep in cameras, you know, and mics, and become friends with them and say my name is Byron. Get me, my bro.
Dettol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria to keep your sweaty activewear smelling fresh. That's got me feeling #fresh as a fiddle. #fighting fresh. #Oakhouse.
Create attention-grabbing videos with millions of creative assets on Motion Ready.
And just adapt in that role, get me, and just be like a normal civilian. Bro, get up in the morning, play my yard, and walk the road and run in the desert. There's no care in the world, bro.
You know what it is, bro? See, so when I was in Qatar, it was such a January time, it was far away from like community behind me. So I like it's funny because I'm thinking like, I want to go there because I catch up my food like
Yeah,
to see how like my progress. Now they jump like 20 minutes from that deep. Wow.
Then after you think you feel so good, your anxiety, like see us, it's like, see after that, like I started my day fresh. You know what I'm trying to say? So in my head I'm saying, look, that's my mindset. And then being in Dubai is like, man's praying 5 times a day. Like I'm praying 5 times a day, I'm getting closer to God. So me as a living being, I'm becoming a better person. You know what I'm trying to say? I look, everyone has their biases. I'm like, no, set the branch and that, but the nightlife, nobody cares for it, man. Maybe for the prisons, bro, maybe for Instagram, maybe I'd rather be ratchet. Yeah, and just chill with it. You know what I'm trying to say? But just rather be that like that. You get me? But, so yeah, man. Yeah.
I always get saying, bro, step up a punch back. Like, when I go there, man, they stand up like, I'm young anyway, so man, they stand up and get better. I like, you know what I'm saying? They eat, let's go, they eat. Good on, man, innit? You get me? So yeah, man, that's something like, I'm trying to be like you, man. You get me? Just stay in the heat, bro. We're gonna get your mindset in Africa. We're gonna get lit. Come to T8 and so that, so you're like,
I know you that.
I'm starting to listen.
Everyone forwards their Christmas, bro. It's like, that's a big thing.
I'll be real, like, one thing I haven't experienced, so, like, yeah, I've got some plans that I'm gonna black Prince on Christmas Day, bro. Yeah,
Probably
no
won't.
down in history.
Probably
Yeah.
won't. I don't know if you just go watch Man in High Spy. Watch it.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. Actually. I never actually watched it, but
Bro,
I'm watching it because they announced it.
okay, bro, anytime. What was the music that he played, bro? Right? It was like culture.
I didn't see what he played like a Ghanaian thing.
Bro, I can't lie, bro. See that song that came out, bro? Don't know, bro. Something. It made me hug it. It made me just hug. It made me form like that. But I don't know what was going on, bro. Bro, you have to read it because I don't know what he came out on some tribal shit, man.
He said he was ready to run,
Bro, he came up like the ancestors was ready to rhythm. You get me? I'm just a Jamaican that's really to the rhythm. Don't care in the world.
You're forgetting that. I think Jamaica and Ghana, man.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah, bro.
all we know, we might be
Nah, man,
and we might be half Ghanaian.
yeah, bro, inshallah, because brother, you get me, brother, I come like the Jamaican man that's got 10 kids, bro, with no care in the world, walking in, bro, and it was like, bro, shit was, bro, I was like, bro, I'm gonna fight. set my mind was like, well, that might be on the solid guy. But he said, like, good sense of solid, like that. You know what I mean? It was solid. So yeah, man, but even I come up, like, it was that,
Like nowadays, listen to bare like out of town and that, I would be London. But when I was young, when I listened to the London breeze, it was just like bare south. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like mountains and like everything that's east. You know what I mean? Yeah. But now, like, compared to like how the genre is now, it's crazy. You know, when I actually even think about UK rap scene, like basically back then it was way harder to blow than like now. And now it's like you have to just work this out, right? Especially in the States, you know what I mean?
Now I listen to a lot of things that I think when someone drops, I would take it from bigger drops, first drop, good person drop, I would listen to it. If I rock that song up, I rock it together. I don't really like, I don't really have a good history of that artist listening to in America. Like, I don't really know, I'm not really into that. I'm more good at music from my own country. Like, just give me the product. Let me see what the product looks like. Let me get the product out there. Like, shot it in it. But I don't know the history behind it. Like, oh yeah, my man, that he come from there. Do you know what I mean? I don't really know the history. Yeah.
So, cool. So with the look, you know, I realize, yeah, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of man, I've been saying, there's a lot of, I don't even say I like the freedom, but there's bare man out here that chat shit. You get me? So let's just say they were coming out so hard in the beat, like, you know, like breeze, like hard, spread, like flow, like everything, nothing but active, like nothing, talking about
But
something.
ain't you seeing that?
Yeah.
I'm not saying no names, but
Yeah,
ain't
we
you
know.
seeing that right now?
No, I know.
Ain't you seeing that right now as we speak?
I'm saying, you as being the market, you know what I'm saying, manager, whatnot, would you sign in that brand?
Yeah, because you know why I'm signing them? Because even if, like, even if, no, but even if, yeah, okay, cool. Even if he was doing it, he's not doing it now.
No, I hear that.
Yeah, so what it is like, okay, what is the easy what's the easy way out of rapping what the man want?
No, but I don't like he's that about he's capping. When I mean capping,
Bro, that's what people are doing now.
I don't know about that. Cap bad.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go into detail, but he expressed it. Because it's funny because he's rising up right now, and he's not.
No, no,
But I'm like, but you see me. Sometimes, yeah, I say I don't. I'm on this positivity thing, but when I look at like certain people that, like, you see some of the men, they can't take his beats, like they don't like,
yeah,
because he's done something to them, and like, you know how it goes. I'm not taking their music, but
yeah,
see me.
yeah.
I'm not looking at that. I'm looking past that, and I'm taking if my man makes a banger, or his man makes a banger. I don't like him, but
Yeah.
hard in it. You know what I mean?
Like I said, you gotta understand the fake right there. So, man, them wanna be an artist. They're not really obviously rapping that thing. I don't know his story. I don't even know he's got history. I'm only getting to know certain and in the comments. Do you know what I'm trying to say? No. So it's like, but bro, I'll be honest with you. 95% that's happening.
No, I cool, but my point was so cool.
What I make you want.
No, I cool. He's the answer. He's the answer for me.
I kind of know, I think I know who it is.
Yeah, cool.
Like, it's coming up slowly.
Yeah, so he's with his guys over there, yeah, because they're doing this group thing and they're like, you know what I'm saying, when I'm pushing his narrative, like,
He's the face of the ends right now.
yeah, he's around good niggas though. But obviously there's other youths up there in this that obviously probably can't rap or they're not as good. But like, I would actually want them to like, I'm like, even though I don't like that he's there, I would want him, I'd be like, why can't you rap? So at least man know that you're a bit on this thing.
But
You
you
know
gotta
that you're
understand, bro,
not nothing.
you're putting it out to the consumer. You're a consumer, but you're from the streets, man. So
we're not looking at it like we need looking at the image and we need everything the same. Now, we've got to look at it like that. So are we targeting the majority of the majority, are we targeting just the women? Because if you really check it, bro, how many bad boys are for the whole of UK? How 100? What, 200? Like, how many groups are hearing of that? Gang groups, still, what, 10,000, 15,000? So we're trying to target millions. Do you know what I mean? That you've got these blog pages, bro, that put on what man's doing, bro, but they're not involved. You know what I'm trying to say, bro? So you got to look at it like, these are the people that, bro, the man them not buying man projects, bro. Right, like, the man them not, it just naturally, it's like sometimes, yeah, it's not even on purpose, yeah. Your friend wants to get their project, and you're not going on the Apple store or the store to buy the project for $99. $99, you would rather, like, $9.99. You would rather put it on the story to buy it and buy it more than just put it on the story because it sells the chart. You get it? So it's like, but Michael or me is gonna do that. They don't care about they big girls. They just care about the business. Bro, if you're seen doing that shit, bro, you're wrong. No, like you're wrong. I'm telling you, right? Like you're dangerous.
Actually around women,
Yeah.
let's say around the brand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good ain't pushing it. Nothing. Talking.
What?
Oh. But you know that when you sign this brand, you start putting them out there. Niggas are gonna, when they're gonna come down these things, they're gonna be like, bro, you're tapping that. I'm talking about smack the phone and that, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm talking what, but it's not on top. Bro, they ain't done nothing, just lying.
Yeah. No, for now, at the moment,
Yeah.
no, I will, at the moment, yeah, bro, I'm kind of staring away from, like, I'm staying away from that sort of music, like, I'm more like, the people that are on the road, the people that are making different sort of kind of music, so I'm kind of staying away from that sort of music, but if I saw talent music, I would sign, I wouldn't care or think anything about it, not because I come from that world, I don't care about it. I'm just signing them because it's, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's just the Caribbean way.
I respect it. That's just the music you
That's just the music. Yeah.
So who in this music industry right now? Who is like who would you say it? Like, 'cause I feel like I want their opinion on this.
Yeah.
I want to see Black Panther,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna put it for drill and for rap because those are like the two in all that kind of big genres. That's the two things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Give me your top 5 drill and your top 5 rap.
Top 5 drill, yeah. Okay, cool.
Now from there,
Yeah.
these last people could do it however you want to
Yeah.
do it.
So, okay, top 5 drill. Okay, cool. Big that. Yeah.
Who's he?
Big that. He's number one.
Number one.
Number one. Bro, for me, yeah, he's number one of just how he comes to the career. He's got like stuff how he raps, like what he does, definitely like just I'll put one in number one. I'll put Big that, I'll put Benface, put Biggie P.
So dig that first. Wait a second.
Wait.
Dig up
Big
first.
up for I'll put Russ.
Russ, number 4.
I'll put, you know what it is?
We're talking about the soul.
Yeah, like I'm not talking about sound,
The whole shebang, how they
yeah.
kind of thing.
And then I'm talking about M12.
Oh, that nice.
M12.
Yeah, that's not good.
M12 is big. But, yeah. So I've been watching his thing and I'm like, but I'm not going on like the history. I'm just like, Bigger D, what he done, what, like, whoa. That wasn't even the video. That wasn't high.
I can't lie. No, when I knew it was bad, I was sitting on my bed with the cat. And I just heard, I heard my voice on the radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I listen to the radio, but I'm hearing the end of the tune.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing that man talking, whatever man talking. I was like, I'm thinking, because I'm thinking, bro, man, just done it the other day. Like, man, I'm talking, I've just done the thing.
Yeah.
You get me? Like,
moments, like, you see that big big that like Ross, like very, you could put like very good picture of Sherry. I was like, oh,
I thought they were gonna make a change.
bro, they made a song, but I seen it get released. I was there, but it's like, that's that side, man. Rap, Wolves. Like my favorite artist is David Davis, bro, and he's one of the best. Yeah, but I'm gonna go with DPE. Yeah, DPE is the biggest. Yeah, when it comes to hard copy, forget what you see, extreme manipulated. Don't put these cat people is manipulated, but cool. Hard copy, boring. Yo, DPE. Am I going on my preference? Like, yeah. So, yeah.
Preference.
Am I going on like statistics? Or am I going on like?
Say your preference first.
Okay, my preference.
What's statistics? I just
Yeah.
picking up the
Okay, cool. K-Trap. Obviously K-Trap floats like, not just, real art. It's like, his rap thing is kind of a,
It's mad knowledge. It's true. Actually, it's a
but if I had to pick, yeah, obviously the biggest in the country, yeah, obviously the percentage here is great, very grateful, yeah, but I would always pick, yeah, for what they've done the massive amount. So anyone else that can sell out before hopefully but I don't think that no one can. Doesn't matter about the followers. I just think about core fabrics.
So look, even like everybody's got to give the man like the accolades. The man them bigger, Japan side, like the man them collective, like you know what I mean? But you can what you got there, Golden Boy Radio, the Ricky Youth, what's it called? Even all I'll be honest with you, even from Starbucks from that place what was it from 6-7 to that there's loads of them in it. So I'm just trying to think, like obviously K-Trap, everybody's done their thing. Even down to like flipping, even down to Russ. I went to Russ, the Fred. So I'm just trying to think of all the London niggas that's actually, you know what I'm saying, that's done their thing. Yeah.
You have to mention Scoop.
Yeah.
His entry into rap, his wave at that time was a small wave.
The way was bad when that tune dropped. But it's mad because you see them up there though. Man was listening to them up there time ago. Yeah, obviously. Connected, like, you know what I'm saying? So man listen to Cowboy and them things, man jumping on them and man doing it. So for the rap thing, there's that even with that seven pinnacle, that seven tune, there's always that one tune that busts into the mix. Like I wouldn't even down to flipping Fred, yeah. I would never forget this in my life. And this is why obviously it's like man always got to give man the accolades. Certain man, man can never like I can only respect half of their bars. I can't respect you know what I'm saying? Not like man from the man I know what's up. I know you know what's going on there. But like when man like hear something plays and stuff or whatnot, it's like I will never forget the day I heard I couldn't believe that my man even got a record. And I can't lie, obviously, you know all the rest of my man. Yeah, never I like my lad thing that hard. I couldn't believe it. I don't know how I thought my man. Honestly, that's man didn't know him as that back then. When he first started made that tune, man didn't know Fred. Get me, you know, like back in the day, everybody was going like nigga, that. I don't know what all these other guys' names are back in the day. But it might have been your rap name, but you know what I'm saying? Man didn't know him as that. And then get me, I'm thinking, what? Fred? I sat down and I listened to him. I go, this is really strange. And I don't know, get me, but I was just thinking, flipping like, what's something that I don't know about? Get me?
Yeah.
As a whole, like, I think was just, everyone just, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's not that one person that's just a leader. But if you understand the book with this week, like, bro, it's like, I know they're always John. What the fuck is John for? Bro, that's crazy because like I say, back in the day when I was coming from your father from Croydon, all the way down to Croydon, Stretton, Oldfield, Uppercote, Brixton, get me, all the way down to Brixton, Maxfield, and Stockport Park. We always used to go to Thomas together. So we're gonna fight, or we're gonna fight. You get it? Bro, there was never a beef. There was never a beef. And see now, right? Every single area, like, literally, don't get me wrong, other area. Like, ever like that. Just to go fight. It was never like that. Like, we all from there to there. Like, there was not, this everyone was bam, 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 bam. We were fighting. Alright, we fight something. We fight. This man on, go back, let's go. We don't know who we're they're fair. But that's all they did. But now, it's fucked. It's actually, I don't know how, what, social media plays a big part. You have these other, these blog pages that are not involved in it. And the way how they, sometimes you have to sit down with them and be like, how do you feel? No, like, how do you feel for what you've done? No, it's true though, fam. Because you're, no, not you can, oh, it's cool, but I'm saying, okay, cool.
No, but he always said that for my life. Because I think when, like, I didn't realize that, like, people had, like, anniversary or they blame blog pages for certain things, innit? So, like, now that I'm running it up, like, you know,
Blog pages times 10. Like, make people sound like, make people, like, they're happy. Like, I'm just saying, I'm just being embarrassed of life. But bro, you must have some mad, yeah. Sometimes, bro, I'm not in the point of no one, yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, fam, you must have some mad dark thoughts, yeah. Like, to have this side, post what this person said, post what this person said, and go back and forth and then laugh and kind of, bro, you must have mad dark thoughts because that can actually feed into someone's life. So you now started from you kind of you're the reason why this person brother lost their life or this civilian lost their life. How do you reckon it's fucked?
I lost their life because of what
100%, 100%, 150%. So like I reckon a blog page posted that, bro. Yeah, bro. I reckon a blog page posted that. Someone's seen it. This is happened. That person. It's all come from blog pages, bro. Get me? Because it's not, bro. I promise you, yeah. We don't like. See where we're from. Yeah, cool. Film each other, but we wouldn't be as right if blog pages wasn't involved. But the dad, these fucking acne violence from this page and that page, bro. It's peer pressure, bro. It's peer pressure, bro. Peer pressure, bro. Someone trying to go embarrass man online. This person posted that. There's an update about that, bro. That
I always say it's I can't blame a blog page for making me want to recognize your work. You know what I mean?
peer pressure.
I know, but it's like you might get paid for something else. It might be your bedroom cleaning and you just think, oh, stick around. You know what I mean?
But they might have seen that from the blog page, sent it to you, and say, what? What that man said? Say that with that.
But no, a lot of those stuff as well. Like, you get like scenario about this and that. Like, obviously, niggas get robbed and whatnot. You know, happen. So, you know what I mean? But it's like, man, I put a mad story together that is not fact. It's not.
Well, they're trying to.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like.
I'm hearing girls were gonna blame you for something. So girls will let it go.
But no, it's so mad. You know, so as soon as you know that sometimes you say, I'm like, as soon as something happens on it, it's like, like man put out a story, man looking at the story, and it's like, this is what happened.
But, well, you know what it's mad? It's narratives, isn't it? Because it's like, one thing you will hear, like, you see the girls doing podcasts now, saying,
Yeah, man.
yeah, got the girl that done this. It's like, where did you even get that from? Like, do you even know that's even true? That's not even true. Bro, but then everyone's with it. That's the girl that done. But in fact, that's what we're seeing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we don't. That's why if someone says something about man or something, and I know it's not, I'm not really. You know what I'm saying? I can't put my energy into something if you know that. You see people put a lot of energy into something. Goes back when they know that. They're actually doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I love it. Yeah. Yeah, so my broski, so cool. As we were talking about like these different artists, what other artists do you reckon like would obviously you're talking about like artists like people that might have issues with their music, like I like to say like alright, like
Who's the artist that will perform from
that either haven't made it, they might not have got either, like they haven't made a song with each other, or they've got know that they've never made a song with each other, or it could be a band which they come together, you know what I mean? Like give an example, like imagine if this wouldn't be a good song anyway. I don't reckon because that's the way they rap, but imagine J-Pop, imagine they made a band. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if they didn't have types that they come together and made a band. Like, I don't reckon it would have been. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I would say bigger, well, bigger and Easy, they don't have an issue, but obviously they haven't made a song together.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Obviously, you know what I'm
You know
saying?
what it is? It's like certain man, like I don't know how to explain it. It's like I don't know that situation with like say other artists do that to you, but it's like certain people, some I don't know, certain I don't know. It's a bit you don't
Bigger
get
has been rap. Rap.
you reckon?
So he has songs.
But you know what it is? That
So he will say something, and then that's goes with it. So obviously, you might not know offensive, but then you might not know how to take it. You gotta take it daily. I kind of, it's like what I did as, I used to be outspoken. Now, the people, they don't, the road is spoken, but the ladies, they don't spoken. Because they think shit. You don't want to make it to the arsenal, but man, do you know what I mean? Man think construction, man's powers come from liquor. Man's in the 97 and 6, bro. Man was just in the boat, bro. Do you know what I mean? So, but I'm saying like, the bigger, like bigger and easy, they made a song together, I reckon they go platinum.
they still in it. That
They
would
go
be
platinum.
crazy, innit?
They go, yeah, it's crazy. So, yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy.
that's the two I would be like, yeah, like, I know they're both, but I would choose one artist because the other one's too well, they feel like, you know what I mean?
You know what it is? So what? So if they keep on getting black, what do you reckon? So what other artists are black people that you reckon? Is it that's the man them or?
But obviously Dr. Dre, Blackpool,
Yeah.
them, things like
I
that.
don't know, man.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But he, even though,
people make mistakes, you get me? But then on the other hand, it's like, we can't, like, we heard, like, whatever we heard or whatnot, but this might not even be true, but there's a disconnect. Because it's like, you can't even justify that. How can we justify it? Because we're saying protect our women, but then it's like, but...
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like, for me, it's like, obviously, I'm speaking about it because, obviously, I take accountability. Like, I've seen something, I spoke about it, man's gone back and forth with him online. But down the line, man, could be looking at it like, well, like, actually, this might have not even been 100%, or it might, or what, do you know what I mean? There's, but it's like, but then, it's just picking, it's like, picking people who's doing that.
There's a bit of bias. Some people that they like,
what's going on with Diddy? Everyone knew Diddy. They knew what was going on. People knew what was going on with Diddy. Like, time. But he didn't fully in line. So he didn't agree with the masses. So they just traded him in. Okay, we're gonna create bare narratives. This is what's going on. This is what we're gonna put in there. We're gonna sink your ship because you didn't fall in line. Now, who else is next? Who's getting collateral damage? Meat Mills. Bare people's getting collateral damage. You get me, my bro? So for me, it's just like, Digger, he's done amazing stuff. You get me? Done what he needs to do. He's a bit like, jail was
his downfall, bro. If he doesn't do all that jail time, like after like we all went jail and he came
but
out,
he needs a good team as well around him. Because it's like, not that, it's like, I don't think he has management right now. You get me?
You know what it is? I don't really know about all of that.
But he had management, don't have management right now. Do you know what I'm trying to say, bro? So it's like, for me, it's just like having a good team, but it's like at the same time, it's just like, bro, like
having a good team, but you yourself as an individual.
But artists can be very like, bro. Artists can be very, they can be very emotional online.
People could be very emotional online in general, bro. I'm not into all of that. You get me?
I used to be, and I started realizing. Stop showing your emotions. No one don't even care.
You know, that's funny. Good point. Because this is another purpose. It just came to my head because I see all these little. You see me? Sometimes I don't see all these things on the net. You know, that's how when you're saying something like, so that doesn't happen. But one thing I did notice, I see, and the man don't vouch for me. I bust bare of my niggas on youths that man didn't know. You know what I'm saying? That next youth that man didn't know. So look, when it comes down to K-Trap, I was the first one to bust the man them. I remember, I don't know how I even found this tune. I found it on SoundCloud, some next tune. Like undisputed hard tune. I was like, man, this tune's hard, but I can tell that somehow from the lyrics I tell this you fucks with them man there, and then the Brixton Hill use whatnot. And I was like, oh, man, that's hard. And then look, that D-Rose, whatever you want to call him, he came into the scene. Obviously they're bedroom. But I see all this little emotional stuff going on with them man. But you see them man, they make a mixtape, it's going off. Like, I've always said it from the start that they need to make a mixtape. It would be crazy.
They made a good.
Or Do Road and Pull Up. If they made a mixtape, it would be crazy. Them, that's it. But obviously, the Do Road, you and them man and Trap. That's why they don't fuck. I don't know. They don't fuck with them. Or whatever. It's something like on the net.
Obviously, online. It's not good to see all these things online on the net because it's like it just shows the weaknesses within team, innit? It's like teams shouldn't go at each other.
Talk aloud too much. If there is something going on, people shouldn't even know what's going on. You man just go your separate way.
I've never ever had the issue with my brothers Krypton and Conan, but I will never. If I did, I will never ever show the world that though. Just want to do it, because it shows it just shows weakness within us. We can do that in house. Or just don't need to chat to man.
It's a gal thing, isn't it?
You get me?
Me personally, it's a gal thing to go on the net, and there's certain guys that's not been doing it. To go on the net and just chat about what's going on, just leave that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody today on the internet, man don't care because it's not man's.
Well, what I kind of clocked in life, this is what I kind of clocked, bro. We're in the real world, bro. You're gonna see friends that actually start doing good, well, really well, and they start entering here, and you're still here. And sorry, it's not like that. But if you don't keep up, it don't make sense. This don't make sense. And you can't get in your feelings because they've evolved.
You just got to pattern up and elevate, and hopefully you can catch them there, innit?
They've elevated, and you haven't elevated, and you're not with them, bro. That's a you thing, man. Work harder. Stop think, bro. Stop. What's the word? Like everyone, we feel like, what's the word? Like, it's like it should just happen to us, like naturally, like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Bro, you know what I mean?
Just have silver spoon, like, man, like, obviously, I ain't made it yet, but everything I've been through, like, man's good. Man can pay my bills, I can do certain things, whatnot. It's like everything I've been through is a stepping stone and a learning curve to make me understand that, yo, this is how I need to be moving for me to get this type of bread and do this and do that. But obviously, like, I always say this, it's not money that's the root of all evil, it's the love of money that's the root of all evil. So if you can either control money or let money control you. So money don't bring man happiness, but it can change my situation or help me make my family happy and do certain things. But the main thing is not like to just think that, yo, I just need this is all I need. You know what I'm saying? I need got my family, I got this. I'm gonna just take everything in my stride and this. You know what I'm saying? Just do.
I was playing football and I was having to wear kid shoes. I decided to set up a company to change things. IDA is a women's football boot company. We make performance footwear for women, enabling girls to play without barriers.
Some places don't just welcome you, they call you. Where flavours tell stories and history whispers through the walls. Getting lucky in Ireland is easier than you think. Find the amazing prices on flights and stays all in one place. Ireland is calling. What's your story? Book your trip to Ireland with Kayak.
If you want uncut and extended versions of my videos, go to patreon.com/traplords. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify, so go search me there. Here's the video. 051 Melly is one of the most notorious gangsters in Chicago history. Given the nickname the Chirac Gravedigger, Melly is undoubtedly one of the most dangerous people to ever emerge from the Windy City, with rumours of him having caught as many as 15 bodies while participating in up to 43 different hits in multiple overlapping gang wars. Melly was as feared as he was respected. He applied so much pressure to his enemies in the streets that when he finally ended up losing his life, his ops were ecstatic, with many taking to the recording booth to diss this demonic shooter that had been terrorizing them for years. Melly really struck fear into the most seasoned Chicago shooters, with the likes of King Von rumored to have had 7 bodies of his own, celebrating Melly's death with glee in his most famous song, Back Again. While King Von gained a reputation as rap's first serial killer for his alleged 7 murders that he got away with and rapped about, many in the city had already dubbed Melly as the original serial killer of the Chicago streets. The difference is, Melly never released music, but simply rose to notoriety through his reputation as a shooter and killer, whispered in the streets by those he pressured and extensively praised by rappers from his own gang for his extensive street portfolio. The mysterious murderer has been made famous by the Chicago drill community, but until now, nobody has ever determined once and for all the extent to which Melly was indeed a serial killer who caught bodies as routinely as a regular citizen catches the bus. So today, we're going to break down once and for all the many murders of 051 Melly and determine once and for all if this legendary Chicago gangster really is the serial killer they say he is.
How do you feel about 051 Melly being compared with King Von and Tay Savage? Like, just those are the 3 names that everyone's comparing them to.
Nah, come on, brother, nobody.
Most regular BDs out here, but I'm BDK. BDK.
But we the reason why y'all got our name right now.
Y'all the reason why y'all got that. Y'all got that. There's never been no killing without killing. Hey, this bus stop right here, this is real famous place.
It's crazy because Melly got this reputation. He ain't never even dropped any music. But everybody know.
That's a free no girl to farm. Freedom is I'd rather them dead than in jail.
But she be tripping. She be sad. She don't be having those playtimes. You know what I'm saying?
You can just sit on the young guitar, though. I've been a young guitar years now, you know. You got in the dark? I'm one of them type of guy that be in the dark when you gotta go pee at night.
You had just lost an artist. You just signed to OTA. So this is like the second time in 6 months. It's the second time.
And that just gets you, and you don't never come back to no parents. I went to they did. He don't want to be on camera. That's a radio pat. I got that one for news. Gino Burke. Yeah, Gino Burke. That's what they did. I got shot 2 weeks. He expired.
When we gonna reach for a bedside story and tuck you in?
From 600. I thought they was extinct. On Zucker,
Right. He walked down the dark alley. He ain't make it to the other end of the alley.
5 o'clock in the morning. Still outside. Who the police? Y'all know damn well y'all wasn't gonna catch me. Man, I just killed y'all.
He allegedly killed Melly, got got charged 0078. Is that someone you friends with?
Like I said, 4K, 46K, 300K, 600K. Can't have melody with it, can't have it.
Go make it. Make it to 100 years, yo. I'll be one last one, man. Yeah, you know how to move.
Yarmel Devontae Jameer Williams, better known as 051 Melly, was born on November the 19th, 1991, to a mother named Angie and a father named Yamur. Melly grew up with two siblings, including his brother Wu and his sister Kenjia. Wu's father, Jerome Golden, aka Fido, was also Melly's stepfather, until he would get a life sentence in 1994 for a quadruple murder where he allegedly took part in the slaying of 4 men for selling drugs in the wrong turf. Fido apparently being a member of the BDN, or Black Disciple Nation, who controlled the area where Melly grew up, a gang that we'll be discussing in more detail. Melly was also close to his 2 uncles, G Slim, who was one of the founders of the No Limit, or NLMB, gang set from the so-called east side of Chicago, who have heritage in the gang the Black P Stones, a crew known for their infamous rappers like G Herbo, Lil Bibby, and Mellow Bucks, and Kurt Mack, who was a well-known member hailing from the so-called Dro City area in Woodlawn, where the original creator of drill music, the rapper Pac-Man, also hailed from. Melly's family connections even reach all the way to the rapper Bump J, who reps the Four Corner Hustlers gang, and who is perhaps the most popular gangster rapper from Chicago before the drill era began. Clearly, gangs have been a part of Melly's life since a very young age, but interestingly, Melly's family connections could have taken his life in a completely different route than it ultimately did. Because while Melly has become known as one of the deadliest rivals of world-famous rappers like Lil Durk and King Von, they actually grew up in the same areas and circles. Melly spent his early years in the Randolph Tower, also known as the Calumet Building, or simply the Met Building, a large public housing project located at 6217 South Calumet Avenue, only a block away from the infamous O Block, aka Parkway Gardens, which guys like Chief Keef and King Von would later begin to claim. Randolph Tower was known as one of the biggest Black Disciple strongholds in Chicago during the 90s and early 2000s.
Police discovered a gruesome double murder in a Southside Chicago apartment today after an anonymous tip. The bodies of 57-year-old Jesse Jackson, not of Operation Push, and an unidentified young woman were found murdered at 6217 South Calumet Avenue. Jackson lived in the apartment. The woman in her mid-20s lived nearby. The bodies were tied together with electrical cord. The police say there is no sign of forced entry and no weapons were found in the room.
Until their leadership was indicted for running a corporate-style drug empire in 2004, where dealers were making up to $45,000 a day selling drugs, while other members would guard the building from the roof, even making use of sniper rifles and night vision goggles. And while the gang had their headquarters in the Met Building, or the Castle as they called it, they would control the drug trade across a very large area, which included the Parkway Gardens, aka O Block. But besides Melly, numerous people famous within the drill scene grew up in the Met Building, such as Chief Keef, Lil Reese, and even FYB J Mane.
Everybody that's out here for real, that's like I don't even want to really name, but like Melly, all these big time, they really from 6-17, like straight up, like FYB J Mane. 6-17, baby, like, you feel me? Like,
Reese from that too, man.
Yeah, 6-17. Reese, my cousin, 6-17, baby, yeah. Keith, 6-17, baby.
Right. All these people came out
of the building. 6-17, baby. Capo, 6-17, baby.
The legendary DBE Capo.
My cousin, yeah, 6-17, baby. For sure. All they had 6-17, babies. They had, like, it's just like, when the Calumet building got took down, back when I was a shorty, you know, went to their blocks and, you know, they did.
In fact, J Mane's father was one of the board members of the gang who ruled their operations inside and outside the building.
My pops is a man, he originated in the Calumet building, and he did get indicted, and he did get locked up in 04, and yeah, they labeled him as a Black Disciple. It do hit different when they labeled Pops as a Black Disciple, and he went down as one of them board members, bro. It do hit different. Yeah, my dad was a rich my childhood. Yeah, he ran a certain area from a certain part of Chicago, from the state to the lake. That's what I read in the paperwork on Fulham Grade. Like I say, I ain't here putting it on Pops and doing it different.
The Randolph Tower was eventually demolished in 2006 as part of the Chicago Housing Authority's plan to get rid of almost all of the large public housing projects in the city. But at some point, Melly's family moved to another address in the same neighborhood, located near 59th and Calumet. This area eventually becoming known as the turf of the Set 600, who would later become Melly's worst enemies, as Melly's brother Wu would later recollect during his DJU interview.
Like, we stayed out. I used to have to walk out there with my sword. Like, that's how we came out there with the sword on 59th. That's what it was, you feel? Like, I was in that hood, I lived in that hood, like, apart from that, I used to walk 59th to 51st through the park, like, you feel me? Yeah. But when I was out on 59th, it wasn't up like how it was, you know, like, Dad, like, look, you know, we sneaky talking. We wasn't, like, into it, but behind secret animosity, but we ain't just nobody to play with, you feel me? So you ain't gonna do nothing you wanna do for real. Right. And that's just what it was. Okay, cool.
Although Melly would seemingly keep living in the area for some time, he would ultimately become close with kids from the opposite side of Washington Park who hung around the 51st Street and were part of a gang set known as 051 Young Money, who were primarily identifying as Mickey Cobras. Melly is in fact the same generation as the older founding members of this gang, such as Carlos Merrill, aka Lil Los, Lance Youngblood, and Isaiah Walker, aka Zico, who were all killed in 2008 when Melly was still in high school. Particularly the murder of Zico, who is often considered as the main founder of the 051 Young Money gang, would play a role in defining one of Melly's earliest rivalries with the set known as 4-6 Terror, later named THX 4-6, whose member Aki Walton was actually convicted of Zico's murder. Having had 3 people close to you killed during just 1 year before the drill culture would even escalate the gang rivalry in the city is truly tragic, and it may partly explain why Melly would eventually turn into such a cold-blooded killer that he allegedly was. However, this was only the beginning for Melly losing people around him. In July 2009, 21-year-old Dominic Barnes from the 051 neighborhood would be shot and killed, which would years later lead to THF 4-6 member and Lil Durk's good friend THF Jason getting charged for the murder. He would end up beating these charges. He himself would allegedly almost be killed by 051 in April 2011 when 18-year-old THF 4-6 affiliate Walter Turner and his twin was killed in a triple shooting, where Bezu was also hit. Years later, Melly would bring up this incident while on Instagram Live with Bezu after Bezu.
Y'all the first one, y'all drive y'all mama's cars in 8th grade, bro.
You lying. I want to drive my mama's car. I want to drive
y'all grammar school drive y'all mama's cars. All your money was basketball with that. You real.
Oh, now you lying for you. You just said half of it. Hey, you can say half the young money was basketball, but you say nobody know.
Hey, Melly, man, half y'all was the mama's boys, and y'all drive y'all mama's cars in 7th and 8th grade, bro. We forced y'all this, bro. We the reason why y'all got y'all name right now. You know that.
You say y'all the reason why we got us a name, and y'all the reason why y'all got a name. Y'all got a name. It go both ways. No, it go both ways. We can't get back to that. You want to start this one? It's gonna go both ways.
Nah, we been.
It's never been no killing without killing. We gonna keep it real though.
We been towards y'all since 07, bro.
Yeah, right, but it's never been no killing without killing though. We ain't gonna.
I'm saying when year somebody died from our block.
You said what year? You go get killed in 08. I'm gonna keep it fun. Then somebody died in 10, right?
Never heard of.
What?
Take the riddle out of car repairs in 3 simple steps. You'll know where you are with Fix My Car.
How can I cycle up this wall?
Try it again.
Press it, boost it. Engway Boost. Power legal most. Visit engway.com for more. Nothing beats a tip-to holiday. Discover sunny destinations like Morocco, Spain and Portugal with 22 kilograms of baggage included. And right now, save $200.
They didn't have a back-to-back. This is way down to 10 right there. Did you get shot in?
I got shot at 11.
Alright, well, you got shot, right?
Yeah.
You got shot and then somebody checked, right? Alright, we ain't gonna be doing
got shot for sure.
Alright, look, we ain't gonna be doing on the internet. That ain't for the internet.
Of the 051 Young Money Gang would play a role in defining one of Melly's earliest rivalries with the set known as 4-6 Terror, later named THF-46, whose member Aki Walton was actually convicted of Zico's murder. Having had 3 people close to you killed during just 1 year before the drill culture would even escalate the gang rivalry in the city is truly tragic, and it may partly explain why Melly would eventually turn into such a cold-blooded killer that he allegedly was. However, this was only the beginning for Melly losing people around him. In July 2009, 21-year-old Dominic Barnes from the 051 neighborhood would be shot and killed, which would years later lead to THF-46 member and Lil Durk's good friend THF Bezu getting charged for the murder. He would end up beating these charges. Bezu himself would allegedly almost be killed by 051 in April 2011 when 18-year-old THF-46 affiliate Quinton Turner, aka Quint, was killed in a triple shooting where Bezu was also hit. Years later, Melly would bring up this incident while on Instagram Live with Bezu, after Bezu would claim that Melly and other 051 members were all good kids until THF forced them to hop in the streets by applying so much pressure.
Hey, Melly, who forced y'all in?
Who the reason why you play with guns?
Who forced y'all in?
Y'all the first
forced y'all in? Y'all would drive y'all mama's car in 8th grade, bro.
See, you lying. I want to drive my mama's car. I want to drive
y'all grammar school drive y'all mama's car. The whole young money was the basketball player. Keep it real.
Oh, now you lying. So you just said half of it. Hey, you can say half the young money was basketball players. You have to say nobody know.
Hey, Melly, man, half y'all was the mama's boys, man. Y'all drive y'all mama's car in 7th, 8th grade, bro. We forced y'all in this, bro. We the reason why y'all got y'all name right now. You know that.
You say y'all the reason why we got us a name, and y'all the reason why y'all got a name. Y'all got a name. It go both ways. No, it go both ways. We can't get back to the own. You want to start this one? It's gonna go both ways.
Nah, we been.
It's never been no killing without killing. We gonna keep it real though.
We been towards y'all since 07, bro.
Yeah, right, but it's never been no killing without killing though. You ain't gonna.
I'm saying when year somebody died from our block.
You said what year? You go get killed in 08. I'm gonna keep it fun. Then somebody died in 10, right?
Never heard of.
What?
Yeah.
They didn't have a back-to-back. Didn't write down a 10 right there? Did you get shot in?
I got shot in 11.
Alright, well, you got shot, right?
Yeah.
You got shot and then somebody checked, right? Alright, we ain't gonna be. Alright, look, we ain't gonna be doing on the internet. That's what it is.
051's gang rivalries would begin to intensify during the early 2010s, boosted by the rise of social media and the start of the drill music movement. Perhaps the first casualty of this new era on 051's side was 18-year-old Tariq Mahdi, aka T Streets, who was gunned down in November 2011 on a quiet stretch of street in the Washington Park neighborhood. And while this murder has remained unsolved, there have been numerous different theories about who might have been behind it, with many thinking that this was actually the first casualty in the years-long war between 051 and the 600 set. After all, the murder took place very close to 600's hood. However, this theory has been challenged by many people who often claim that T Streets was in fact killed by 051's old enemies, THF-46. King Von, on the other hand, would famously name-drop T Streets in his popular song I Am What I Am, rapping how somebody tried to do a peace treaty and ended up dying like T Streets. These lyrics perhaps hinting that T Streets' murder has a backstory that might not be fully known to the people on the outside. But whatever actually happened, the fact that Melly's first alleged kill would take place only a few days before T Streets' first posthumous birthday, and Melly was certainly claiming to have been killing people in T Streets' name. On the 2nd of February 2012, 20-year-old Shaquille Rush, aka Shaq, was attending a party with his friends in the 600 set's turf. While Shaq wasn't seemingly actively involved in gangbanging, he lived in the neighborhood and was friends with many members of the 600 set. And in a picture allegedly taken on the night of the party, he can be seen with 600 members C-Day and Inky D dropping the 051 Y hand sign as a sign of disrespect to that set. Later that night, Shaq would reportedly leave the party together with a woman. They would walk through an alley on the 5900 block of South Calumet Avenue, where Shaq would possibly stop to take a leak. At this point, one or more people would appear from behind them and open fire, hitting Shaq once on the upper back while grazing the girl on the shoulder. Police and medics would then soon arrive to the scene, and Shaq would be transported to the Northwestern Memorial Hospital, but he would unfortunately succumb to his injuries. The The following day, local news would report on the murder, stating how Shaq had been killed only 3 blocks away from his home on the 6,000 block of South Michigan Avenue. But interestingly, Melly was living, or at least had still recently lived, right on the 5900 block of South Calumet Avenue, where Shaq was killed. But that certainly wasn't the only thing connecting Melly to this murder, because afterwards, Melly would start a years-long campaign dissing Shaq, often taunting 600 members by mentioning how Shaq had been killed whilst he was taking a leak, and most famously in one incredibly dark clip, describing to a little girl how he is exactly the type of guy who would pull off a murder while someone was peeing.
Boy, back right now. Or you ain't getting them. I'm letting you know. You know how I play out here. You don't come with that money, shawty. You come up in that vision. You talking, you don't know who I am? You know who I am? You scared of the dark? I'm one of the type of guys that be in the dark waiting for you when you gotta go pee at night. And I just get you, and you don't never come back to your parents again. You hear me? Then your TT ain't gonna be able to save you. Your daddy, he gonna be crying someone like, man, she don't got nothing to do with me. Just take me.
Still, some people close to the events have denied Melly actually being behind the murder, most notably 600 veteran Tay Capone, who has openly said on his YouTube channel that Melly actually wasn't the killer. Another person often connected to this murder is an 051 member called Kiddo, who has similarly dissed Shaq on many occasions, even tweeting, "Kill Shaq, then forget about Shaq," only a few weeks after the murder, with this actually being a play on Chief Keef lyrics from his 2012 hit song 300. But whether the killer was Melly or someone else, it seems that 600 clearly considered 051 to be responsible, as they would allegedly end up avenging Shaq's death only a few months later in June, when the only 14-year-old Antonio Davis, aka Fathead, who was one of the youngest members of 051, but had been hanging out with them since he was a kid, was walking to a store with his cousin in the Englewood neighborhood. An assailant would spot Fathead from a van before approaching him on foot and shooting him numerous times while standing over him. Nobody has ever been convicted of this murder, and in online spaces it's been a topic of intense debate for years now. But the Chicago police consider the case to be exceptionally cleared and committed by several people, most notably 2 members of the 600 set, Walter Smith, aka S-Dot, and Courtney Ely, aka C-Day, as well as a member of Lil Durk's Lamron set named Marvin Riley, aka OJ, who the police claim to have been the triggerman based on Fathead's cousin's description of the killer. Only a few days after the murder, Melly would once again begin to taunt 600 members, openly bragging how his set had killed Shaq, while claiming that 600 couldn't say they had killed anyone from his set, perhaps referring to OJ being the one who actually killed Fathead. On the other hand, Fathead's brother has seemingly put the blame directly on C-Day, who's also known by the nickname 22 Shots, writing on a tribute post to Fathead how he's 622K or 60022 killer. In any case, the murders of T Streets and Fathead launched C-Day, who's also known by the nickname 22 Shots, writing on a tribute post to Fathead how he's 622K or 60022 killer. In any case, the murders of T Streets and Fathead launched a years-long rivalry, which wasn't just limited to tit-for-tat killings between 051 and 600, but would become part of a larger war in the South Side between 051 and their affiliates, and numerous majority black disciple sets affiliated with 600, like O-Block, Front Street, Lamron, and of course THF-46, who had already been at war with 051 for years at this point. 051 would allegedly avenge Fathead's death in November 2012, killing a 19-year-old named Trey Henry, aka Trix, who was affiliated with 600. This was followed in June 2013 with the murder of 19-year-old Robert Allen, known as Lil Rob, or Beto, from the Lamron set. These murders have remained officially unsolved, but 051 has heavily claimed both, with Melly too implying that his set was behind these murders. Although Melly himself isn't often directly connected to these murders in online rumours, regardless of who had done what, 051 weren't done killing, and in September 2013 they would strike again, killing 17-year-old Leonard Anderson, better known as the up-and-coming rapper L.A. Capone, from the 600 set. This was a devastating blow for 600. L.A. considered their most promising rapper, who had become increasingly close with other rappers in the community, like Lil Durk, who at this point had already signed a major deal with Def Jam Records and was rumoured to have been in the works of helping L.A. Capone land a major record deal for himself as well.
He kept telling me that he was going to be meeting T.I. flying to Atlanta with Durk to meet T.I. Like that is what he used to tell me. Like, for around time, fly, meet T.I. He flying out at this point. He got went on a couple shows with Durk.
LA May's murder would eventually be solved, leading to the arrest and convictions of two 051 members, Michael Mays, aka 051 Rocco, or Rockhead, and Saki Hardy Johnson, aka Lil Mick, as well as a third person named Meepo Buchanan. 051 Melly, on the other hand, would once again take part in the dissing, making numerous tweets in the days following L.A. Capone's murder, where he would make fun of him, and boasting about all the people that his set had killed to avenge Fathead's death. But interestingly, Melly would often also mention Lil Durk in his tweets, making it seem that he was actually a fan of Durk's music, despite Durk being such close friends with Melly's enemies. But whether he was serious or just trolling at this point, Melly's fixation on Lil Durk would eventually become Lil Durk's worst nightmare. In March 2014, 600 would allegedly get their revenge, as 20-year-old Mark Campbell, better known as Lil Mark from 051, would be brutally gunned down in broad daylight while standing on the bus stop of 51st Street. Only a few days before his murder, Lil Mark had dropped a diss song called No Competition, a remix of Lil Durk's song Competition, dedicated diss track aimed towards the Black Disciple sets like 600, Lil Durk's Lamron, and King Von's O-Block. This song had made Lil Mark the #1 target in the streets, and it wouldn't take long before those who Lil Mark had dissed would be claiming his murder, with particularly D Rose from 600 and King Von from O-Block starting the dissing only hours after Lil Mark's death. But this time also Lil Durk, whose song Lil Mark had remixed just before dying, would decide to take the dissing to a whole new level, actually filming himself at the very bus stop where Lil Mark had been gunned down, telling people that he was in a very famous place, along with the caption, "Free THFTP," is being a member of the THF46 set who actually made an entire song dissing Lil Mark titled Bus Stop.
Bus stop, man. Hey, this bus stop right here, though. This is a real famous place, yeah. This is a real famous place, B. Hey, this bus stop, this is a real famous place, B. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Free my nigga T.
In online theories, this video is often considered to have perhaps been one of the biggest mistakes that Lil Durk has ever made, because while Durk was already a famous rapper, traveling all over the country, making it very hard for his ops to catch him, it seems that 051 Melly, after this video, would make it his mission to show that in the streets of Chicago, he was the one in charge, and that everyone close to Durk that still was in these streets would not be safe. Moreover, Melly had become close with Durk's old friends, as Durk and his OTF crew had a falling out with the rapper King Louie and his Mubu crew in the summer of 2013. This all came out after a fight would erupt between Mubu and OTF, together with Chief Keef's Glow Gang, while they were performing in Iowa. After this scuffle, Melly would become increasingly close with the Mubu crew's most infamous member, Mubu Crump, who DJ Academics would famously nickname the Chirac scorekeeper due to Crump's deep knowledge about the city's gang law and his propensity to partake in online drama.
And now we're talking about the Chirac scorekeeper. Now, if you don't know who that is, a lot of people ask, who is the scorekeeper? Now, the person that's known as the scorekeeper is this individual that's known as Crump. Now, apparently, he's with the shits, he's a savage, but most notably, he's known for retelling good stories on Twitter. And not only that, awarding victories. Now, he usually tells or keeps track of who the f is up, who's down, who's tied, who hit a buzzer beater, who hit a game-winning three. He's keeping up with. So if you want to know who the f got choked, this is the guy to ask.
Crump had previously been very close with Durk and seemingly ready to crash out for him at any moment, but now he was one of Lil Durk's worst enemies. And with Melly's notorious trigger finger and Crump's infamous Twitter fingers working in tandem, things were about to get very dark for Lil Durk. On the 31st of May 2014, only a few months after Lil Mark's death, Durk would be out in Chicago, driving around with his cousin MacArthur Swindle, who is known as Lil Durk's new rap prodigy, OTF Nunu, or Nooski. They would stop at a strip mall on the 700 block of East 87th Street, and Durk would go to visit one of the stores, while Nooski stayed back and waited in the car.
How would you react? Win free flights with Kayak. Offer ends 19th of May. Enter at kayak.co.uk/win-free-flights.
Get 50% off your first month at Pure Gym with no joining fee. Don't miss out. Join today.
Introducing new John West Eco Twist. Simply twist, enjoy, and recycle. You could save big on your car insurance. And get a £15 reward when you switch.
Save today. Big Money Supermarket. At Amazon, we often...
At around 3:20 p.m, while Dirk was inside the store, someone would suddenly approach the car, opening fire at Newski, who would attempt to drive away from the situation. Unfortunately, he'd already been hit numerous times and would crash his car into a nearby storefront window before succumbing to his injuries. Someone at the scene would even capture the moment of Lil Durk seeing his deceased cousin and breaking down, which his ops would later post on social media to mercilessly troll him. Newski's murder remains officially unsolved, but in online theories, Melly has always been one of the main suspects. Only about an hour and a half after Newski had been killed, Melly would simply tweet a bunch of laughing emojis with no further context. This will be followed by another tweet of Melly saying that he had heard that somebody was looking for him, and yet another tweet, this time clearly referring to the shooting by posting a bunch of emojis depicting a person running and shooting. The following day, Melly would start making fun of Newski more directly, laughing at someone commenting on the news story about the incident. He would also make a tribute post to Fathead and Lil Mark, saying how he wished he could see them again, but that he has to continue turning up for them in the streets. Crump, on the other hand, had been going back and forth with Newski even before his death, with Crump calling Newski a fake gangster. Not long after Newski's death, Crump would let his running and shooting. The following day, Melly would start making fun of Newski more directly. Laughing at someone commenting on the news story about the incident. He would also make a tribute post to Fathead and Lil Mark, saying how he wished he could see them again, but that he has to continue turning up for them in the streets. Crump, on the other hand, had been going back and forth with Newski. Before his death, with Crump calling Newski a fake gangster. And not long after Newski's death, Crump would let his infamous Twitter fingers loose, dissing Newski for being an internet gangster who had been talking tough online, but now had faced the real consequences. But Crump wasn't satisfied with just tweeting, and eventually, he would even post a video of himself at the murder scene, even saying how he was there with the very person who killed Newski. He doesn't want to be on camera, which many have taken to be an obvious reference to 051 Melly.
Them left Newski. They left it right here. You feel me? They left us up here on folks and them tweaking. Buying some shoes. Y'all see real be up here though. Nigga play me up here on folks in this deals when we on the news. I look like Newski. Hit his ass up right here on Pat. I'm with they did, he don't want to be on camera though. Hit his ass up right here on Pat. Hey, my boy up. Right here, you feel? Historic events. Y'all know I'm gonna bring y'all around this historic events. Which is what? Like me, boy, I look like Newski. He ran into this though. He ran into the children's place, died like a poke now. Goofy. No, but I look like Newski.
Lil Durk was obviously heartbroken by the loss of his cousin, but this would be only the beginning of the 051 Melly's campaign to torment Lil Durk. Later that year, Durk would actually come face to face with Melly, as the two would run into each other during a meet and greet event for the rapper T.I., where Durk was together with his OTF crew, while Melly would arrive with King Louie's Mubu crew. This would lead to a major scuffle between the two crews, requiring the police to break things up.
already know to stay back, folks.
I want to give a special apology to my brother, Henry, from the shop, man. The shop 147. I apologize for disturbing the peace, OTF as a whole. You, my brother, and you know I got your back 100%.
Talk about it. Nigga chose me, man. What the f going on, man? You already had to fight head up, you want to. You shoot out when you goof at. You move, man. You talking about Crump? Why the f was you running? Wrong, Louis too, man. Crump and Louis.
Afterwards, Melly would troll about the incident on Twitter, saying that Dirk had panicked after seeing him and failed to do anything to him before their crews got into it, perhaps subtly implying that Dirk should have at least tried something given what Melly had done to Newski. But unfortunately for Dirk, Melly had zero intentions of keeping the beef only on the internet. Less than a year after Newski's murder, he would allegedly strike again. In the early morning hours of the 27th of March 2015, Lil Durk's manager, OTF Chino, real name Hushina Agina, was sitting in his car outside a fast food spot on the 8400 block of Stony Island Avenue. After having taken part in a meeting with basketball star Joakim Noah about their anti-violence campaign earlier that evening, then, just like in Newski's murder, an unknown assailant would suddenly walk up to the car, open fire, hitting Chino multiple times. By the time an ambulance would arrive to take him to the hospital, he would end up being pronounced dead on arrival. Afterwards, Mubu Crump would do what he did best, shooting another video of him visiting the death site and trolling Lil Durk, asking the cashier at the food store if they had an order for Newski before trolling and demanding a Chino burger.
Hey, y'all got the order for Newski? Chino burger. Chino burger. Yeah, I got it. Hey, right? Oh, thank you. I'll do it. So, now we're on TLK. Oh, man. Hey, this motherfucker focus as hell, man. Y'all, this shit ain't done, man. Y'all put this back on the grill, man. This is disgusting, man. Get this shit together, man. For real, this focus as hell.
Only about a week after Chino's murder, one of the founding members of the 600 set, called Lil Boo, real name Jerome Anderson, would also reportedly be gunned down by an assailant getting around in a gold-coloured car. A member of 051 called Ario, real name Arias Fitch, would be arrested as a suspect in the case later that very same day. But many have also rumoured Melly to have been involved in the case, particularly as Lil Boo's sister would later diss Melly after his death, telling him to say hi to his brother in the afterlife. Following Chino's murder, Lil Durk has been rumoured to have placed a $150,000 bounty on Melly's head, which, while unproven, may not be far-fetched given the murder-for-hire charges that Lil Durk is currently locked up for. This would allegedly lead to a young member of the THF-46 set called Raheem, who was only 15 years old at the time, to try and hunt Melly down a few months later in May, actually catching him and other 051 members on the 6,000 block of South Wentworth Avenue and opening fire at them, hitting Melly in the head and foot, whilst also hitting others, including Lil Boo's alleged killer Ario. All victims would be taken to hospital with serious injuries, but miraculously, nobody would die in the incident. And afterwards, pictures were posted online showing Melly with crutches and a cast on his leg, while he would also jump on Twitter and let everybody know that he wasn't shaken by the incident one bit, as Melly's brother Wu would also later tell Zach TV.
Hey, I got two brothers, they know Arrow. Check that out. What's up? My big brother Arrow, my big brother Melly, y'all know me. Zach and all this shit, all this, shout out to Zach one time. Shout out to Zach TV. All the time, free ball. It's your money, man. Tell you different on the camera, man. They be lying, man. We going out there. Look, what a headshot on the TikTok did, boy. Hey, no, shout out. He really straight off that headshot. Y'all know it.
But unfortunately for Raheem, shooting the Chirac gravedigger but not killing him meant that he was going to be moving with a huge target on his back from that point onwards. And Melly would make it clear by swearing on Lil Mark's life that he was going to make his enemies suffer. Only a few days later, on the 24th of May, Raheem and another team were walking in an alley near 45th Street and Cottage Grove Avenue in the Bronzeville neighborhood, when someone would ambush them and shoot both, killing Raheem while injuring his friend. Once again, Melly's friend 051 Ario, who had just last month been arrested in relation to the murder of Lil Boo, and who had been one of the people injured in the shooting together with Melly, would be arrested for the murder. This time, the arrest would also lead to charges. Police reports would later reveal how Ario's arrest had led to an absurd moment where he would allegedly pleasure himself inside the interrogation room. During the trial, the prosecutor would argue that Ario had murdered Raheem to avenge the earlier shooting that had also injured Melly. But once again, despite persistent rumours that Melly had also participated in the shooting, and numerous times that Melly had seemingly dissed Raheem, even implied that he'd taken part in the murder, Melly himself would never be charged.
Can't smoke, we ain't doing shit. I don't know.
We don't know. I don't know what we ain't smoking nobody.
I got shot 2 weeks. He
get spied.
I'm gonna read you a bedtime story and tuck you in. Say about this when he walked down the dark alley. He ain't make it to the other end of the alley.
I'm just reading the comments, bro.
I'm just asking you. You said you finna go to sleep. I am. And I say want to say about this story about the right. He went in through from one end of the alley, but he didn't make it to the other end. Black alley.
Never heard of it.
It's a story. Why you never heard of it? Why you wasn't there? Of course.
Never heard of it.
After Raheem's murder, Melly would seemingly lay low for over a year, but in November 2016, he would allegedly strike again. On the 26th of November, a mass shooting would take place inside a party in the 8800 block of South Exchange Avenue, which would end up killing 18-year-old Daquan Barnett, also known as Bankroll Q from Melly's 051 Young Money set, a shooting that also injured 5 others. The online rumors would later claim that the shooting was done by youngsters from the so-called Motown part of Chicago, a neighborhood that's for the longest time been associated with the Black Keystones. One of these youngsters, called Breeze, would later seemingly brag about the shooting on Twitter, but meanwhile, another one would end up losing his life less than 24 hours later. The following day after the fatal party, at around 2:03 p.m., 18-year-old Delphon Weston, known in the streets as Lil Del from the Folly Boys set, which is one of the many sets based in Motown, was sitting in a parked car on the 8800 block of South Marshfield Avenue in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood when a dark-colored SUV would pull up next to him and someone would open fire, hitting Del several times in the chest. And while he was reportedly able to drive himself to the Christ Medical Center, he would ultimately be pronounced dead at 2:22 p.m. Only a few minutes after Del was pronounced dead at the hospital, 051 Melly would hop on Twitter, simply tweeting, "I'm an army alone," followed by "right back," as if he was celebrating a successful get back. This was followed by a tweet saying, "Finna go change my clothes," that he would post together with a video showing himself sitting in a car while talking to a person who would show a gun to the camera before seemingly saying how they had got someone or something.
No, you were No, you were fine. Oh, yeah. You got me. I want to talk about man. Time.
But you gotta get your girlfriend, you gotta be faithful, bro.
I got a girlfriend
right now.
now.
You gotta get like me. You gotta
get right now.
The person who Melly was talking with was a little-known face in the drill team at the time, but he would later become known in connection to Lil Durk's murder for hire allegations, as this person would turn out to be none other than Stephon Mack, who would also be eventually killed in 2022, allegedly as a retaliation for the murder of Lil Durk's brother D-Fang. Later on, Melly's other friends would also often make posts on social media implying that Del's murder was connected to the death of Bankroll Q, and that Melly had in fact had something to do with it. But besides tweets, the murder of Del, like so many of Melly's other alleged bodies, is only based on online rumors and theories. However, in 2017, Melly would allegedly commit a murder that would almost get him caught. On the 13th of June, at approximately 10:30 p.m., residents on the 5000 block of Drexel Boulevard would report gunshots. And in the building's gangway, 22-year-old Dandre Smith was found lying dead, his body riddled with bullets. The investigators would eventually learn that Dandre, known in the streets as Lord Dre, was a friend of 051 Melly, and on the day of his death, he had been asked by Melly to participate in the robbery of a drug dealer. However, this robbery plan was allegedly just a ruse to get Dre to meet Melly, who he might have known deep down was out to get him, as Dre would allegedly text his brother to let him know that he was with Melly in case something happened to him. Melly and a woman named Tiara would then allegedly drive Dre to the building on Drexel Boulevard before Melly would shoot him in the gangway. But why would Melly kill somebody who had supposedly been his friend? Perhaps they'd had a falling out recently, or perhaps for a much darker reason. Because if the investigators are to be believed, the reason had a much more sinister explanation, as Melly had allegedly learned that there was a $12,000 bounty that had been placed on Dre's head, which was money that Melly needed to bond out his brother Wu, who had been arrested 2 days earlier on weapons charges. In fact, Melly and his brother Wu would even allegedly have poorly disguised coded conversations about the murder plot on recorded phone calls while Wu was still in jail, while a witness would tell the investigators that Melly had tried to claim to her that it was THF-46 who were trying to kill him and Dre, and that both Melly and Dre had money on their heads, and it was only a matter of time before one of them would kill the other to claim the bounty. However, at the time, the police simply didn't have enough evidence to hold Melly on these charges, and while they didn't know it at the time, before they could ever capture him for good, it would already be too late, both for Melly and his next victims. At the end of 2017, Melly's good friend Mubu Crump will be released from federal prison after he'd been locked up for about 2 years, and he would get back onto the streets and online and do what he does best: control, even dropping a song dissing Dirk and his crew titled OTFK, where he would diss numerous gangs and sets like THF46 and Lamron, as well as dead people like Newski and Chino. Crump would keep disrespecting his ops, perhaps thinking they had all gone Hollywood together with Lil Durk, but unfortunately for Crump, there were plenty of his enemies still left who were willing to show him that he wasn't the only tough guy in the city, and that even having a top shooter like Melly around couldn't save him. In the early morning hours of May 25th, 2018, Crump and Melly were attending a party on the 6800 block of South Morgan Street, only a few blocks away from Lil Durk's Lamron set hood, while Crump, whose real name is Ronald Crump, was standing outside the party with another man. A car would drive by and someone inside would open fire, striking both. Crump would pass away from his injuries, but the other man would end up surviving after a surgery. Now, there's been many rumors about that second victim, with many claiming that this person had in fact been Melly himself, and that he had actually been the main target. But while Melly seemingly was in the party, he would deny having been the second victim while on an Instagram live with Durk's good friend and OTF affiliate Bezu from THF46.
If I was there, it wouldn't go on. If I was there, it wouldn't go on. You could say one person, and I wasn't there. I was in a bush.
Bro. You know I know you lying.
What situation? You say one person out there?
No, bro, we getting recorded, bro. You know that. I'm not gonna say no name. You know what's going on?
I just told you I was that one person. And what was I doing when going on? I was fucking running to gunfight. I ain't no stupid. You heard me finish. I'm real smart. You even told me I'm not no idiot.
The police report on the shooting would also note how the second victim had no gang affiliations or previous arrests, and the victim's age would also be reported as 28, while Melly was only 26 at the time. But whether Melly himself had been shot or not, he was looking to avenge his good friend's death. And while nobody would be arrested for the murder, if dissing was anything to go by, Melly would certainly have no problem deciphering who had been behind the hit, as people connected to Lil Durk's OTF crew were quick to start rejoicing over Crump's death, with everybody from Lil Durk to Bezu and even King Von, who had only recently returned home after beating his own murder charges, would participate in the dissing. Bezu would seemingly even later imply that the police had come looking for him after Crump's murder.
Hey, look, Crump whooping at me on the internet. Somebody smoking, they come get me. You finna do the same.
However, one of the main suspects that the online sleuths have attached to Crump's murder is actually Lil Durk's childhood friend, Lil Steve, from his own Lamron set, who actually many consider may have been the actual triggerman. Durk's fans have even considered these lyrics from his popular No Auto Durk song from September 2018 to be an admission that Steve was actually behind Crump's murder, with Durk reckoning that the ops can't have a party on their block if Steve is out there. But before Melly would get his revenge on Durk, he would allegedly finish another job that he had started a long time ago. August, only a few months after Crump's murder, 19-year-old Tyrone Marshall was hanging out with a friend on the 4000 block of the South Calumet Avenue in the Bronzeville neighborhood. Tyrone, known in the streets as TY, was also known as an aspiring rapper, but Melly would have a more personal connection with him, as TY had been a friend of Lil Del, whom Melly had allegedly killed as revenge for the murder of his friend Bankroll Q. Moreover, TY had allegedly been present during Bankroll's murder. At around 3:27 p.m., while TY was leaning on a car and talking to his friend, another car would pull up, and someone from the inside would fire shots, hitting TY in the head, and he would later be pronounced dead at the hospital. Interestingly, this time, a witness would actually recognize Melly as the shooter, but once again, the police would be too slow to act. Before they were able to gather enough evidence to catch Melly, conservative estimates, Melly had now gotten away with several murders. He wasn't done with his revenge campaign before he would get back to the murder of Crump, and only about 2 months after TY's murder, he would get his opportunity. October, Lil Durk's big brother and manager D-Thang was out in their hometown with some childhood friends, including Durk's cousin Baby D, real name Darnell Banks. In the early morning hours, they were driving in the Pullman neighborhood on the far south side. They would reportedly be at a parking lot of the McDonald's when somebody would open fire at them, even hitting the windows of the restaurant. They would pull off with their car, but would eventually come to a stop on the 11200 block of South Cottage Grove Avenue, where police would find 3 of the men suffering from serious gunshot wounds. D-Thang was one of the people shot, he would end up surviving, but unfortunately Baby D wouldn't be as lucky. He was rushed to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he would tragically pass away hours later. Baby D's murder would be yet another unsolved murder, but online theories have connected Melly to the incident based on 2 main pieces of circumstantial evidence. First, a photo would circulate online of one of Baby D's cousins wearing a Long Live Baby D shirt with an F Melly print boldly placed on the front, together with a picture of Melly. This showing that people close to Baby D indeed certainly seemed to consider Melly to be responsible. Moreover, after Melly was killed, D-Thang would reportedly share an Instagram story that seemed to celebrate Melly's death, while implying that anyone who had ever done anything to him had died. He would also tweet after Melly's death how any op who had ever shot at him wasn't here anymore to tell the story. Baby D is often considered to have been Melly's final victim, and unfortunately for Melly, before his life would come to an end, he would have to experience yet another major loss on his side of the war. January 2019, Melly's good friend Mota, real name Wilbert Morris, was driving with a friend called Side, real name Marcus Clark, on the 5000 block of South Indiana Avenue in the Bronzeville neighborhood when someone would open fire at them shortly before 1 p.m., hitting one of them in the chest while the other one in the face, killing both at the scene. Mota and Side were from Jaro City, a set who were at the time very close with 051 Melly's 051 Young Money set, the two even sometimes going by the connected name YM Jaro. And personally, Mota was one of Melly's closest friends, his death clearly being one of the toughest losses that Melly had faced in the streets, with Melly swearing that one day he would make those people responsible cry like he had. And once again, if dissing was anything to go by, the usual suspects close to Lil Durk's OTF would begin taking shots at Mota and Side. This time, OTF's younger generation would take the charge, like the rapper Muwop, who would preview a song on his Instagram where he would diss FBG Duck, whose murder he would eventually be convicted of being part of, as well as dissing both Mota and Side with a slick double entendre. No doubt, given enough time, Melly would have claimed yet another victim to avenge the murder of Mota, but given the amount of havoc and destruction that he had caused, even Melly himself likely knew that his days were numbered. Or perhaps he didn't, because during his Instagram live with Bezu, Melly would proudly claim that he was never going to move out of Chicago, that he was going to live until he was 100, with even Bezu giving him credit for knowing how to move in his hometown.
I'm gonna move to Mexico, man. Start a new life, bro. I'm scared. Oh, no, I ain't never moved out of Chicago. Yeah. I love it here. Make it here. He said make it here, so I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it to 100 years, so I'm gonna be one of the last ones, man. Yeah, you know how to move. Duck that taco. Nah, I ain't ducking my taco. Just so you said it right the first time, I know how to move. I ain't ducking my taco. I know how to move. I'm gonna get that to you.
Perhaps Melly could have ducked his main enemies like the OTF until he was an old man, but the problem was that Melly had made so many enemies that even he probably couldn't keep count of them all. And so, on his last day, Melly would be right where he was comfortable at, attending a party in the hood of Jaro City, only a few blocks away from his main enemies like 600 and O-Block. As mentioned, Melly was close with Jaro City, but unfortunately, he had also made some enemies amongst the set, because according to later police reports, a witness would reveal that Melly had shot up the house of a Jaro City member called Lil Daryl, real name Daryl Rhyme, which was possibly a retaliation for the fact that Daryl might have been telling on Melly in the murder investigation of Lord Dre. These events would lead to a fateful moment in the party, where Melly would allegedly run into one of Daryl's friends, called 007 Nate, just as one of the partygoers was filming a video capturing the chilling last moments of Melly's life on camera. The police would later check the security cameras of the building, seeing that 007 Nate, real name Nathaniel Hicks, had arrived at the party around 12:30 a.m. At one point, he'd even posed at one of the security cameras with his gun, before then allegedly shooting Melly at around 2:45 a.m. and then running out of the building. Nate would then be identified as the shooter by multiple witnesses, and he was eventually even caught a few days later with the murder weapon still on him. But despite all of this evidence, the state attorney's office would ultimately refuse to prosecute Nate due to the witnesses' refusal to cooperate. In the end, just like Melly had seemingly escaped justice so many times due to the no snitching code that rules the streets, ultimately, this code would also make sure that Melly's family wouldn't be receiving any closure after his death. And no doubt, considering how much the Chicago police knew that Melly was terrorizing the streets and taking people out, perhaps there was some sick satisfaction for the cops in just not making an effort to get justice for one of the city's most demonic killers. Ultimately, 051 Melly left one of the most shocking legacies in the streets of Chicago, a certified gang assassin bordering on serial killer with at least 8 rumored murders attributed to him online, and perhaps even more the internet doesn't even know about. Melly didn't rap a single lyric, but he became famous off the back of his reputation that echoed through the lyrics of more focused and famous Chicago drillers who survived and made music. His dark legacy lives through these songs, the IG posts, Reddit posts and comments, and YouTube documentaries, painting him as the so-called grave digger of Chirac. But at the end of the day, Melly's story is truly one of a tragic waste of life.
Yeah. And then obviously, yeah, it was around them times, you get me? And then I thought that was my last bird. I was in there.
Wait, was he sitting down these times?
Nah, but his name was so mad.
Yeah,
his name was so mad. I was on the south side of the river, bro. And that experience, his name was mad.
I'm just trying to remember whether
all the proof that I heard.
Because remember, there was a back and forth from the Green Gate side, and
yeah,
I'm trying to remember whether it's them time.
Yeah, but this was before that.
Okay.
This was before that.
That's what
This was
asking
before that.
whether
This was
he's
before
sitting
that.
down or not.
This was before that.
what happened was the same day that I put the freestyle out, the DW Flame.
Looking after your car can be a bit of a riddle, so I fixed my car, you'll have less of this.
What happened was the same day that I put the freestyle out, the DW Flame dropped his music video in Big Sad Hood.
Oh, this was during that.
It was,
Okay,
it was
yeah,
around that time.
Okay.
Cause I got his brother P Nice had tapped in with me.
Right.
And we chopped it up, and they was trying to figure out like what the nigga was on and all that, like, you feel me? And so pretty much it came up. That's what they thought, like I was signing with Big Sad or whatever the case may be. But I don't know Big Sad or DW Flame.
Okay.
I'm not from West LA. Don't be in West LA, or I'm not from Long Beach, blood. I'm from Bonta Paru, so you feel me? I guess it was just like it did more than his shit did when he dropped it the same day. You feel me? So
that's crazy. Yo, when's the last time you talked to G-Face?
Man, I haven't talked to G-Face since the last time when all the shit started coming out and shit, and I try to, get him to call you so I can get my paperwork and all that, like, up here.
So that friendship's not really a thing anymore?
Nah.
You can't stand by him?
Huh?
You can't stand by him after all that shit?
I mean, as a person, he a good guy, he cool or whatnot, but there's just certain things I can't indulge in, like.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's hit me up a few times.
Well, shout out to him and his family or whatever,
Definitely. Damn, I wonder what his situation is. Is he still awaiting trial or something?
Man, I don't know.
I don't know if he got sentenced or what.
Deal.
I gotta talk to G-Face. We gotta figure out what's going on. Shit, alright. So what do you guys got planned? You guys gonna do any music together? Is King Pill even on the music, or are you kind of past that? You're just like, I'm gonna entertain the streets?
Everything.
Okay.
Content creator, man. I ain't no rapper. I ain't none of that shit. I ain't no actor either. I'm gonna make niggas laugh. I'm gonna be boo. I'm gonna mind my business. But just wanna get active. Let me know something. You feel me? I'm doing business though. I'm doing all kind of good music. You feel me? Especially with the homies. Hell yeah, we're gonna make some shit for the freaks, the streets, all that shit. You feel me? For sure. That's why I'm up here, bro. I just kind of support the homie. Yeah. Like, you feel me? That's it.
I feel like you guys could be like an unstoppable blood duo.
Right. Podcasts and a lot of shit.
Sure. Yeah, that's what we need. We need more groups, more unity, more powerful movements throughout the city.
Right, sure, most definitely. Hell yeah, shit. I just chased that 600 this morning.
You chased him?
Yeah, we was on the beach and shit.
That's his boy. When he first came here, he was with 600.
See, look, so you can't just be calling everybody my boy.
Okay.
No, real shit, because, like, I came up here my first time with G-Face.
G-Face had a whole ensemble.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, I didn't know what he had going on.
Right.
I just know that he invited me, so.
For sure. But wait, so you chased him where?
He was on the beach working out, doing his little fake ass push-ups, not even going all the way up. Nigga took off with the pistol in his hand.
Shut the fuck up, really?
Man, bro.
You just happen to be at the same piece of beach?
Man, what? I'm chilling with my boy. He's a millionaire. We in the cyber truck. We turned up on the beach. Hey, nigga. That nigga not doing his push-ups right. Chased him. Nah, for real, though. Some real shit chased him down. You feel me? He know what's up. You know what I'm saying? Nigga keep turning his fade down, too. On me, nigga. Tagging me on this page.
Oh, you got the
tagging me on this page. Nigga, all their followers. 100,000 followers putting on this page talking about they want to fight me about a story I told. You know what I'm saying? About one of their homies resting in peace. You feel me? I had gotten an altercation with him and shit. Nothing major, you feel me? A real light one. I told the story about the shit. You know what I'm saying? He resting in peace, you feel me? At the end of the story, I say, like, shout out my, you feel me? I was in the hood, I was looking for him, you know what I'm saying? At the Slauson, I asked about him. You feel me? He was resting in peace. I was like, that was my boy, That's how shit normally be after you catch a fade. And this nigga put something on his page talking about he want to line it up with me, like playing with me, man. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't even play like that, bro. And then when I say, nah, let's switch it up, you take it first, then I'll give him one. And my mama, I'll give you 2 fades, back to back, because I'm going to put you down fast. Fast. All that shit you doing in the gym, on me. On me, blood. Underneath all this shit that in the pen, that shit is still under here, blood. I just got to stop eating that night. You feel me? I'm going to put you down. You know what I'm saying? I'm for real, on some real shit. Red homies, nigga. Nigga like playing with me, you feel me? I'm on here telling stories about my life, man. Don't put no on your platform. That's the same shit I'm talking about with DW Flame. Put on their platform. Don't put no nigga on your platform talking about he gonna catch my fade, bro. And then when I tell you, you catch it first, turn it down. You know what I'm saying? Don't turn the fade down, my. Fuck is you turning fades down for, but you gonna tell a nigga he need to catch my fade. Y'all from the same hood. You catch it first, then he catch it next. Yeah, back to back. No homies get a back fade. Nigga, just me and you, then him next. It can be professional in the ring with your gloves, all that. I've been in the gyms too. They know me in Puerto Rico. Shout out Black Dog Boxing Gym. Red Homies. Yeah.
Did you invent the Red Homies thing?
Yeah, Red Homies,
that's
nigga.
pretty good. That sounds good.
Yeah, the X4 was playing with it in his song on that bald head man shit. Nigga
really?
talking about Red Homies, blood. Stop playing, bro. That nigga stop playing with this woo shit.
I want to say shout out to Baby Braids though on the hood.
Whoa.
I met Blood, I met Blood. I know Blood personally.
While you're locked up?
From the jail, yeah. Him and his crime Kilo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So shout out to Blood too.
Yeah.
You got a phone again.
I want to speak on Al Braids too.
Yeah.
On me, bro got the HK on his face, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? He got that on his face inside the pen.
He on the prison you were on parole from.
Okay.
Yeah, after I did my 13 years and shit.
So what, you like the HK tattoo?
I'm just saying, he got that shit in the pen.
Oh, while he was in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
On the main yard. It went up because of that. Right? I'm just saying, though, another got his shit in the reception. If you know, you know. Ain't no motherfucking lifers right there that'll blow your fucking ass out your shoes. You come out your cell with that on your face? What? What, nigga? You hit the main yard looking like you probably got it on the street. Then you hit the streets looking like you got it on the main yard. Stop playing. These niggas playing with this woo man, bro. Talking about Red Homies. 4X right here talking about how the blood said, we gonna get it bracking. Like,
isn't that him showing love?
No.
Oh.
No. I ain't about to be on here talking about ain't that how the blood said.
The P's and the B's is taking over, no jumper blood.
Whoa.
Bro, straight up, straight like that.
Said that can't come back until they get his slogan back. It's go. Nigga keep turning his fade down too. On me, nigga. Tagging me on this page.
Oh, you have a
tagging me on this page. Nigga, all them followers. 100,000 followers putting on this page talking about they want to fight me about a story I told. You know what I'm saying? About one of their homies resting in peace. You feel me? I had gotten an altercation with him and shit. Nothing major, you feel me? A real light one. I told the story about the shit. You know what I'm saying? He resting in peace, you feel me? At the end of the story, I say, like, shout out my, you feel me? I was in the hood, I was looking for him, you know what I'm saying? At the Slauson, I asked about him. You feel me? He was resting in peace. I was like, that was my boy, That's how shit normally be after you catch a fade. And this nigga put something on his page talking about he want to line it up with me, like playing with me, man. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't even play like that, bro. And then when I say, nah, let's switch it up, you take it first, then I'll give him one. On my mama, I'll give you 2 fades, back to back, because I'm going to put you down fast. Fast. All that shit you doing in the gym, on me. On me, blood. Underneath all this shit that in the pen, that shit is still under here, blood. I just gotta stop eating that night. You feel me? I'm gonna put you down. You know what I'm saying? I'm for real, on some real shit. Red Homies, nigga. Nigga like playing with me, you feel me? I'm on here telling stories about my life, man. Don't put no on your platform. That's the same shit I'm talking about with DW Flame. Put on their platform. Don't put no nigga on your platform talking about he gonna catch my fade, bro. And then when I tell you, you catch it first, turn it down. You know what I'm saying? Don't turn the fade down, man. Fuck is you turning fades down for, but you gonna tell a nigga he need to catch my fade. Y'all from the same hood. You catch it first, then he catch it next. Back to back. No homies get a back fade. Nigga, just me and you, then him next. It can be professional in the ring with your gloves, all that. I've been in the gyms too. They know me in Puerto Rico. Shout out Black Dog Boxing Gym. Red Homies. Yeah.
Did you invent the Red Homies thing?
Yeah, Red Homies,
that's
nigga.
pretty good. That sounds good.
Yeah, the X4 was playing with it in his song on that bald head man shit. Nigga talking about Red Homies, blood. Stop playing, bro. That nigga stop playing with this woo shit.
I want to say shout out to Baby Braids though on the hood.
Whoa.
I met Blood, I met Blood. I know Blood personally.
While you're locked up?
From the jail, yeah. Him and his crime Kilo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So shout out to Blood too.
Yeah.
You got a phone again.
I want to speak on Al Braids too.
Yeah.
On me, bro got the HK on his face, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? He got that on his face inside the pen.
He on the prison you were on parole from.
Okay.
Yeah, after I did my 13 years and shit.
So what, you like the HK tattoo?
I'm just saying, he got that shit in the pen.
Oh, while he was in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
On the main yard. It went up because of that. Right?
You tell me.
I'm just saying, though, another got his shit in the reception. If you know, you know. Ain't no motherfucking lifers right there that'll blow your fucking ass out your shoes. You come out your cell with that on your face? What? What, nigga? You hit the main yard looking like you probably got it on the street. Then you hit the streets looking like you got it on the main yard. Stop playing. These niggas playing with this wolf man, bro. Talking about red homies. 4X all weird talking about how the blood said, we gonna get it bracking. Like,
isn't that him showing love?
No.
Oh.
No. I ain't about to be on here talking about ain't that how the blood said.
The P's and the B's is taking over, no jumper blood.
Whoa.
Bro, straight up, straight like that.
Said that can't come back until he get his slogan back. It's called Get It Back. It ain't off the bat. Let's make a song called Get It Back.
So you're taking the internal conflict of the Rolling 40s and you're trying to use it against them to divide and conquer. I see what's going on.
Bro. So I didn't go to college. I went to GED school, old folks from state prison. I don't know what, I'm just saying.
You see that there might be problems between these two dudes, and you're like, all right, let me inject myself into this, try to make it worse.
I got partners from over there. My uncle started that.
Oh.
My uncle started that. And I got an auntie, her brother started a whole block, 46, 47, started all that. You feel me? So salute them, you feel me? I'm just saying, these niggas that's in this entertainment world, stick to how y'all doing y'all shit. Throw up your phones, you know what I'm saying? In your neighborhood, say what you say, you know what I'm saying? But bro, you like, how the blood said, I got it bragging blood. Like, bro, we ain't on stop playing, bro. Then you talking about red homies, you trying to talk like me, like you gonna make my slogan famous. Stop playing with me, red homies. I started that. Stop playing with me.
We both stop our very well earning jobs and we put all our money in this plant, so it just has to work now.
To have the visibility of those payment terms and manage those payment terms within Sage is really valuable to us. As we scale up, we know that we're going to be able to actually spend time talking to artists, talking to customers, making records and checking records rather than the nitty-gritty of actual finance management.
For me, what keeps me going is speaking with the artists who are happy with their records and see their face when they receive their records in their hands and they're so happy.
The Prince of Destruction awakes. Find your own path and close shut the doors of oblivion.
Off the back! Off the Bizac! We back! Is we back? We locked all the way, but let's lock in. Vernon Avenue is here.
Bro, we almost just lost the energy. You know, normally we come in with a lot of energy. We just spent the last 20, 30 minutes trying to get Uncle Bang to figure out how to use Zoom. It's like teaching a caveman how to read and write.
Bro, you up here telling him, I'm like, bro, this is serious. Cut this off. Cut this off. We up here. It's like we dealing with my nephew. Cut this.
It's like
cut this off.
It's like him using Zoom is like teaching like a person, you know, calculus. Like it was like the most difficult challenge of all time. Uncle Bang, I'm sorry, I like you, but you gotta know how to use Zoom. I don't know how. That was mind blowing.
I'm just trying to figure out how you trying to do something and you don't even know how to use Zoom.
Even you're a Zoom man.
You know how to use it.
You use Zoom?
No, but I know how to use it. But I'm just trying to figure out how you trying to do something and you don't even know how to use the simple thing. How you not ready? If you're not ready for Zoom, you're not ready to get knocked out. Kick back.
Maybe that's his way of ducking the fade. Also, why my headphones are all crackly and shit.
Hey, what you Kendrick Lamar say? It's not enough. It's not enough.
Uncle Bang, we tried. But, yo, I'm very, very excited. We back in here, and today...
What? We gonna know.
Yeah, what's going on for you at the moment anyway?
Right now, me personally, yeah, I'm moving in it. Moving in the 4-4 scene, the old school scene, and the grime scene, yeah. So I'm just fucking working, yeah. Mac 10's doing the same, but he's more on the grime thing. Little Nasty's doing his stuff. Nasty the crew has been disbanded. Nasty was started as friends, innit? Like, we was all friends, me, Sharky, Storm. And it wasn't really a money-making thing, but we all had our own personal agreements and that, yeah? And see certain other people come and join the crew and couldn't stick to that agreement and try to do snake maneuvers, like, and not give Marcus no peace, like, but come on, with no Nasty, without Marcus there was no Nasty. Without Nasty there's no Kano, D double, nothing, yeah? It would have taken them 5 years longer to get that step where they are now. Right. Bare snake moves have been going on, I'm not in it, yeah? I'm not calling it a crew no more, because crew, like, that's friends and that, and like, I just had bare pussy holes and fucking snake brothers in my crew, little worms, you get me? That's nice, it's a label thing, and I'm signing people, it's that simple. So I want P. I can make you P's, but what's the point if I'm not getting anything out of it? You know what I mean? I'm looking for artists all over the place, like the whole of England. It's not just an East London thing, it's not even just a London thing. The whole scene is moving, like, and this thing's going worldwide, innit?
That's it.
Like, but I'm trying to push everybody, everyone. I'm not letting it be just a London.
Nature is power. Shrek. Natural energy.
Switching to Vodafone is now easy with one-touch switch. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider and help towards any leaving fees. Which means you can still get the same reliable full fibre broadband you need, but for less. Switch today with one-touch switch.
Back to the news, like the actual news. The news, like the Daily Mail, all these things. What do they talk about and what do they promote?
Violence.
Yeah, because it's a story, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, if your job is to, what's it called, alert people or tell people about what's going on, I don't really see it as troublemaking. I just see it as like, you're just telling man what's going on, innit?
Yeah.
You know?
If something happens, I'm gonna have to report it, you know?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's how I feel. So when I've heard in the past people saying that, yo, it's these guys' fault that this is happening and that's happening, I don't really think it's that.
Oh, so that's your opinion on pages in general? Like, is that how you feel about the Shade Borough?
You know what it is? The shade, because when I deep it, look, even though I'm in this podcast limelight and social media stuff, I'm kind of like new to this stuff, so I don't really know about bare things. But I follow all of these things, like Shade Borough, that's the, obviously.
It did seem like he ain't going through a lot. I think he's really just trying to, hopefully, I hope he's trying to find his way back to himself.
And listen, I want to get better too. I'm gonna stop feeling sorry for niggas with money, because it's niggas with no money getting evicted tomorrow. They don't got the rent money. Somebody died in their family, they can't pay for the funeral. Niggas gotta live in a projects where they don't like niggas on the other side of projects. Niggas, on this side of projects, niggas up the block don't like niggas down the block. You gotta stay in that environment. Yeah, you can get on a flight and go anywhere. I'm not gonna keep feeling sorry for niggas who could change their circumstances. It's niggas who stuck in certain circumstances who can't change their circumstances, but we steady giving pity to niggas who could change their environment.
Nah, I got that drip on. The Louis V Salawat, I mean. Allahumma barik.
6 rounds is all I need.
Fuck nigga, like y'all know how to rap, cuz. Fuck nigga wanna beat, hey. They wanna beat on the beat, man. Fuck nigga, like y'all can't rap, bro. I am doing something. I know how to do this shit right here in the street, though. Fuck nigga, like y'all know how to rap, man. Y'all got me, y'all, I can't rap, bro. I don't give a fuck. Stay on my line, yeah. I'm smoking that fuck nigga, yeah. That shit is. This shit heal me up.
Did you know Lil Tecca produced
They
this
play
hit
with
song?
me, but they won't play no more. I was surrounded by kids. Why would I drop it down? You still ain't gonna pull up, man. Get off my shit, man. You fucking crybaby, man. You a bitch, man. Get off my shit,
Did you know
man.
Lil Tecca produced this hit
Who
song?
gonna take me home? I don't want no beef, bro. I got no beef with nobody, man. Peace and positivity, man. Get cheese, man. Too much cheese out here to be trying to beef with a nigga.
I just made the biggest mistake ever, bro. I was playing around my gun, had my finger on the trigger like this.
Too much cheese out here, bro. I ain't beef with nobody, bro. Yeah, bro, we ain't beefing, bro. Yeah, bro, I'm my nigga, you hear me? I'm my nigga, man. I ain't beefing with nobody, son. I'm trying to get that bag, homie, and take care of my people, you feel me? All that shit, man. Ain't nobody ain't letting, man. Nigga ain't dropping no disses. Nigga trying to get that, you hear me? Feel me? Shit crazy. Hey, I be having so much shit to say, dog. Fuck nigga, like y'all know how to rap, dog. Fuck nigga wanna beat, hey. They wanna beef on the beat, man. Fuck nigga, like y'all can't rap, bro. I know how to do this shit right here in the street, though. Fuck nigga, like y'all know how to rap, man. Y'all got me, y'all, boy. I can't rap, boy. I don't give a fuck. Stay on my line, yeah. I'm smoking that fuck nigga, yeah. That shit is just to heal me up. They play with me, but they won't play no more. I was surrounded by kids. Why would I drop it down? You still ain't gonna pull up, man. Get off my shit, man. You a fucking crybaby, man. You a bitch, bro. Get off my shit, man. You tripping. So we gonna chase some home. I don't want no beef, bro. I got no beef with nobody, cuz. Peace and positivity, man. Get cheese, bro. Too much cheese out here to be trying to beef with a nigga, man. Too much cheese out here, bro. I ain't beefing with nobody, bro. Yeah, bro, we ain't beefing, bro. Yeah, bro, I'm my nigga, you hear me? I'm my nigga, man. I ain't beefing with nobody, son. I'm trying to get that bag, homie, and take care of my people, you feel me? All that shit, man. Ain't nobody ain't letting, man. Nigga ain't dropping no disses. Nigga trying to get that, you hear me? Feel me? Shit, crazy. That boy be the first one on niggas shit, dog. God damn. You been talking all that shit while I've been in jail, man. Y'all sit down somewhere. Watch out. Stop the shit. Let me clear the air, man. Let me say the real shit, man. Get off my shit, bro. I ain't asked y'all to get on my shit. Get off my shit. I don't even follow you. I gotta follow my Instagram anyways, bro. Y'all get off my shit, bro. No, I'm not. Oh, sorry. I used to follow Bruce, but Bruce had to follow me. God damn, Bruce. What? JoJo? Most of man. You hear me? I'm a slide. You're the game, that's for life, man. Most damn, man. We pop out at your party. I'm with the game. And it's gonna be Y'all been gang busting out my shit. Y'all been busting out my shit. You heard me, man? That's my shit, cuz. Fuck, nigga tripping, man. Y'all been gang busting out my shit. Y'all been gang busting out my shit.
It did seem like you ain't going through a lot. I think it
Hey, man.
I like
Free blood, man.
gotta
get cut of that crib.
really just trying to, hopefully, I hope he's trying to find his way back
We not
to
from
himself.
Sheridan. We not from 23. My mama, I can't walk by faith. Every day I wake up to some brand new day. Every nigga voice on everybody's top. Moskin, I got problem with some shit. You police, bro. Move, bro. Every nigga ain't gonna snake me. The other side of the story, but that shit was false. You heard the side of the story, but that shit was false, man. Don't play that back, man. Yeah, nigga, want it's on everybody's top. Bet you go before I do. You heard the side of the story, but that shit was false, man. Shit was false, man. Niggas mad all day on my grill cause he fuck niggas mad for real, bro. He fuck niggas real life haters, cuz. These boy real life haters, cuz. Real shit, man. Y'all watch out, man. Fuck nigga real life haters, man. Hey, cause I don't know. They say out there I don't even wanna wait no more. Fuck nigga, do what you gonna do. Fuck nigga. Do what you gonna do, homie. I don't even wanna wait no more. Stupid ass niggas. What's up? Let's do it. Stupid ass niggas. What you talking about, man? I got a problem with some niggas that I won't be saved. Yeah, nigga. Little bro's a demon, man. Stand up, let him. 150 if you catch him, scratch him. If you catch him, scratch him, man.
Michael Jackson's moves were so precise and unique that at times he didn't even seem human with the way he moved.
Fuck nigga, lucky y'all know how to rap, cuz. Fuck nigga wanna beat, hey, they wanna beat, man. Fuck nigga, lucky I can't rap, bruh. I know how to do this shit right here, street, dog. Fuck nigga, lucky y'all know how to rap, man. Y'all got me, y'all, boy, I can't rap, boy. I don't give a fuck. Stay on my line, yep. I'm smoking that fuck nigga, yep. That shit just to heal me up. They play with me, but they won't play no more. I was surrounded by kids. Why would I drop it down? You still ain't gonna pull up, man. Get off my shit, man. You a fucking crybaby, man. You a bitch, bro. Get off my shit, man. You tripping. So we gonna chase some home. I don't want no beef, bro. I got no beef with nobody, man. Peace and positivity, man. Get cheese, bro. Too much cheese out here to be trying to beef with a nigga, man. Too much cheese out here, bro. I ain't beef with nobody, bro. Yeah, bro, we ain't beefing, bro. Yeah, bro, I'm my nigga, you hear me? I'm my nigga, man. I ain't beefing with nobody, cuz. I'm trying to get that bag. I'm gonna take care of my people, you feel me? All that shit, man. Nobody ain't nothing, man. Nigga ain't dropping those disses. Nigga trying to get that. You heard me? Feel me? Shit crazy. You might be the first one on them niggas shit, dog. God damn. You been talking all that shit while I've been in jail, man. Y'all sit down somewhere. Watch out. Stop the shit. Let me turn it out, man. Let me say the real shit, man. Get off my shit, bro. I ain't trying to get on my shit. Get off my shit. I don't even follow you niggas. I gotta follow my Instagram anyways, bro. Y'all get off my shit, bro. I used to follow Bruce, but Bruce had to follow me. God damn, Bruce. What's the plan, JoJo? Motion, man. You hear me? I'm a slide. You're the game, that's for life, man. What's down, man? Y'all the guys living out my shit. Y'all was living out my shit. You heard me, man? That's my shit, cuz. Fuck, nigga tripping, man. Y'all began pussy out my shit. Y'all began pussy out my shit. Hey, man. Free blood, man. Gotta get cut of that crib.
How did you catch that? Keeps going that way.
Yeah, it is sitting there.
We not for sharing.
There's poo in there. There's one in there doing that.
Yeah, he's trying to
boxing.
He's trying to cover
We're not for 23.
What's it beating? That's what you do.
Which one?
I don't know. We've both got that one in there.
Mama, I can't walk my face.
White on.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that one's nasty. You need to watch it.
Yeah, it's him in there because the other was in there first, and he's got in there.
I got followed with some.
Oh, he's training.
I'm gonna go. You see him right there?
Yeah.
Ain't gonna stay me.
I've got poo on him.
Has it?
I don't know.
I'm gonna side of the story, but that shit was false. You heard the side of the story, but that shit was false, man. Play that back, man. Yeah, nigga, well, it's on everybody's side.
I'll go open in a minute.
You heard the side of the story, but that shit was false, man. Shit was false, man. Niggas mad on there on my grill, cause he fuck niggas mad for real, bro. He fuck niggas real life haters, man. These boy real life haters, man. Real shit, man. Y'all watch out, man. Fuck niggas real life haters, man. Hey, cause I don't know. Well, they say out there, I don't even want to wait no more. Fuck nigga, fuck nigga. Goose go do it, man. I don't even want to wait no more. Stupid ass niggas, what's up? Let's do it. Stupid ass niggas. Fuck you talking about, man. I got followed with some niggas that I back up if you let him. 150 if you catch him, scratch him. If you catch him, scratch him, man. They let her call my phone and say they see a nigga and don't do nothing. Nigga don't call my phone and see a nigga step on that, nigga. Don't call my phone, homie. Nigga still up and don't do nothing, don't call me, son. Real shit, man. Fuck nigga don't hit my line, man. Nigga got me standing on something, bro. Brother down, man. I got a problem with some niggas because I won't be fake. A lot of you niggas irrelevant though. Some of you niggas, I don't even know you niggas. I ain't see you niggas dead my life, man. My nigga be clout this and the dick ride. Little bad on that fin. Chase, man, tap in, man. I got a chase going, man. 10 and 300, a pack of 3-5 and that 300 runs, man. Got a chase going, man. And I'm gonna throw you a 3-5 of that gas, man. Wrap that bitch, mother. Don't hold it down. Hold it down, man. Put my gang on. Put my niggas in, man. We gonna do this shit right, man. Hold it down. Better pound for pound. Better. And then that we did no bad and that fin. We little bitches on the interface. And yeah, this shit right, man. When they go to fin and say. Hey, I'll pass, man. Damn it.
At William Hill Vegas, we're bursting with great casino games and offers. We've got the classics all in one place. And over £10 million in jackpots. Plus, you can get 10 free spins on new Master of Our Moon Gold Blitz Ultimate. That's 10 free spins for new and existing customers. Only at William Hill Vegas. Nobody wins when the family feels.
It get lonely at the top, it get lonely. It get lonely at the top, it get lonely. It get lonely at the top, it get lonely. It get lonely at the top.
Me and one ain't helping, me and one ain't stepping. I love you like a brother and I was out there for you.
4 shooting incidents here in Dania Beach. One of them, of course, the high-profile shooting of this little boy, 8 years old. You can see his friends now gathering around the very same spot where he was shot down.
Arvis Brown is the man believed to be behind several Dania Beach shootings.
August Brown has just bailed out of a vehicle in Tallahassee.
Part of a vicious gang responsible from everything to home invasions to murders. That's how the feds describe these men who are now facing federal charges tonight. NBC6 reporter Jamie Garola.
This is part 1, because I have some interrogation videos that I'm going to later play for you guys. But in today, we're going to talk about the Broward County boogeyman who turned state witness with the help of his crew, including the rapper. On one of the last videos we did, we talked about the Broward County, Florida rap beef that left 2 mothers deceased. Now, since that incident, there's been a lot more information that I had discovered, mostly just public facts. And what I quickly discovered is that this Florida rapper, who we're going to discuss, not only have enemies from the opposite side, but also within his own camp. Not to mention, this rapper gave a statement to authorities when he was first arrested in 2015 that was later used to indict his crew in 2021. So without wasting too much time, remember family, I don't give you no angle, I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We're gonna jump right to it. On 2021, 3 people was indicted on RICO charges in Florida, Broward County. They was a part of a gang allegedly called On Site. And the 3 people who was in that indictment was Eric Hunter, aka E, aka On Site Eno, Derek Slade, aka D, aka Soldier to the left, and Gregory Stickney, aka Gucci Greg. And according to the indictment, Eric Hunter, aka E, was the ringleader. Now out of the 3 people indicted, can you guess how many turned state witness? All but one, which was Derek Slade. Now I want you guys to stay with me, family, because the ringleader was Eric Hunter, according to the indictment. He ended up telling on 14 different crimes that he was involved in, and his crew members, step-by-step details. Now, as we mentioned, the indictment came in 2021, but they was referencing crimes dating back to 2015. Check out the news clip.
Part of a vicious gang responsible from everything to home invasions to murders. That's how the feds describe these men who are now facing federal charges tonight. NBC6 reporter Jamie Garola is in Fort Lauderdale with the details.
The U.S. Attorney says 3 violent criminals are off the street tonight behind bars after years of terrorizing Broward County. These 2 men are alleged members of a violent gang called On-Site. Court documents obtained by NBC6 say the On-Site gang lived up to its name to, quote, reflect the willingness of enterprise members to commit acts of extreme violence, including murder, without hesitation. 28-year-old Eric Hunter, a.k.a. E, and 27-year-old Derek Slade, a.k.a. D, arraigned today in federal court. Hunter is the alleged leader who planned, organized, and supervised the gang's criminal activity. Slade and a 3rd person arraigned earlier this month are alleged to carry out the crimes. The indictment says the criminals, quote, engaged in multiple acts of violence to intimidate victims and reduce likelihood of resistance, engaged in drive-by shootings to engender fear, and while incarcerated, maintained contact with others to achieve the goals of the enterprise. The feds allege the gang also used social media to, quote, maintain virtual presences and to establish and enhance the perception of the enterprise's violent nature and to recruit potential members and threaten other rival gang members. They allegedly used social media to post pictures of their crimes or potential victims. If convicted, they could face life in prison. In Broward, Jamie Garola, NBC6.
Now, Eric Hunter, according to the indictment, even though it wasn't in here, he actually ended up beating the M1 back in 2011 when he took the life of his good friend, Dijon. Now, Dijon was from Hollywood, and Eric was from Dania, but they was real tight. Eric ended up taking his life, and I made a mistake on the last video and said it was for Briscoe, but it was over a female, after later confirming to a close source. Dijon Brown, older brother, was locked up when this happened. Arvis Brown got out, and in 2016, he caused havoc trying to give retaliation for the demise of his brother, leaving 2 people shot and having an 8-year-old lose their life from the same. May he rest in peace.
Break in the case involving a number of shootings in Deerfield Beach, including the death of an 8-year-old boy. Police caught up with a suspect here in South Florida.
And they also made arrests in Tallahassee. Local 10 News reporter Hatzel Vela joins us live with details. Hatzel.
Janine, they're telling us now that their man is Arvis Brown, 19 years old, recently out of prison, now arrested, caught up in Tallahassee. He, they say, is believed to be behind 2 of the 4 shooting incidents here in Dania Beach. One of them, of course, the high-profile shooting of this little boy, 8 years old. You can see his friends now gathering around the very same spot where he was shot down. Arvis Brown is the man believed to be behind several Dania Beach shootings.
Arvis Brown has just bailed out of a vehicle in Tallahassee.
Brown, 19 years old, just got out of prison in early November, locked up 6 years for a Lee County shooting. In the middle of the news conference, Sheriff Israel gives an update.
Arvis Brown is in custody.
Investigators believe Brown is responsible for the shooting death of 25-year-old Christopher Jordan on Christmas night. They think Jordan was killed in retaliation for a 2011 murder where Arvis's brother, Dijon, was killed. Wednesday evening, witnesses say a man gets out of a car's passenger side, face covered, pulls the trigger, killing 8-year-old Rashid Cunningham. Rashid's cousin, Brandon Cunningham, the intended target, was shot several times as he tried to shield the children, more than a dozen, who were simply walking home from a nearby birthday party.
It is absolutely time to stop burying 8-year-olds.
Rashid's grandmother, who in the past 2 days has not held back on emotion, talk to us outside once again.
Why he done my baby like that? He got me so empty.
Dive into the 888 experience because it's made to play safely. Check out our Control Center hub where you can personalize the way you play. Set deposit limits, set time reminders, take a break, and view your activity. Take control of the way you play with 888.
The family knows Arvis Brown, but still not sure why they were targeted, as they claim not to be part of this vicious cycle of crime.
My grandson got shot 2 times in the chest, 1 time in the head. He didn't deserve it.
This is a pickup truck that deputies say they have in their possession. A pickup truck they say was used in the Christmas Day murder. They are hoping to figure out who was driving, who may have been passengers inside this truck. If you know anything about that truck and who may have been inside, you're asked to call Broward Crime Stoppers. That number, 954-493-TIPS. We're now recording live in Dania Beach at Sovella, Local 10.
Now remember, all this is because of Eric, but he ended up going to jail for their John demise. Now he ended up getting out because no state witness, and he was released after about 5 years. Now before we talk about all 14 of the crimes that Eric had confessed to, I want us to talk about one in specific at this very moment. It was the 11th crime that Eric Hunter had admitted to on November 25th, 2015. 2022. Counts 1 and 2, robbery / kidnapping. August 25th, 2015. On that date, Eric Hunter, Gordon, and co-conspirators. Remember the word co-conspirators. Now before we continue, that co-conspirator been all through with Eric's indictment and his confessions. But he wasn't indicted, but that's going to later play key to the rapper. But as we continue, they say they kidnapped the victim, Daniel. The victim was known in the community as a large-scale drug dealer. Hunter, Gordon, and the co-conspirator surveilled the victim for several days. They observed him riding a bicycle to the local grocery store. Hunter, Gordon, and the co-conspirators were in the vehicle. They hit the victim with the vehicle and thereafter assaulted him. They forcibly placed him in the vehicle at gunpoint. They drove him around, during which time he frequently passed out. Ultimately, they forced him by means of assault to place a phone call to a criminal associate. The associate brought $30,000 to an agreed location. Hunter and the co-conspirator retrieved the money, and then they released them. Gordon would testify that approximately 4 drive-by shootings were committed by Hunter and Gordon and a co-conspirator in order to intimidate the victim and the neighbor of the victim, who was a potential witness in the kidnapping case. But it was somebody arrested for that crime back in 2015, later getting 5 years of probation after cooperating. He wasn't mentioned in this indictment or his name. That person go by Kimbrell Smart, aka Psycho Bob. But in the indictment with Eric and the on-site crew, it seemed like Psycho Bob was a part of that crew but didn't get indicted because of his statements. Now this timestamp from the court was September 22nd, 2015. And before we count and describe the statements from each count, according to Psycho Bob, given the detective, I think you gotta understand, for him to get that plea and not be an indictment, there's no such thing as giving a plea without giving a confession statement about everything that happened. They don't give it to you just because you was the first one arrested, which explains why his name wasn't mentioned and was used as a key word like most witnesses do in indictments. Now when Eric and Gordon had confessed to that robbery of that man for $30,000 holding him for ransom, it seemed that Psycho Bob was the passenger for that same incident. Now the victim wasn't named in the indictment, but according to Psycho Bob arrest record, aka the co-conspirator, the victim was Toby Barfield, which was the same details that Eric had to admit to. Count 1, robbed with a firearm, who was Toby, the big-time drug dealer, to deprive the victim of his property by inflicting fear and physical force. Count 2, they battered Toby with a motor vehicle, aka hit him. It caused damages to his arms, legs, and buttocks. Campbell Smart, aka Psycho Bob, he later battered Toby with his firearm, causing additional damage to the victim's forehead. The first count was robbery with a firearm. The second, aggravated battery with a weapon. Count 3, they detained and restricted the movement of Toby against his will while inside the motor vehicle that Campbell Smart was passenger in. False imprisonment as an adult. Count 3. Count 4, they forced Toby from his bicycle and into the motor vehicle to transport him against his will from the city of Dania Beach to Florida to the city of Oakland Park, Florida, and charged with kidnapping. And when Psycho Bob disclosed that he was the passenger, best believe he disclosed who was the driver, and whatever else that they asked in order to keep him out the future indictment and these recent charges by just getting 5 years of probation. Now, this was sealed on the 21st day of September in 2015. 6 years later, his crew on site, excluding him, would be indicted. Now, his confession of his interrogation has been done, requested. The jail phone call from Campbell Smart, aka Psycho Bob, 5 disses, has been requested, and a jail call of Braxton Davis. Now, Gregory later found out, as well as Herb, that Psycho Bob is the one that's cooperating in the case because he wasn't indicted. He was listed as a co-conspirator, and they know that he was with them. But instead of standing strong, it seems Herb, the one they called the leader, he would testify and be a witness and still get life in prison. Gregory, he would get the same. And Dirk was the only one to take it to trial just 3 months ago. He ended up still getting found guilty. He just get 20 in the feds, 10 in the state.